梁歌制作，语文零识，作者朱自清。这本小书收集的可以说都是一些书评和译稿。我是研究文学的，这些文字讨论的不外乎文学与语言，尤其是中国文学与中国语言。
Produced by Liang Gu, author of Chinese Literature, Ziqing. This small book can be said to be a collection of book reviews and translations. I study literature, and these texts discuss nothing more than literature and language, especially Chinese literature and Chinese language.
我在大学里教授中国文学批评和陶渊明诗、宋诗等，这些书评可以见出我的意见够不够心得，我不敢说，但总是自己的一些意见。因为研究批评贺诗。
I teach Chinese literary criticism and Tao Yuanming poetry, song poetry, etc. at the university. These book reviews can show my opinions. I dare not say whether they are experiences or not, but they are always my own opinions. Because of the study of criticism and poetry.
我就注意到语言文字的答意和表情的作用。这里说答意和表情，因为照现代的看法，答意和表情可以分为两种作用，不该混为一谈。我们说答意指的是字面或画面，说表情。
I notice the role of language and expression in conveying ideas. We talk about expressing meaning and expression here because according to modern views, expressing meaning and expression can be divided into two functions and should not be confused. When we say express meaning, we mean literally or verbally, we mean expression.
指的是字里行间或话里有话。书评中论历史在战斗中，论生活的方法，论修辞学的比兴观，译文中论调整语调，都是取的这个角度，这个分析语义的角度。
It refers to the words between the lines or the words. The book review discusses history in battle, the method of life, the relative view of rhetoric, and the translation discusses adjusting intonation, all from this perspective of analyzing semantics.
中国语答意表情的方式在变化中，新的国语在创造中。这种变化的趋势，这种创造的历程，可以概括地称为欧化或现代化。新的语言这篇论文和中国文学用语这篇译文。
The way Chinese expresses expressions is changing, and new Mandarin is being created. This trend of change and this process of creation can be summarized as Europeanization or modernization. The paper, New Language, and the translation of Chinese literary terms.
都是讨论这问题的。新的语言曾引起吕书香先生的长篇讨论，称他指正的地方，这里已经改过了。讨论欧化，自然不能忽略中国语言的特性。
They are all discussing this issue. New Language once aroused a long discussion by Mr. Lu Shuxiang. Thanks to his correction, it has been corrected here. When discussing Europeanization, we naturally cannot ignore the characteristics of the Chinese language.
王维一先生的《现代中国语法》最能表现这些特性，我的序文是他全书提要的说明。日本语虽然跟我们的不同系，但他们借用汉字甚多，和我们的关系相当密切，他们语言的发展。
Mr. Wang Yi's Modern Chinese Grammar best expresses these characteristics. My preface is an explanation of the summary of his book. Although the Japanese language is different from ours, they borrowed many Chinese characters and are very closely related to ours. The development of their language.
足以供我们参考的地方不少，即如欧化问题，他们就差不多跟我们一样。所以这里也收了几篇读书笔记。译文中回到大的气派，可以看出时代的动向，不但是异国的动向。
There are many places for us to refer to. For example, on the issue of Europeanization, they are almost the same as us. So here are some reading notes. The translation of Back to the Great Style can reveal the trend of the times, not only the trend of a country.
恐怕是全世界的动向吧。这里所主张的，也可以说是为人生的文学。将这篇译文和短长书里所叙的我们文坛的现实对照起来，也许很有趣味。灵魂工程师是苏联文坛的报道。
I'm afraid it's the trend around the world. What is advocated here can also be said to be literature for life. It may be interesting to compare this translation with the current situation of our literary world described in Short and Long Book. Soul Engineer is a report from the Soviet literary world.
虽然简单，却能得要领，说的也是为人生而文学。原作者的态度似乎够客观的。书中译稿都用原来的题目，书评、书序、笔记等却都另拟了新的题目，而将原作的名称附列在题下。
Although it is simple, it can get the essential point, and it also talks about literature for life. The original author's attitude seems objective enough. The translations in the book all use the original titles. Book reviews, book prefaces, notes, etc. all have new titles, and the title of the original work is appended under the title.
这样可以指出讨论的中心和我的意旨所在，比较醒目。至于跟译文的提示一致，倒还在其次。这本小书由于钱石甫先生的好意而集成，并由他交给名山书局印出，这里仅向他致谢。
This can point out the center of the discussion and my intention, which is more eye-catching. As for being consistent with the title of the translation, that's the next best thing. This small book was put together due to the kindness of Mr. Qian Shifu and was handed over to Mingshan Bookstore for printing. I would like to express my gratitude to him.
朱自清，1946年7月，成都。陶诗的深度，平谷直、陶敬节诗间定本。曾冰堂5种之3，著陶诗的南宋汤汉是第一人。他因为数九诗直吐中愤而乱以语诗千载之下。
Zhu Ziqing. July 1946, Chengdu. The depth of Tao's poetry. Comments on Gu Zhi's, the final edition of Tao Jingjia's poems and notes. Part 3 of 5 Types of Layer Ice Hall. Tang Han of the Southern Song Dynasty was the first person to annotate Tao's poems. Because of his poem, Shujiu, he expressed his loyalty and indignation, and made trouble with Yu's poems, which lasted for thousands of years.
读者不审为何语，故加监视。其他篇有可发明者，亦并注之。所以数九之外注得极为简略。后来有李公焕的监注比较详些，但不止监注，还采录评语。这个本子通行甚久。
The reader doesn't know what the words are, so he added annotations. If there are other chapters that can be invented, they are also annotated. Therefore, except for Shujiu, the annotations are very brief. Later, there was Li Gonghuan's annotations, which was more detailed. These include not only notes but also comments. This book has been around for a long time.
直到清代陶树的《敬节先生集》指各家铸陶都跳不出李公焕的圈子。陶树的《敬节先生年谱考异》却是他自立的工作。历来著家大约总以为陶诗除数九等2、3首外。
Until Tao Xu's collection of Mr. Jingjia in the Qing dynasty, all the scholars who paid attention to Tao could not escape Li Gonghuan's circle. Tao Xu's An Examination of the Chronicles of Mr. Jingjia was his independent work. Historically, commentators have generally believed that Tao's poems except for Shujiu and 2 or 3 other poems.
文字都平易可解，用不着再费力去做注，一面趣味便移到字句的批评上去，所以收了不少评语。评语不是没有用，但夹杂在注溜，实在有伤体力。裘兆敖杜诗详注，为人诟病也在此。
The words are easy to understand, so there is no need to bother making notes. On the one hand, the interest is transferred to the criticism of the words, so it has received many comments. Comments are not useless, but mixed with comments, which really damages the style. Qiu Zhaoao's detailed commentary on Du Shi has been criticized for this reason.
注意详密为贵，密就是密切、切合的意思。从前为诗文集作注，多之重在举出处，所谓是，但用事的目的，所谓意，也当同样看重。只重视，便只知找最初的出处，不管与当句当篇切合与否，兼重。
Note that detail is the most valuable. Being close means closeness and closeness. In the past, when annotating collections of poems and essays, most of the emphasis was only on citing the source, the so-called thing, but the purpose of using thing, the so-called meaning, should also be valued equally. Only emphasizing things means looking for the original source, regardless of whether it is consistent with the sentence or article, emphasizing things at the same time.
一才知道要找那些切合的。有些人看诗文反对找出处，特别像陶诗，似乎那样平易，给找了出处，倒损了他的天然。钟嵘也曾从作者方面说过这样的话，但在作者方面也许可以这么说。
Only then do you know how to find those that are relevant. Some people read poems an object to finding out the source, especially Tao's poems, which seem to be so simple. Finding a source undermines its naturalness. Zhong Rong also once looked at the author's point of view. Said something like this, but perhaps it can be said so on the part of the author.
从读者的了解或欣赏方面说，找出作品字句篇章的来历，却一面叫人觉得作品意味丰富些，一面也教人可以看出那些才是作者的独创。固然所能找到的来历，即使切合。
From the perspective of the reader's understanding or appreciation, finding out the origin of the words and chapters of the work not only makes people feel that the work has richer meaning, but also allows people to see what is the author's original creation. Although the sources that can be found are consistent.
也还未必是作者有意引用，但一个人读书受用，有时候却便在无意的浸淫里。作者引用前人，自己仅可不觉得，可是读者得给搜寻出来，才能有充分的领会。
It may not be that the author intentionally quoted it, but when a person reads and benefits from it, sometimes he is immersed in it unintentionally. The author does not need to feel it when he quotes his predecessors, but the reader has to search for it before he can fully understand it.
古先生陶敬节诗间定本，用西人注经的方法铸陶，用力极勤。读了他的书，才觉得陶诗并不如一般人所想的那么平易，平易里有的是多义，但多义当以切合为准。
Mr. Gu's Tao Jingjia Poetry Notes Final Edition used the ancient method of annotating Tao, and he worked very diligently. After reading his book, I realized that Tao's poems are not as commonplace as most people think, and there are many, multiple meanings in the commonplace. But polysemy should be based on consistency.
古先生书却也未必全能如此，详见下。从古鉴定本引书切合的各条看，陶诗用事，庄子最多共49次，论语第二共37次，列子第三共21次。
However, Mr. Gus' book may not be all-inclusive. See below for details. Judging from the relevant items cited in the ancient notes, Dingban, Zhuangzi, contains the most, Zhuangzi, with a total of 49 times in Tao's poems, the Analects second with a total of 37 times, and Lizi third with a total of 20 once.
用吴占泰《陶诗汇注》及陶术注本比看，本书所引为两家所无者，共庄子38条，列子19条。至于引《论语》处，两家全未注出。当时大约因为这是人人必读书，所以从略。
Comparing Wu Zhantai's notes on Tao's poems with Tao Shu's notes, this book quotes 38 items from Zhuangzi and 19 items from Lizi. As for the quotes from the Analects, none of the 2 chapters were noted. At that time, it was probably because it was a must-read for everyone, so it was omitted.
这里可以看出古先生爬罗梯诀的功夫，而列子书相不及庄子、宣赫、陶诗引、列子竟有这么多条，尤为意料所不及。沈德潜说：“近人诗旷达者争引老庄，凡入者争引班扬。”
Here we can see Mr. Gu's skill in picking and choosing. While the book, Lizi, is not as famous as Zhuangzi, it is particularly unexpected that there are so many quotes from Lizi in Tao's poems. Shen Deqian said, "Those from Jin who are broad-minded in poetry cite Lao Zhuang, and those who are complex in poetry cite Ban Yang."
而陶公专用《论语》，汉人以下宋人以前，可推圣门弟子者渊明也。照本书所引，单是庄子便已比《论语》多，再算上列子，两共70次，超过《论语》1倍有余。那么
And Tao Gong specializes in the Analects of Confucius. Before the Han people and the Song people, Yuan Ming could be considered a disciple of the holy sect. According to the quotations in this book, Zhuangzi alone is already cited more than the Analects of Confucius, including Lizi. There are a total of 70 times, more than double the Analects of Confucius. So,
沈氏的话便有问题了。历代论陶，大约6朝到北宋，多以为隐逸诗人之宗。南宋以后，他的中分的人格才扩大了。本来《宋书》本传已说他耻父屈深一代等等。
There is a problem with what Shen said. When discussing Tao in the past dynasties, from about the 6 dynasties to the Northern Song dynasty, most people regard him as the ancestor of reclusive poets. After the Southern Song dynasty, his loyal and angry personality expanded. It turns out that the biography of Song Shu already said that he fell shamefully and surrendered to a different generation, and so on.
经了真德秀诸人重为品题，加上汤汉的注本，渊明的2元的人格才确立了。但是渊明的思想究竟受道家影响多，还是受儒家影响多，似乎还值得讨论。沈德潜以多引《论语》为言。
After Zhen Dexiu and other scholars compiled the title, and added Tang Han's annotations, Yuan Ming's dualistic personality was established. But it seems worth discussing whether Yuan Ming's thoughts were more influenced by Taoism or Confucianism. Shen Deqian quoted mostly from the Analects of Confucius.
考渊明引用《论语》出处，除了字句的胎习，不外游好在六经，忧道不忧贫2个意思。这里六经自是儒家典籍，顾穷也是儒家精神，只是道是什么呢？渊明2次说，道丧向千载。
Cao Yuanming quoted various places in the Analects of Confucius. In addition to the fetal inheritance of words and sentences, they only have 2 meanings. It is good to travel in the 6 classics, and worry about the road but not poverty. The 6 classics here is of course a Confucian classic, and Guqiong is also a Confucian spirit, but what is Tao? Yuanming said twice, the Tao will be mourned for thousands of years.
但如何才叫做道丧？我们可以看《饮酒诗》第20韵：“昔农去我酒，举世少负朕。及其鲁中叟，弥凤使其纯。”真与纯都不见于《论语》，什么叫真呢？我们可以看《庄子·渔父篇》曰
But how to call it Taoist mourning? We can look at the 20th verse of the poem, Drinking, Drinking. I have been away for a long time since she known, and the whole world has rarely returned to its true state. The old man in Jijilu will be made pure by filling the gaps. True and chun are not found in the Analects of Confucius. What is true? We can read the chapter Zhuangzi Fisherman.
真者，所以授予天也，自然不可易也。故圣人法天贵真，不拘于俗。真就是自然。春呢？老子58章，其政闷闷，其民纯纯。王弼注云：言善之政者，无形无名，无事无政可举。
True, so it is received from heaven. Naturally, it is not easy. Therefore, the sage values the truth and is not bound by the vulgar. True is nature. What about Chun? In chapter 58 of Laozi, the government is dull and the people are honest. Wang Bai notes, It is said that those who govern well are invisible and nameless, and they have nothing to do and nothing to govern.
闷闷然足至于大治，故曰其政闷闷也。其民无所争竞，宽大淳春，故曰其民淳春也。陶劝农诗云：悠悠上古，绝出生民，傲然自足，抱朴含真。感事不欲复云：抱朴守静，君子之笃素。
After being bored, he died until he was able to achieve great governance, so it was said that his government was boring. Its people have no competition and are generous and honest, so it is called, its people are honest and honest. Tao's poem, Encouraging Farmers, says, in ancient times, the people were born in the early days, proud and self-sufficient, embracing simplicity and containing truth. Guanxi Bumei Fu said, embracing simplicity and keeping quiet is the sincerity of a gentleman.
自针锋告示，大伟思兴。抱朴也是老子的话，也就是纯的一面。真和纯都是道家的观念，而渊明却将复真还纯的使命加在孔子身上。此所谓孔子学说的道家化，正是当时的趋势。
Since the wind of truth has passed away, great hypocrisy has arisen. Baopu is also Laozi's word, which is the aspect of Chun. Zhen and Chun are both Taoist concepts, but Yuanming regarded repair, the mission of returning truth, and returning purity was placed on Confucius. This so-called Taoist transformation of Confucius's teachings was the trend at that time.
所以陶诗里主要思想实在还是道家。有查慎行诗评论归园田居诗第4云：先生精于事理，但不入社耳。此指人生似幻化，终当归空无二语。但本书引列子、淮南子解。
Therefore, the main idea in Tao's poems is actually Taoism. The fourth verse of the poem, returning to the garden and living in the fields, in Xinxing's Poetry Review, says, the gentleman is good at interpretation, but he is not a social ear. This refers to the phrase, life seems to be an illusion, and will eventually end up in nothingness. However, this book quotes Lizi and Huainanzi to explain.
幻化归空无甚确。陶诗里实在也看不出佛教影响。陶诗里可以确指为中分之作者，大约只有数九诗和尼古诗第9。数九诗语词太多，古先生所见可以说识得6、7。
It is true that he transforms and returns to nothingness. There is really no Buddhist influence in Tao's poems. Tao's poems can definitely be referred to as the author of Zhongyang, and only about Shujiu poem and Naked Ancient poem 9th. There are too many UCI poems in Shujiu. Mr. Gu's notes can be said to be 67 out of 10.
但还有不尽可信的地方，比汤注自然详密的远了。尼古诗第9怕只是泛说，本书以为追痛司马修之之败，却未免穿凿。至于尼古诗第3、第7、杂诗第9、第11。
But there are still some things that are not entirely credible. It is far more detailed than the soup notes. The 9th poem in New Gu is probably just a general statement. This book thinks that the defeat of Sima Xiu is deeply regretted, but it is too inaccurate. As for the 3rd and 7th poems in Naked Ancient Poems, the 9th and 11th poems in Miscellaneous Poems.
独山海经诗第9，本书也都以史事比附，文外玄谈，毫不切合，难以起信。大约以中分论陶的数九诗外，总以咏荆轲、咏三梁及尼古诗、杂诗著成其说。汤汉说
The 9th poem in Reading the Classic of Mountains and Seas, this book is also based on historical events, and the text is left out of the text, which is completely irrelevant and difficult to believe. The discussion of Tao is based on loyalty and indignation. In addition to the poem Shujiu, the poems Ode to Jingku, Ode to Three Good People, and Ancient Poems, and Miscellaneous Poems, are used to help complete the theory. Tang Han said,
三梁与主同死，荆轲为主报仇，皆托古以自荐。其实三梁与荆轲都是诗人的书题目，曹植有三梁诗，王粲咏史诗也咏三梁，阮王瑜有咏史诗2首，咏三梁及荆轲诗。
Sanliang died with his master, and Jinka avenged his master, all relying on the past to see for themselves. In fact, Sanliang and Jinka are both familiar titles of poets. Chao Ji has Poetry of Sanliang, and Wang Can has Ode to History. The poems also praise the three good people. Wang Yu has 2 poems, Ode to History, which praise the three good people and the events of Jingku.
元明作此2诗，不过老师咏史未必别有深意。真德秀、汤汉又以尼古诗第8首扬易水为说，但还只是偶尔断章取义。刘吕作选诗补注，乃云樊敬节退休后所作之诗。
Yuan Ming wrote these 2 poems, but they were just honest chants of history, and they may not have any special meaning. Zhen Dexiu and Tang Han also used Shouyang and Yishui in the 8th poem of Naked Ancient as their explanation, but they only occasionally quoted them out of context. Lulu's supplementary notes to selected poems says, poems written by Fan Jingjie after his retirement.
累多到国殇时托讽之词，然不欲显斥，故以尼古杂诗等慕名其题，21篇诗就全变成中分之作了。到了古先生，更以史诗之节附会，所谓变本加厉。固然这也有所本。
There are many sarcastic words of this kind used to mourn the country's injury. However, I did not want to express my disapproval, so I named the title Ancient Times and Miscellaneous Poems. All 21 poems became works of loyalty and indignation. When it came to Mr. Gu, he even used historical events. The so-called improvement of the situation has its roots.
毛氏传正间可以说便是如此，但毛正所引史实大部分起步也是不切合的。以上这些诗，连数九在内，历来并不认为渊明的好诗。朱熹虽评咏荆轲是豪放，但他总论陶氏。
It can be said that this is the case in the biography of Mao Zedong's poems, but isn't it true that most of the historical facts cited by Mao Zedong are also inconsistent? The above poems, including Shujiu, have never been regarded as good poems by Yuan Ming. Although Zhu Shi commented that the poem Ode to Jingku was bold and unrestrained, he generally discussed Tao's poems.
只说平淡出于自然，他所重的还是消散冲淡之趣，便是那些田园诗里所表现的。田园诗才是渊明的独创，他到底还是隐逸诗人之宗，中庸的评语没有错。朱熹又说：“陶欲有为而不能折也。”
He only said, plainness comes from nature, but what he emphasized was the joy of being scattered and refreshing, which is what is expressed in those pastoral poems. Pastoral poetry is Yuan Ming's original creation. After all, he is still the ancestral line of reclusive poets, and Zhong Rong's comment is not wrong. Zhu Shi also said, Tao wants to do something but can't.
这却有些对的。杂诗第5云：忆我少壮时，无乐自心郁，猛志意四海，千河思远注。饮酒诗第16集荣牧诗也以无成无闻为恨，但这似乎只是少壮时偶有的空想，它究竟是
There is something right about this. The fifth cloud in Miscellaneous Poems says, recalling my youth, I felt joyless and rejoiced. I had a strong ambition to travel to all over the world, and my thoughts were far away. The 16th poem of Drinking and the poem Rongmu also use incompetence and unknown as hatred. But this seems to be just an occasional fantasy when he was young. After all, is he?
少无通俗韵，性本爱秋山的人。钟嵘说陶诗源出于英渠，又写左思锋利。英渠诗存者太少，无可参证。尤国恩先生曾经想在陶诗字句里找出左思的影响，他所找出的共有7联。
There are very few people who have popular rhymes and love hills and mountains by nature. Zhong Rong said that Tao's poems originate from Ying Chu and cooperate with Sui Si Feng. There are too few surviving poems by Ying Chu. There are very few people who have popular rhymes and love hills and mountains by nature. Zhong Rong said that Tao's poems originate from Ying Chu and cooperate with Sui Si Feng. There are too few surviving poems by Ying Chu, so there is no reference. Mr. Yuguan once said wanting to find the influence of Sui Si in Tao's poems, he found a total of 7 couplets.
其中招引诗、丈色招引士、荒途横古今，却可定为和刘柴桑诗山泽九见招、荒途无归人2语所本。辽玉头无簪，却可定为和郭主部诗第1辽用望华簪所本。
Among them, the poem Zhao Yin, the stick is used to recruit hermits, and the past and the present are ruined, can indeed be determined as the origin of the 2 words. He Lu Chai sang, poem Mountains and rivers have seen Zhao for a long time, and the desolate road has no one to return. Liao Yu Tu my hairpin, can indeed be determined to be the origin of the first poem, Liao Yong Wang Hua hairpin, in He Gui Zhubu.
本书所举却还有左思咏史诗记记杨子宅为渊明，饮酒诗记记无形记所本，寥寥空语中为渊明，癸卯岁12月中作萧所空语中所本，以列光编辑，同上历览千载书。
However, the poems cited in this book include Lonely Yangtze Mansion, in Zui Si's Ode to History, which was copied from Yuan Ming's poem Lonely Without Traces, in Drinking, in The Lonely Sky, which was copied from Yuan Ming's Gui Mao. Written in the middle of the 12th month of the year, is written in Shao Sua Kong Yu Zhong, Yi Liaguang chapter book, Ibid, books that have been read for thousands of years.
诗诗见一列所本，其杂诗高志局四海为渊明，杂诗猛之意四海所本4句。不过从本书里看，左思的影响并不顶大，陶诗意境及字句脱胎于古诗19首的共15处。
CE lies from time to time, and 4 lines from Za Shi, Gao Ji Ju Si Hai, copied by Yuan Ming's Za Shi, Meng Ji Yi Si Hai. However, judging from this book, Zui Si's influence is not the top as large. The artistic conception and words of Tao's poems are derived from a total of 15 places in 19 ancient poems.
字句脱胎于嵇康诗赋的8处，脱胎于阮籍咏怀诗的共9处。那么诗品的话就未免不该不备了。 但就全诗而论，胎息前人的地方究竟不多，他用散文化的笔调，却能不像道德论。
The words and sentences are derived from 8 places in Ziqing's poems and a total of 9 places in Wang Ji's poem, Yonghui. Then, the words of Shipin are not comprehensive. But as far as the whole poem is concerned, there are not many places where he borrows from his predecessors. He uses a prose style, but it is not like ethics.
而合乎自然才是特长，这与他的哲学一致。像结庐在人境，而无车马喧，人生归有道，衣食顾其端。孰事都不迎，而以求自安，都是从前诗里不曾有过的句法。虽然他是并不讲什么句法的。
But conforming to nature is the specialty. This is consistent with his philosophy. For example, the house is built in a human environment, without the noise of cars and horses. Life has its own way, and food and clothing are solid. No one is camping, but they are seeking peace of mind. They are all syntaxes that have never been seen in poetry before, although he does not talk about syntax.
本书颇多圣解，如命子，既见其声，实与其可得可字，注家多忽略过去。本书却证明题目入以可字，乃尽人之长。和刘柴桑诗、题下引、随书、经籍志注良有。
This book is full of insights. For example, in the poem Mingzi, the word ku in Now That I Have Seen It, I Actually Want It, most annotators have ignored it in the past, but this book proves that it is common for Jin people to use the word ku in the title. The poem He Lu Chai Sang is quoted from Sui Shu Jing Ji Ji, notes under the title Liang Yu.
晋柴桑令，刘遗民集5卷，录1卷，正刘柴桑及刘遗民。此事向来只据理工换注，得此确证，可为定论。又若女虽非男，为情良胜无，或以为比酒之有离伯，或以为父，都无证据。
Chai Sang of the Jin dynasty ordered collection of Lu Yimin in 5 volumes and Lu in 1 volume. It proves that Lu Chai Sang is Lu Yimin. This matter has always been based on Li Gonghuan's annotation. With this confirmation, it can be concluded. Also, although a weak woman is not a man, a good comfort is better than nothing. Some people think it is weaker than wine, or they think it is a gift, but there is no evidence.
本书解为笔，引魏书徐邈传，即是说，以见魏晋人美好为九品目，境界亦复耳。还旧居时常恐大化见，气方不及衰，次句项无人能解。本书引礼记、王志50史衰。
This book is interpreted as a comparison, citing Book of Wei, biography of Su Miao, and Shishua, to see that people in the Wei and Jin dynasties are fond of wine, and they are also good at Jingjia. The poem, returning to the old residence, is, I am always afraid that the great power will be exhausted, and the energy will not fade away. No one can understand the second sentence. This book quotes Book of Rights, Kingship, the decline begins at 50.
即谭公正著才知常恐不及衰，即常恐活不到50岁之意。饮酒师第16孟公不在兹，终以一无情，旧著都以孟公为头辖的臣尊，实与本诗不切。本书据诗中境地定为刘公。
After reading Tan Gongzheng's notes, I realized that I am always afraid that I will not be able to decline, which means I am always afraid that I will not live to be 50 years old. The 16th poem of Drinking Meng Gong is not here, and he will always hide my feelings. The old annotations all use Meng Gong as Chen Zun who surrendered to the jurisdiction, which is not consistent with this poem. This book is based on the situation in the poem. Lu Gong.
确当不易。又第18前以杨子云自比，后复以柳下惠自比。这二人间的关系，向来无人能说。本书却引法言，其他书证明子云以柳下惠自比，故竟皆以柳下惠比之。
It is indeed not easy. Before the 18th day, I compared myself with Yang Ziyun, and later I compared myself with Lu Xiaohui. No one can say the relationship between these two people. However, this book quotes Fayan and other books to prove that Ziyun compares himself with Hui Xiaolu, so Jingjie compares himself with Hui Xiaolu.
又如杂诗第6起4句云：昔闻长老言，眼儿美不喜，奈何50年，忽以亲此事。出家住都不知此事是何事。本书引陆机探视复序，昔每闻长老追记平生同时亲故，或凋落已尽。
Another example is the 4th sentence in the 6th chapter of Miscellaneous Poems. In the past, I heard the elders' words, and I was not happy. But 50 years later, I suddenly got married. None of the commentators knew what this matter was. This book quotes Lu Ji's preface to the Ode of Lamenting the Passing. In the past, I heard that the elders were looking for relatives and friends at the same time in their lives, or they had withered away.
或仅有存者，乃知指的是亲故凋零，但书中也不免有疏漏的地方，如平云诗岂无他人，本书引诗，唐风穆大度，实不如引正风，千场切和谐。命子诗寂寂风云。
Perhaps there are only those who survive. Naiji refers to the death of relatives and friends. However, there are some omissions in the book. For example, the poem, Standing Clouds, Is There No One Else? This book quotes poetry, Tang Feng, Mu Dadu, is actually more relevant than quoting Jing Feng Yang Shang from the poem Mingzi.
名字运喜，下句本书引庄子为解，不如引《论语》。公也常令引子文三世为令引，无喜色，散以之，无韵色。归园田居诗第二长孔双线志，零落同草莽，上句无注。
Mingzi is unhappy. The next sentence of this book is quoted from Zhuangzi as an explanation. It is better to quote, the Analects of Confucius, Gong Yichang, Ling Yin Ziwen has 3 officials as Ling Yin. There is no look of joy. 3 have done it. There is no look of shame. Returning to the garden and living in the fields, in the second line of the poem, I am always afraid of the frost coming, and the scattered grass will be like the grass. There is no annotation for the previous sentence.
四个也诗小雅枝叶变如比雨雪，先极为县，即楚辞九变双露惨凄而交下兮，心上幸其福既现。雪雨纷柔其增加兮，乃知遭命之将至。这2句诗是所谓赋而比的。
It seems to be quoted from Poetry Xiaoya Jia No. 1, like the rain and snow, first gather the sleet, and Songs of Chu 9 Bien, the frost and dew are miserable and falling, but I am still lucky that it does not help the sleet. When the snow and rain mix together and increase, you know that your fate is coming. These 2 lines of poetry are what is called fu er bi.
愿诗楚调是旁主簿邓之中莫云，慷慨读悲歌，中期献为贤，中期明指旁邓，意味只有你们懂得我，不必引古诗为解。达旁参军诗序，杨公所叹，岂为常悲？李公唤注，杨公，杨朱也。
At the end of the poem, Chu Tiao Shi Pang Ji Zhong, it says, generosity alone is a tragic song. Zhong Qi believes in being a virtuous person. Zhong Qi clearly refers to Pang and Deng, which means that only you understand me, and there is no need to quote ancient poems to explain. Preface to Pang Xinjuan's poems, What Yang Gong sighed is always sad, Li Gonghuan annotated, Yang Gong, Yang Zhuye.
本书引《淮南子·杨子哭齐录故事，但未申其意。按文选有晋孙楚征西官署送于至阳侯作诗，其4句云：晨风飘其路，凌雨被秋草。倾城远追送，见我千里道。这里的齐路。
This book quotes the story of Yang Zi crying about going astray in Huainanzi, but does not explain its righteousness. According to selected works, there is a poem by Jin Sun and Chu dynasty called Jingxi Officials Send Off to the Marquis of Jiang, which begins with 4 sentences. The morning wind blows on the wrong road, and the light rain is covered with autumn grass. The whole city chases you, and you greet me thousands of miles away. Here's Crossroads.
只是各自东西的歧路，而不是那可以南可以北的了。可见这时候歧路一词已有了新的引申义，渊明所用便是这个新义。杨公所叹只是歧路的代语，叹字的意思是不着重的。
It's just a crossroad between east and west, not south or north. It can be seen that at this time, the word crossed road had a new extended meaning. Yuan Ming used this new meaning. Yanggong side is just a code for crossed road, and the meaning of sai is not important.
何国主簿诗第1末云：遥遥望白云，怀古亦何甚。本书解云：遥遥望白云，即富贵非无怨，地乡不可欺也。这原是何超的话，富贵2语见，归去来此。
The first end of the poem, He Guizhubu, says, looking at the white clouds in the distance, I feel so nostalgic for the past. The book explains, looking at the white clouds in the distance means, wealth and honor are not what I want, and the imperial hometown cannot be expected. This was originally said by He Zhuo. The 2 words of wealth and honor can be found in Returning to Lai Ci.
但怀古与白云或地乡究竟怎样关联呢？按庄子《天地篇》，华丰人谓尧曰：诗圣人纯居而寇隐，鸟行而无章。天下有道，于物皆昌。千岁厌世，去而上仙。诚比白云，至于地乡。三患莫至。
But how exactly is nostalgia related to Baiyun or imperial township? According to the chapter, Zhuangzi, Heaven and Earth, Huafeng people said to Yao, the lost sage lives with quails and drinks, and the birds fly without order. There is a way in the world, and everything is prosperous. 1,000 years old, tired of the world, went to the immortal world. Riding on the white clouds, as for the imperial township, avoid the 3 troubles.
身无长殃，则何辱之有？怀古也许怀的是这种乘白云至地乡的古圣人。又第2末云：减速不获斩，燕燕尽良月。本书所解甚取。减速即减速，就是书信；减速不获斩，就是接不着你的信。
If the body is impermanent and suffers disaster, why should it be humiliated? Nostalgic for the past, may be thinking about the ancient saints who rode the white clouds to the imperial hometown. The second end says, if you don't develop your quality, you will get a good moon if you are tired of it. This book explains it very well. Checking Su, that is to say, simplicity is a letter. If it is not developed, it means that it cannot receive your letter.
饮酒诗第13归归亦何于？也，庄子。秋水世事然精，归归然自失也。不切，不如饮下文子乃归归，然而求之以察，所之以辩。执酒诗每句藏一指字，当系排写体。
The 13th poem of Drinking, Drinking, How Foolish Are the Rules and Regulations, quoted from Zhuangzi, Autumn Waters, it is surprising when it is appropriate, and the rules and regulations will naturally be lost. It is not accurate. It is better to quote the following: the master is the rules and regulations, but he seeks them to observe them. The poem Zhijiu contains the word stop in each sentence, which should be written in the haiku style.
以前即当时诸作，虽无可供参考，但宋以后此等诗体大盛，见除庶名、县名、姓名、药名、挂名之类，不一而足，必有所受之。逆推而上，此体当早已存在，但现存的只酒一首。
Although there are no previous and contemporary works for reference, this style of poetry flourished after the Song dynasty, including Jianchu, several names, county names, medicine names, hexagram names, etc., so I must have some experience of. Going backwards, this genre should have existed for a long time, but only one song, Stop Drinking, exists.
便觉得莫名其妙了。本书引庄子为只能指众指颇介，但此体源流未说解。古先生有陶敬节诗笺于民国15年印行，已经很详尽。丁福宝先生陶渊明诗注引用极多。
I felt baffled. This book quotes Zhuangzi, only Zhi can stop all Zhi, quite aptly, but the origin of this style is not mentioned. Mr. Gu has Tao Jingjie Poetry Notes, which was published in the 15th year of the Republic of China and is already very detailed. Mr. Ding Fubao's annotations on Tao Yuanming's poems is quoted a lot.
定本又加了好些材料，删改处也有。虽然所删的有时并不应删，就如停云诗搔首言注一句，原也《诗经》静女哀而不现，搔首踟蹰和阮籍咏怀感时心思，其首言注。
The final version has added a lot of material, and there are also some deletions, although sometimes the deletions should not be deleted, such as the line, scratching one's head and lingering, in the poem, Standing Clouds, which originally quoted love but not seeing, from the Book of Songs Jingnu, scratching one's head and hesitating, and Wang Ji's, Yonghuai, feeling inspired by the current situation, holding one's head and lingering.
定本却将阮籍诗一条删去了。我们知道陶渊明常用阮诗，他那句话兼用静女及咏怀，或从静女及咏怀脱胎是很可能的。古先生这条注实在很切合。
However, one of Wang Ji's poems was deleted from the final version. We know that Tao Yuanming often uses Ruan poetry, and it is very possible that his sentence uses both Jingnu and Yonghuai, or is derived from Jingnu and Yonghuai. Mr. Gu's note is very relevant.
定本所改却有好的，如饮酒诗第18的注便是详上文。诗笺中四言诗注未用10分力，定本这一卷里却几乎加了篇幅一半。什么是宋诗的精华？平时以老人陈演。
There are some good changes in the Dingben, such as the note on the 18th poem of Drinking, see above. The notes on the 4-character poems in the Shijian are not very detailed, but the length of the Dingben volume is almost half. What is the essence of song poetry? Comments on the Old Man Shi Chinyan.
评点宋诗精华录，商务印书馆出版。本书仿言语高木炳的办法，分宋诗为出盛中晚4期，每期的诗为1卷。第一卷选诗39家，117首，其中近体96首。第二卷选诗18家。
Comments on The Essence of Song Poems. Published by the Commercial Press, this book follows the method of Yan Yu and Gao Mubing, dividing song poems into 4 periods, the early, middle and late periods, with the poems in each period being 1 volume. The first volume selects 17 poems from 39 families, including 96 in modern style. The second volume selects poems from 18 families.
239首，其中近体164首。第三卷选诗32家，212首，其中近体186首。第四卷选诗40家，122首，其中近体102首。全书共选诗129家。
239 poems, including 164 modern poems. The third volume selects 212 poems from 32 families, including 186 in modern style. The fourth volume selects 122 poems from 40 poets, including 102 modern poems. There are a total of 129 poems selected in the book.
690首，其中近体548首，占79%强，可见本书重心所在。自序云：如进贤之条唐宗宋，其想徐仲车、薛浪与诸家，在八音律多土木，甚且有土木而无丝竹金脊。
There are 690 poems, including 548 modern poems, accounting for 79%, which shows the focus of this book. Automatic preface says, for example, the recent sages of the Tang dynasty and the Song dynasty prayed to the families of Su Zhongche and Shui Lanyu. There were many earth and trees in the Beian rate, and there were even earth and trees without silk, bamboo, gold, and leather.
焉得命为律和声八音课谐在，故本笔见以录宋诗，窃谓宋诗精华乃在此而不在笔也。开宗明义，便以近体为主。所谓宋诗精华在此而不在笔，可以就音律而言，也可以就宋诗全体而言。
How can it be destined to be harmony and 8 tones overcome harmony? Therefore, this book despises the idea of recording song poetry, claiming that the essence of song poetry lies here and not there. From the very beginning, the modern style is the main focus. The so-called the essence of song poetry is here but not there can be considered in terms of music and rhythm, or in terms of song poetry as a whole.
赵前说，老人的意见似乎和傅玉录相近。傅是为张景兴等宋诗百一抄、宋诗别采作序，有云：工商协唱，何贵乎抚木诗鼓。不过，傅氏就宋诗论宋诗，老人却要绞尽弦之臂。
As mentioned before, the old man's opinion seems to be similar to that of Fu Yulu. Fu wrote a preface to Zhang Jingxing and others' Song Poetry by Yi Chao, Song Poetry Collection, saying, the palace merchants can have a smooth meeting, so why are they more valuable than rotten wood? Wet drum. However, Fu discussed song poetry, but the old man wanted to correct the shortcomings of being a virtuous person.
用一个不相同罢了。赵后一说，便有可商榷处。从前翁方刚选宋人七律，以为宋人七律登峰造极。本书所录七绝最多，七律次之，多选七律，也许与翁氏见解相同。多选七绝，却是老人的创举。
The intentions are just different. According to the latter statement, there is room for discussion. In the past, Wang Fanggang selected the 7 rhythms of the Song dynasty, thinking that the 7 rhythms of the Song dynasty were the best. This book records the most Qijue, followed by Qilu. Choosing Qilu more often may be the same as Wang's opinion. Multiple selection of 7 skills is an initiative of the old man.
他说过，今人习于沈归于先生个别才技之说，以为七言绝句必如王龙标、李供奉一路方为正宗，以老杜绝句在盛唐为独创一格，便题也。沈归于墨守名人议论故耳。实疑是实话。
He said, today's people are accustomed to Mr. Shenguiyu's theory of separate collections, and think that the 7-character quatrains must be like those of Wan Longbiao and Li Gongfeng to be authentic. Lao Du's quatrains were created in the prosperous Tang dynasty as a unique style and a variation. Shengui is foolish and conservative, and people in the Ming dynasty talk about it. The poems of Shi Shi.
商务本卷3 8页。老人此说也有所本。近人是宋香，老人以自言之，即在引文中文繁从略。再远还有叶谢，他在原诗中说：杜七绝轮群齐角，不可名状，在杜集中另是一格。
Business Edition, Volume 3, 8 pages. The old man also has a basis for what he said. The recent person is Song Xiang. The old man has said it himself, that is, in the quotation, the text is in traditional Chinese, omitted. Even further away there is Yi Xia, who said in original poems. Du Qijue's will crying is so extraordinary that it is indescribable and unique among Du Ji.
宋人大概学之，宋人七绝，大约学度者16、7，学商隐者13、4。又说，宋人七绝，种族个别，然出其入幽，不可端倪处，竟有异驾唐人者。若必曰唐，曰供奉，曰龙标以律之，则失之矣。
People in the Song dynasty probably learned from it. There are 7 outstanding people in the Song dynasty, about 16 or 17 who studied Du, and 13 or 4 who studied Shangyin. And said, there are 7 unique people in the Song dynasty, with different races. However, it is surprising and mysterious that there are some people who are better than the people of the Tang dynasty. If it must be called Tang, it is called worship, and it is called dragon standard to regulate it, then it will be lost.
看了这些话，老人的多选七绝也就不足怪了。可是若说宋诗精华专在近体，古体又怎样呢？王世贞古诗选录五古以选体为主，唐代只收陈、李、韦、柳而不收杜，似乎还是名人见解。
After reading these words, it is not surprising that the old man chose 7 skills from multiple choices. But if the essence of song poetry is concentrated in the modern style, what about the ancient style? Wang Shizhen's selection of ancient poems from the 5 ancients is mainly based on selected styles. In the Tang dynasty, he only included Chen, Li, Wei, and Lu, but not Du. This seems to be the consensus of the Ming dynasty.
七古却以为自杜以后，晋太极言未为大国，所收直到元代的余集无渊影为止。可是所选的诗似乎偏重妥帖赋予一种，排奥者颇少。 这是宋诗超序所谓晋唐调者。
However, Chigu thought that after Du dynasty, he was extremely beautiful and became a great country, which was not included until Yu Ji and Wu Yuanying in the Yuan dynasty. However, the selected poems seem to focus on the appropriate and enjoyable kind, and there are very few exceptions. This is the so-called Near Tang dynasty tune in Song Shi Chao preface.
选宋人七古而求其晋唐调，那么选也可，不选也可。但是宋人古体的长处似乎别有所在，所谓妥帖排奥，大概得知。五七古多如此，而七古犹然。这自然从杜含出，但五言回旋之地太少。
If we choose Chigu of the Song dynasty and seek its melody close to the Tang dynasty, then we may or may not choose it. However, the strengths of the ancient style of the Song dynasty seem to be different. The so-called appropriateness and exclusion are probably obtained. This was often the case in the 5 and 7 ancients, but especially so in the 7 ancients. This naturally comes from Du Han, but there is too little room for the 5 characters to maneuver around.
不及七言能尽其所长，所以七古比五古为胜。我们可以说这些诗都在散文化，或说以文为诗。不过诗的意义似乎不该一成不变，当跟着作品的变化而渐渐扩展。温柔敦厚，故事诗。
It is not as good as Qian, so Chigu is better than Wugu. We can say that these poems are all written in prose, or use prose as poetry. However, it seems that the meaning of poetry should not remain static, but should gradually expand as the work changes. Gentle and honest is indeed poetry.
沉着痛快也是诗。宋诗超似乎只选后一种，至为翁方刚所抵。他在《十州诗话》中说，宋诗超所选古诗实足见宋诗真面目，虽然不免有粗犷的。诗以老人论古诗，重在节想。
Calm and joyful is also poetry. Song Shi Chao seems to only choose the latter one, which was slandered by Wang Fanggang. He said in Shizhou Poetry Talk that the ancient poems selected in Song Shi Chao fully show the true nature of song poetry, although it is unavoidable that it is crude. When Shi talks about ancient poetry, he focuses on the conclusion.
高妙，诗话12页。本书所选侧重在立意新妙，合于所论。但工于形容，工于用事，工于组织，都是宋人古体诗长处，似乎也难抹杀不论。宋人近体自江西派以来，有意讲求句律。
Brilliant, page 12 of Poetic Talk. The selections selected for this book focus on novel and wonderful ideas, which are consistent with what is discussed. However, good at description, good at using things, and good at organizing are all the strengths of the ancient poetry of the Song dynasty. It seems difficult to it doesn't matter. Since the Jiangxi school of modern style, people in the Song dynasty have deliberately emphasized rhythm.
也许较古体精进些，可是古体也能发挥光大，自辟门户。若以精华专归近体，似乎不是公平的议论。我想老人论古诗语，原一白时诗说立言，并非虚衡全局。至于选录宋诗，
Perhaps it is more sophisticated than the ancient style, but the ancient style can also flourish and open up its own niche. It does not seem to be a fair argument if the essence is exclusively concentrated in the modern style. I think the old man's discussion of ancient poetry was based on Baishir's poetry and was not Su Heng's overall view. As for the selection of song poetry,
原是偏主近体之音律协唱者，以矫实弦之弊。古体篇幅太繁，若面面顾到，怕将成为庞然巨制，所以只从节想高妙者着手。序中精华云云，想是只就近踢说，一时兴到，未及深思，便成其意了。
it was originally intended to focus on the harmonious and smooth music of the modern style, in order to correct the shortcomings of the sages of the time. The ancient style was too lengthy, and if all were taken into account, it would become a huge volume, so I only started with the sublime style. The essence in the preface is like this: I think it is just talking about the subject, it is said on a whim without thinking deeply, and it becomes ambiguous.
本书分期颇为妥帖自然，向来论宋诗的已经约略有此介话，老人不过水到渠成，代为拈出罢了。至于选录标准，可于评点及圈点中见出。本书评点扼要，于标示宗旨和指导初学。
The book is divided into installments, which is quite appropriate and natural. Those who have always discussed song poetry have already roughly sketched this boundary. The old man just figured it out for him. As for the selection criteria, you can see them in the comments and bullet points. The reviews of this book are concise to indicate the purpose and guide beginners.
都甚方便，大抵首重图属大方。此事关系修养，不尽在诗功深浅上。如凭前为演对竹丝鹤韵，有身份是第一流人语。一陈与义次韵乐文清北元云五六如染大笔，百读不厌。
All very convenient. Generally speaking, the first level of spitting is generous. This matter is related to cultivation, not just the depth of poetry. For example, a review of Qian Weiyan's Thinking of Bamboos and Cranes says, having status is a first-class human language. 1.1, Chen Yui's Xie Yunyu Wenqing Beiyuan says, 56th century has been stained by a large pen, and I will never tire of reading it 100 times.
3.1苏轼和子由踏青云，不甚高妙景物，明大家能写得恰如分界，小名家则非雅士不肯落笔矣。2.20这都说的是胸襟广阔，能见其大。又评黄鲁直，素就彭泽怀陶令云。
3.1 Su Shi's Heziyu Qing Qing says, if the scenery is not very sublime, the famous people can write about it appropriately, but the minor famous people are unwilling to write down the non-elegant things. 2.20 All this is said. You have a broad mind and you can see how big it is. Another comment on Huang Luji's Sujiu Pengzi Huai Tao Ling says,
古人命名未尝非用意有在，但专就名字上着笔，中尽小巧。2.23题竹实木묘远，用太白读录篇调甚妙，但须少加以理耳。2.26按此处语太简略，其详见诗话17。
The names given by the ancients probably had their own intentions. But the writing on the name is almost exquisite. 2.23 inscribed on bamboo and stone herding cows, says, it is very wonderful to use Taibai's de le Pian to tune it, but it needs to be listened to with little care. 2.26 the language here is too brief. For details, see Shihua 17.
一夜，以为如诗语何其厚于竹而薄于石，未免巧而伤礼了。又评陈师道，切薄命运，20笔米，忠贤不伦。2.29放歌行第一首云，忠贤炫玉。2.30所谓不伦，当是说的太亲昵。
Page, it is too coincidental and unreasonable to think that it is like the poem, it is thicker than bamboo and thinner than stone. Another comment on Chen Shidao's Concubine's Unlucky Life said, comparing the two poems, I feel that they are unethical. 2.29 the first poem of Fang Guxing says, in the end, I feel like showing off jade. 2.30 the so-called unethical was considered too intimate.
失了身份之意。又评乐雷发，宋丁少卿自贵帅一镇西蜀韵，如用瑞禄等字，忠贤小方。又评文同此君安云，燕所谓巧言不如直道，这是墨守名人议论的所不敢说的。
It means losing one's identity. Another comment on Lalefa's sending Shaoqing from Guishuan to Shishu said, if you use the word ruelu and other words, it will be too small. Another comment on the same article as this Junan said, the proverb calls Qiao Yan, it's better to be straight. This is what the Ming dynasty people dare not say.
老人不甚喜欢禅语，平饶节云，诗多禅语，非浅长者比，然兹所不露。3.8又评苏轼百步红云，颇恭喜以禅语作答，硕见无畏。此诗就眼前高眼指点出，真非顿根人所及矣。2.14
The old man doesn't like Zen language very much. Commenting on Rao Jia said, there are many poems about Zen, which are beyond the comparison of those who have just tasted them, but I will not record them here. 3.8 Another comment on Su Shi's 100 Steps to the Flood said, Pagong likes to express himself in Zen language, but it is tasteless. This poem is just pointed out by the sharp eyes in front of him, and it is really beyond the reach of people with dull skills. 2.14
老人能够领略非浅长的禅语，而不喜东坡以禅语作答，大约也是觉得他太以此自炫了。至于不选饶节禅语之作，或因禅太多而诗太少之故。不过禅学影响于诗甚大。
The old man was able to understand the Zen language but did not like Dongpa's Zen language. He probably felt that he was showing off too much. As for not selecting works written by Rao Jia Zen, it may be because there is too much Zen and too few poems. However, Zen has a great influence on poetry.
有人说黄山谷的新境界全是禅学本领，这层次上值得详论。大方不但指思想，也指财力。书中评言语云：沧浪有诗画，论诗甚高，以禅为喻，而所造不过如此。专宗王孟者，又于思想。
Some people say that the new realm of Huangshan Valley is all about Zen skills. This layer seems worth discussing in detail. Generosity not only refers to thoughts, but also talents. Yan Yuyan commented on the book. Zhanglang has some poetry talks. He talks about poetry very highly and uses Zen as a metaphor. But what he has done is nothing more than this. Those who specialize in Wang Mang are limited by their thoughts.
短于财力也。4.6老人论诗，所以不主一格。他说过，知同体之善，望意量之美，皆未尝出此。诗话12一夜评秦观春日五首之一云：移山鸡有情二语为女郎诗。诗者
Less than talent. 4.6 The old man discussed poetry, so he did not insist on one style. He said, knowing the goodness of the same body and forgetting the beauty of different quantities have never been achieved. Shihua, 12, page 1, comments on one of Qin Guan's 5 poems on spring. Ishan ridiculed the word love as a girl's poem. Poet.
劳人思妇公共之言，岂能有雅颂而无国风？绝不许女郎作诗也。233，大方而外，真挚与兴趣也是本书选录的标准。凭苏舜钦、哭曼青云：归来句是实在沉痛语。111。
How can it be possible for people to express their concern for their wives by expressing them in an elegant way but without the national style? No girls are allowed to compose poems? 2.33. Generosity, sincerity, and interest are also the criteria for selection in this book. A comment on Su Xuanqing's Crying Man Qing says, the return sentence is a truly painful statement. 1.11.
平梅尧臣悼亡之3云：情之所钟，不免至言，虽过当，无伤也。113。商小女称称之2云：莫识字苦情写得出。116。平黄鲁直次韵无宣意3晋怀有云：莫四句沉痛。
Comment on Mei Yaochen's Mourning for the Death, the 3rd sentence. The one you love can't help but say something, even if it is too inappropriate, it will not hurt. 1.13, the 2nd sentence of The Little Girl of Shang says, the bitter feeling at the end of the cross it can be written. 1.16. Commenting on Huang Luji's Xia Yun Wuxuani 3 Paths Huayo, it says, the last 4 sentences are sad.
224。次韵文前韵：沉痛语1-2，敌人千百。228。平陈师道，妾薄命之1云：沉痛语可以常接故长康之于桓宣武。229。平陆游、沈氏小园等作云：古今断肠之作。
224. Xia Yun Wenqian says, 1 or 2 enemies are 1,000 enemies. 2.28. One of the comments on Chen Shidao's Concubine's Unlucky Life says, sad words can help Gu Changkang to Huan Xuanwu for a long time. 2.29. Commenting on Lu Yu's Shen's Little Garden and other works, he said, it is a heartbreaking work in ancient and modern times.
无如此前后3首者。328。这都是真挚之作，与不真挚而入选者也有，那必是别有可取处。平王安石既却下诸父兄兼是平府兄弟云：虽非由衷之言，而说来故自动听。24。
There are no such 3 poems before and after. 3.28. These are all sincere works. There are also those who are selected without sincerity, but they must have other merits. Comment on Wang Engshi's Send to the Fathers and Brothers under the K and Shopingfu Brothers says, although I don't mean what I say from the bottom of my heart, I listen to it automatically because I say it. 2.4.
黄鲁直次韵子瞻武昌西山云：并子瞻于次山，付诸一凯，此时境地同也。225。平游茂、宋吴代至守襄阳云：筹应之作，然346语有分寸。313。都可见。
Huang Luji's Xia Yunzi looks at the western mountains of Wuchang, says, Bingzi looked at Sishan and was filled with emotion. At this time, he was in the same situation. 2.25, commenting on Yu Miao's Send Wu to wait for control to guard Xiangyang, said, it's a work of reciprocity, but the 3, 4, and 6 words are measured. 3.13. All visible.
平黄鲁直提博识化颜子陵钓滩云：此兴道于耳。225。并起荆江亭集市10首之1云：兴会之作。226。老人并不特别看重祝兴之作，诗画3有评说4页。
Commenting on Huang Luji's inscription on Bo Shi's painting of Yan Ziling's fishing beach, he said, this excitement has reached the ears. 2.25, one of the 10 poems in The Case of Sickness in Jingjiang Pavilion, says, the work that inspired the meeting. 2.25, 26. The old man does not particularly attach importance to the works he has been working on for a long time. There are 3 comments in Shihua, 4 pages.
所以此2诗评语也只轻描淡写出之，但与蔡襄、欧阳修、苏轼、陆游梦中4诗16、1、2、1、327却极端推重，以为如有神助，甚至说4诗之高妙为四君生平所未曾有。
Therefore, the comments on these 2 poems are only understated. However, Kai Xiang, Ouyang Xiu, Su Shi, and Lu Yu held the 4 poems in Mengzhong 1.6, 1.9, 2.11, 3.27, extremely highly, thinking that there would be divine help, and even said that the 4 poems it is so sublime that the 4 kings have never seen it in their lives.
327欧作阙齐，而一句一意，没有多少组织的功夫。陆作贴切便利，自然可喜；苏作可称兴会，蔡作句齐意不齐。老人推许似乎太过了些，这和他论王安石诗以柳叶明条暗略2首压卷。
3.27, Europe's writing is wonderful, but one sentence has the same meaning, and there is not much organizational effort. Lu's wa is appropriate and convenient, and the naturalness is gratifying. Su's wa can be called xinghui. Kai's was sentence is surprising. The old man's recommendation seemed to go too far. This is related to his discussion of Wang Angshi's poems, which he summarized with 2 poems, Willow Leaves Ming and Shao Green.
26. 同事难解。又评木修贵侯元云：善戏血兮，不为虐兮。18. 孔武仲瓜不祖风云：第2句甚趣。237. 杨万里题钟家村石崖云：莫七字使人失笑。321. 诗杂诙谐。
2-6, both are difficult to explain. Another comment on Mu Xiu's Guiho Yuan said, You are good at joking, but you are not cruel. 1.8, Kong Wuzhong's Melon Steps Block the Wind says, the second sentence is very interesting. 2.37. Yang Wanli's Inscription on the Stone Cliff of Zhongjie Village says, the last 7 characters make people laugh. 3.21. The poems are mixed and humorous.
杜甫晚年作品时开风气，胡适之先生白话文学史说，宋人颇会学他，老人也赏识这一种的。自来论诗文都重模拟，死的模拟，所谓画死人作像，不足重，重在能变化，能以故为新。
Du Fu's works in his later years really opened up the trend, Mr. Hu Shizhi said in History of Vernacular Literature. People in Song Dynasty were quite good at learning from him. Old people also appreciate this kind of thing. When discussing poetry and essays, they all emphasize imitation. The imitation of death, the so-called painting of a sitting figure of a dead person, is not important. The important thing is to be able to change and make something new out of the past.
所谓脱胎换骨的便是，本书评语往往指出诗句蓝本，其按而不断者都是能变化的。这种评语不但有助于诗的多义，兼能指点初学的人，有时也指出死模拟的句子，告诉人不可学。
The so-called reborn is. Comments on this book often point out the blueprint of the verses. Those that remain constant can be changed. This kind of comment not only helps to understand the multiple meanings of poetry, but also provides guidance for beginners. Sometimes they also point out imitative sentences and tell people that they cannot be learned.
平陈师道赠欧阳叔弼云：莫2句学度而得其皮者，切不可学。330至31。但凭陈语义在登岳阳楼感赋云：5、6学度而得其骨者，32。得皮是死，得骨变活了。
A comment on Chen Shidao's gift to Ouyang Shubi says, Those who learn from Du in the last 2 sentences and get his skin must not learn from them. March 30th, 31. However, a comment on Chen Yui's operation on returning to Yeyang Tower says, Those who studied Du in the 56th century and obtained his bones. 3.2. If you get the skin, you will die. If you get the bones, you will live.
避暑救生也是活法，也是变。凭苏顺钦中秋夜吴江亭上对岳怀前载张子野及季君谋蔡大云：望岳怀人与硕见不先矣，此作颇能避暑救生。111变化其实也是创新。
Avoiding the familiar and embracing the new is also a way of living, and it is also a way of change. Commenting on Su Xuanqin's looking at the moon and cherishing the moon at the Wujiang Pavilion on the mid-autumn night, the former Prime Minister Zhang Zai and sending the message to the King Mo Kaida said, Looking at the moon and cherishing people's words are not new. This work is quite able to avoid familiarity and become familiar. 1.11 Change is actually innovation.
纯粹的创新是可遇而不可求的。平王安石，人臣韩石云：其识字无穷生清新。24苏轼题西林壁云：此诗有新思想，4位惊人道过。213
Pure innovation is hard to come by. A comment on Wang Angshi's Renshin Cold Food says, The crossing creates endless freshness. 2.4 Su Shi's Inscription on the Wall of the Western Forest says, This poem has new ideas, which seem to have never been done before by human beings. 2.13
杨万里池口宜州入江在博石里头潘家湾祖风不止云：写逆风全就江水溪流着想，惊人语乃未惊人道矣。319至20城斋诗中心境较多，但时流语巧，巧就不大方了。
Yang Wanli's moving the boat into the river from Chiku and then mooring 10 miles away at Panjaiwan to stop the wind says, Riding against the wind is all about the westward flow of the river. Yang Wanli's moving the boat into the river from Chiku and then mooring 10 miles away at Panjaiwan to stop the wind says, Riding against the wind is all about the westward flow of the river. It is shocking and unhumane. March 19th 20 Qingzhai poems in the novel. There are many new situations, but they are often clever. Cleverness is not generous.
老人评徐照柳叶词云：新巧而已，也不满意于那巧味。书中于用字、造句、押韵也偶然评级。用字如陈师道和李使君9日登戏马台云：3、4家刊字更字，便不陈旧。232
The old man commented on Su Zhao's Lu Yi Ci, It's just new and clever, and he was not satisfied with the clever taste. The book also occasionally comments on the use of words, sentences, and rhymes. The wording used is like Chen Shidao's He and Li Shijun 9 Days on the Theater Stage says, 3 and 4 plus the word can and gung will not become outdated. 2.32.
这也是变。又如文同北斋语后云：战自荀字下的妾236。造句如黄鲁直素就彭泽怀陶令云：注此有急功处223。唐庚张求诗云：功于造句310。
This is also a change. Another example is written in Hokusai after the rain. The word zhan can be cut under the word sun. 2.36. For example, Huang Luji's Suzhou Pengzi Huai Tao Ling says, there is a great deal of craftsmanship in casting words. 2.23. Tang Gung and Zhang Qiu's poems say, working on making sentences. 3.10.
押韵如楼要，求中意朝游山归途欲语。云：押集韵如抛砖落地。从《左氏传》诗和集句来3-5，都颇精当。只有变黄鲁直，纯粹得隔离复所顺全。诗中前字韵诸语。
The rhyme is like Lu Yao's Qiu Zhou Ni Zhao encountering rain on the way back from a tour in the mountains. Rhyming with ji is like throwing bricks to the ground. From the sentence Master He Ji in Zhua Shi Zhuan 3.5. All quite accurate. Only the rhyming words of the word qian in Huang Luji's poem Chun Sui gets clams and returns to Shunquan.
222至23未免牵强附会。其实那前字与边字同义，并无衬韵之嫌，世人借口谓之何止，似不足辩。书中尤重章句组织，平古诗常有辞废之语。
2:22 to 23. It is far-fetched. In fact, the word front coincides with the word bien, and there is no suspicion of taking advantage of the rhyme. The world's excuse is unknown, and it seems to be insufficient to argue. The book pays special attention to the organization of chapters and sentences. When commenting on ancient poems, there is often a saying of fee.
如梅尧臣名作《范饶州作》中客语时河豚余韵，此诗绝佳者，实指首4句余皆辞废。然所谓探离得珠，其余临找之物，听之而已。112。组织工者曰见，就是经济的之意。勾践义。
For example, Mei Yaochen's famous work Fan Rao Zhou sits in the middle of the country and talks about eating puffer fish, says, this poem is really excellent, but only the first 4 sentences are left. The rest are all left out. However, it is said that you can find pearls by exploringly, and listen to the rest of the things with scales and claws. That's all. 1.12. The organizers said jian means economic. Sentences are simple and easy.
全诗渐难。老人评苏轼、王维吴道子话韵：大凡名大家诗，每篇必有1-2惊人名句，全篇方镇压得住，其临找之处，亦不处处用全力也。228。这是为名大家辩护，实在是组织不容易。
The whole poem is difficult to write. The old man commented on Su Shi's The Paintings of Wang Wei and Wu Daozi, and said, every poem by a famous master must have 1 or 2 amazing famous lines, and the whole poem can be suppressed. Its scales and claws are not everywhere, and it is not possible to use all the strength. 2:8. This is to defend everyone, but it is really not easy to organize.
近体也如此，所以古今诗话摘句者多，录全篇者少。11是诗话中论此最精云：作近体诗，患在意不足。如七律诗8句，奈无8句之意，则空华搪塞，无所不至矣。但果是作首。
The same is true for modern poetry, so in ancient and modern poems, there are many excerpts and few complete poems. The most eloquent discussion of this in Shi Hua says, when writing modern poetry, one suffers from a lack of attention. For example, there are 8 lines in a 7-rhythm poem, but if there is no meaning in the 8 lines, it will be empty and prevaricating, and it will not reach anything. But it turns out he is a mastermind.
上章落得来，8句中有2-3句、3-4句可谓于亦可观耳。亦有余，而后如节奔马，如临水送将归，非使手段善含蓄不可。亦仅足，则善息归赵，故作从容，故有余地，供于作态而已。
Shang Zhang Luodilai 2, 3, and 3 or 4 of the 8 sentences are worth listening to, and the rest are also worth listening to. If there is more than enough intention, then it will be like cutting off a galloping horse, or sending an approaching person home by the water. You must use good and subtle means. If the intention is just enough, then the stream will return to the river, pretending to be calm, so there is still room for work, and it is just a matter of posture.
诗话11页，书中评近体诸作，不大说及组织，诗因全美的少，一一指次，未免太繁。只有组织特别者才有说明。平正文宝缺题云：按此诗首句一顿，下3句连作一气说，体格独创。
Poetry, page 11. The book reviews modern works and does not talk much about organization. In fact, because there are so few of them, it would be too tedious to point out flaws one by one. Only those with special organizations have instructions. Commenting on Zheng Wenbao's KT, it is said, the first sentence of this poem is a pause, and the next 3 sentences are continued in one breath. It has an original style.
唐仁宗为太白越王勾践破吴归一首，前3句一气连说，末句一扫而空之。此诗异曲同工，善于变化。1、2。陈实道：春怀士林里云，此诗另是一种结构，4两绝句皆成一律。2、3、2。
Among the people of the Tang dynasty, Taibai's poem, King Go Jian of Yu defeated Wu Gui, is the only one in which the first 3 sentences are said in one breath and the last sentence is swept away. This poem has different meanings but the same purpose. Good at change. 1.2. Chen Shidao's Spring Huahua Shows Neighbors says, this poem has another structure, like 2 quatrains connected into a unified pattern. 2.32.
杨万里题神子受旁观录云：道己而入作法。319。这3首诗若不细加吟味，是会囫囵看过的。书中选录的诗甚有别彩，而且宋人诗话中称道的和有关诗家掌故的作品。
Yang Wanli's, inscribed on Shen Zishou's observations, says, invert the halberd and enter the practice. 3.19. If you don't recite these 3 poems in detail, you will have read them in full. The poems selected in the book are very unique, and they are also praised in the poetry of the Song dynasty, as well as works about the poet's anecdotes.
大抵也都在选中。读此书如在大街上走，常常看见熟人。评论诗家如王安石226、苏轼216、黄鲁直224、朱熹312、陆游329、刘克庄411等人。
Most of them are also selected. Reading this book is like walking on the street and seeing familiar people often. Criticizing poets, such as Wang Angshi 2.6, Su Shi 2.16, Huang Luji 2.24, Zhu Shi 3.12, Lu Yu 3.29, Lu Kezhuang 4.11, and others.
语虽简短而能扼要，绝非兴道振笔者可比。至于说诗，更是老人的长处。如说王安石、袁峰祥21明妃曲22绝出用意，鞭辟入里，古今人所谓道己。
Although the words are short and concise, they are by no means as exciting as the author. As for poetry, it is the old man's forte. For example, Wang Angshi's Yuan Feng Xing 2.1 and Ming Fei Chu 2.2 are able to determine the intention and penetrate it with a whip, which has never been described by ancient and modern people.
又如黄鲁直细作林夫人以欠乃歌之1、2、23，时序先后，颇不易明，老人一语点破，便觉豁然。评语中也兼有附会处，上文论押韵，一举一条。他如评王安石，歌元丰云。
Another example is Huang Luji's The Song of Mrs. Lin's Drama, Part 1, 2.23. The chronological order is quite difficult to understand, but once the old man points it out, he suddenly feels at ease. There are also occasional attachments in the comments. I have mentioned one in the discussion of rhyme above. He commented on Wang Angshi's Song of Yuan Feng and said,
唯有杨子又窦洛为其意。24，细味原诗，却绝无此意。与元丰行后元丰行不同，指南山2字设想过远才有此评，但他自己也不深信，所以只说微有。
There is a slight meaning of Yang Zio's beans fall into bean sprouts. 2.4. If you read the original poem carefully, you will never find this meaning. Different from Yuan Feng Xing and Ho Yuan Feng Xing, there is only the word Nanshan. He made this comment after thinking too far, but he himself was not convinced, so he only said slightly.
不过书中如此附会处极少。评语中间论改诗，欧阳修《丰乐亭小隐》云：第5句以太守而说有女丑，4位得体，当有以易之。19。原诗云：看花有女不知丑，古装也太争花红。
However, there are very few such references in the book. Commentary on Changing Poems. Ouyang Xiu's Small Drink at Fengla Pavilion says, the 5th sentence uses the prefix to say that a prostitute is ugly, which seems inappropriate. It should be changed. 1.9. The original poem goes, looking at the beautiful women, you don't know how ugly they are. They compete for beauty with their ancient makeup and wild looks.
这是诙谐语，与苏轼于前女貌异心同，重在有女之朴真，不在品题美丑。再说是并非做给有女看，也不是做给周民看，乃是给朋友们看的，既非宣教，何苦以体统相绳呢？
This is a humorous statement, which has a different appearance and the same heart as Su Shi's Yu Qiannu. The emphasis is on the simplicity and authenticity of the wandering girl, not on the beauty and ugliness of the poem. Besides, the poem was not written for wandering girls, nor for the people of the state, but for friends. Since it is not a missionary work, why bother with decency?
又昭许主客诗5、6句云：更扫广庭宽百亩，少容明月放清光。评云：少容若作多容，更佳。明月清光何现？即横扫广庭宽百亩，岂能尽容其放开来？说少容是比较的多之意，一去而去。
Another 5 or 6 lines of the poem, recruiting hosts and guests, say, the sweeping courtyard is 100 acres wide, and the bright moon shines brightly with few faces. The comment says, if less face is replaced with the many faces, it will be better. How limited is the clear light of the bright moon? That is to say, sweeping across a vast courtyard 100 acres wide, how can we allow it to be let go as much as possible? Saying little appearance means comparatively more, which means it is interesting and interesting.
改多容就未免太直道了。施文平的发展，平罗根则《中国文学批评史》3册，周秦两汉文学批评史、魏晋六朝文学批评史、隋唐文学批评史，商务印书馆。
Changing duo Rome would be too straightforward. The development of poetry criticism. Comments on 3 volumes of Luo Zhen's History of Chinese Literary Criticism, History of Literary Criticism of Zhou, Qin and Han Dynasties, History of Literary Criticism of Wei, Jin and Six Dynasties, History of Literary Criticism of Sui and Tang Dynasties, The Commercial Press.
与朱东论《中国文学批评史大纲》开明书店。文学批评是一个译名，我们称为施文平的与文学批评可以相当，虽然未必完全一致。我们的施文平有他自己的发展，现在通称为
And Zhu Dongruan's Outline of the History of Chinese Literary Criticism, Kaming Bookstore, Literary criticism is a translated name. What we call poetry criticism is comparable to literary criticism, although it may not be completely consistent. Our poetry criticism has its own development. It is now commonly known as
文学批评，因为这个名词清楚些、确切些，尤其郑重些。但论到发展，还不能抹杀那个老名字。老名字代表一个附庸的地位和一个轻蔑的声音。施文平在目录里只是极步的尾巴。
Literary criticism, because this term is clearer, more precise, and more solemn. But when it comes to development, the old name cannot be obliterated. The old name represents a vassal status and a contemptuous voice, poetry and literary criticism. In the catalog, it's just the tale of Jibu.
原来诗文本身就有些人看作雕虫小技，那么诗文的评更是小中之小，不足深论。一面从文心雕龙和诗品以后，批评的精力分散在选本和诗话以及文集里，绝少系统的专书。
It turns out that some people regard the poems themselves as trivial, so the criticism of the poems is even more trivial and cannot be discussed in depth. On the one hand, since when Xian Diaolong and Shipin, the energy of criticism has been scattered in anthologies, poems and anthologies, and there are very few systematic special books.
因而也就难以快快地提高自己身份。再说，有许多人以为诗文贵在能作，评者往往不是作手，所评无非废话，至多也只是闲话。不过唐宋以来，诗文评却还在继承从前的传统发展着。
Therefore, it is difficult to improve one's status quickly. Besides, many people think that the most important thing about poetry is the ability to write poetry, but the reviewers are often not writers, and their comments are nothing more than idle talk, or at most just gossip. However, since the Tang and Song dynasties, poetry criticism has continued to inherit the previous tradition and developed.
各家文集里论文论诗之作，各家诗话以及选本、评选本、评点本，加上词话、曲品等，数量着实惊人。施文平虽在附庸地位，却能独成一类，便因为目录学家不得不承认这种发展的情势。
There are essays on poetry in various anthologies, poetry talks from various schools, as well as selected editions, and commentaries, as well as lyrics, compositions, etc. The number is really astonishing. Although poetry and literature criticism is in a subordinate position, it can be a category of its own because bibliographers have to admit this development situation.
但它究竟还在附庸地位，若没有文学批评这个新意念新名字输入，若不是一般人已经能够郑重地接受这个新意念，目下是还谈不到任何中国文学批评史的。
But after all, it is still in a vassal status. If the new idea and name of literary criticism had not been introduced, and if ordinary people had not been able to seriously accept this new idea, there would still be no history of Chinese literary criticism.
清末我们开始有了中国文学史，文学史虽也是输入的意念，但在我们的传统中却早就有了根苗。六朝时沈约、刘勰都论到变，指的正是文学的史的发展。
At the end of the Qing dynasty, we began to have a history of Chinese literature. Although literary history is also an imported idea, it has long had its roots in our tradition. During the Six Dynasties, Shen Yu and Lu Xia both talked about change, which refers to the historical development of literature.
所以这些年里，文学史出的不算少，虽然只有3、4本值得读的。中国文学批评史的出现，却得等到五四运动以后，人们却求种种新意念、新评价的时候。
Therefore, there have been quite a few literary histories published in these years, although only 3 or 4 are worth reading. The emergence of the history of Chinese literary criticism had to wait until after the May 4th movement, when people began to seek new ideas and new evaluations.
这时候，人们对文学取了严肃的态度，因而对文学批评也取了郑重的态度，这就提高了在中国的文学批评、诗文评的地位。20年来，我们已经有了至少5种中国文学批评史。
At this time, people took a serious attitude towards literature, and therefore also towards literary criticism, which improved the status of literary criticism, poetry criticism, in China. In the past 20 years we have had at least 5 histories of Chinese literary criticism.
进展算是快的，在西方，贵创作而见批评的人也不少。他们虽有很多文学批评的著作，但文学批评史一类著作似乎还是比文学史少得多。我们这20来年里
The progress is rapid. In the West, there are many people who value creation but despise criticism. Although they have many works of literary criticism, there still seem to be far fewer works on the history of literary criticism than on the history of literature. In our past 20 years,
文学批评史却差不多要追上了文学史。这也许因为我们正在开始一个新的批评时代，一个重新固定一切价值的时代。要重新固定一切价值，就得认识传统里的种种价值。
The history of literary criticism has almost caught up with the history of literature. This may be because we are beginning a new era of criticism, an era of reevaluating all values. To reevaluate all values, we must understand various values in tradition.
以及种种评价的标准。于是乎，研究中国文学的人，有些就将兴趣和精力放在文学批评史上。再说，我们对现代中国文学所用的评价标准，起初虽然是普遍的，其实是借用西方的。
And various evaluation standards. Therefore, some people who study Chinese literature put their interest and energy in the history of literary criticism. Besides, although the evaluation criteria we use for modern Chinese literature are universal at first, in fact, they are borrowed from the West.
后来就渐渐参用本国的传统的，如所谓研制派和再道派，其实不如说是再道派和原情派。文学批评史不只可以阐明过去，并且可以阐明现在，指引将来的路。
Later, they gradually incorporated the traditions of their own country, such as the so-called Yanji school and Zidao school. In fact, it is better to say Zidao school and Yuanqing school. The history of literary criticism can not only illuminate the past, but also illuminate the present and guide the way forward.
这也增高了它的趣味与地位。还有，所谓文学遗产问题解决起来，不但用得着文学史，也用得着文学批评史。中国文学批评史发展得相当快，这些情形恐怕都有影响。
This also increases its interest and status. Furthermore, to solve the so-called problem of literary heritage, we need not only the history of literature, but also the history of literary criticism. The history of Chinese literary criticism has developed quite rapidly, and these circumstances may have had an impact.
第一个人大规模搜集材料来写中国文学批评史的，得推郭绍瑜先生。他搜集的诗话，我曾见过目录，那丰富恐怕还很少有人赶得上的。他写过许多单篇的文字。
The first person to collect materials on a large scale to write the history of Chinese literary criticism must be Mr. Guo Xiaoyu. I have seen the catalogue of the poems he collected, and I am afraid that few people can match the richness. He wrote many individual texts.
分析了中国文学批评里的一些重要的意念，启发我们很多。可惜他那部《中国文学批评史》只出了上册，又因为写的时期比较早些，不免受到不能割爱之处。
It analyzes some important ideas in Chinese literary criticism and inspires us a lot. It is a pity that his History of Chinese Literary Criticism has only published the first volume, and because it was written earlier, it inevitably suffers from some inseparable features.
加上这种书还算在草创中，体力自然难得谨严些。罗先生的书情形就不相同了，编制便渐渐匀称了，论断也渐渐公平了。这原也是自然之事。罗先生这部书写到5代为止。
In addition, this kind of book is still in its infancy, so it is difficult for the style to be more rigorous. With Mr. Luo's book, the situation is different. The organization gradually became more symmetrical, and the judgment gradually became more fair. This is also a natural trend. Mr. Luo's writing lasted until the 5 dynasties.
比郭先生写到北宋的包括的17短些，可是详尽些。这原是一部书，因为暂时印刷困难，分4册出版，但第4册还没有出，就以出的3册而论。
It covers a shorter period than what Mr. Guo wrote about the Northern Song dynasty, but it is more detailed. This was originally a book. Due to printing difficulties during the war, it was published in 4 volumes, but the 4th volume has not yet been released. As far as the 3 volumes have been published.
这是一部值得细心研读的中国文学批评史。文学批评原是外来的意念，我们的诗文评虽与文学批评相当，却有它自己的发展。上文已经提及，写中国文学批评史。
This is a history of Chinese literary criticism that deserves careful study. Literary criticism was originally a foreign idea. Although our poetry criticism is equivalent to literary criticism, it has its own development, as mentioned above. Writing a history of Chinese literary criticism.
就难在将这两样比较的恰到好处，叫我们能以靠了文学批评这把明镜，照清楚施文平的面目。施文平里有一部分与文学批评无干，得清算出去，这是将文学批评还给文学批评。
The difficulty is to compare the two just enough so that we can rely on the mirror of literary criticism to clearly illuminate the face of poetry and literary criticism. There are some parts of poetry criticism that have nothing to do with literary criticism and must be liquidated. This is to return literary criticism to literary criticism.
是第一步，还得将中国还给中国，一时代还给一时代。按这方向走，才能将我们的材料跟那外来意念打成一片，才能处处抓住要领，抓住要领以后，才值得详细探索起去。
Is the first step. China must be returned to China, and one era must be returned to another era. Only by following this direction can we integrate our materials with the external ideas and grasp the key points everywhere. Only after grasping the key points can it be worth exploring in detail.
罗先生的书除序言第一册似乎稍繁以外，只翻看目录就叫人耳目清新，就是因为他抓得住的缘故。他说要兼揽编年，既是本末，既传三体之长，创立一种综合体。有时也不必拘泥体力。
Except for the introduction, Volume 1, which seems a bit complicated, Mr. Luo's book is refreshing just by looking at the table of contents, just because he can catch it. He said that we should combine the strengths of chronology, chronicle, and biography to create a synthesis. Sometimes there is no need to stick to the rules.
如就一般的文学批评而言，隋唐贤与魏晋南北朝不同，所以分为两期。但唐初的音律说，则传南北朝衣钵，便复续于南北朝的音律说后。他要做到张学成所谓尽其天而不异一人。
For example, in terms of general literary criticism, the Sui and Tang dynasties are different from the Wei, Jin, southern and northern dynasties, so they are divided into two periods. However, the music theory of the early Tang dynasty passed on the mantle of the southern and northern dynasties, and was appended to the music theory of the southern and northern dynasties. He must do what Zhang Xueqing calls doing the best for heaven without benefiting others.
得客观态度，一册36至38面，能够这样，才真能将一时代还经一时代。隋唐文学批评史3册，开宗明义是2章诗的对偶及做法上下。乍看目录
Objective attitude, 36 to 38 pages in one volume. Only in this way can we truly return an era to another era. History of literary criticism of the Sui and Tang dynasties, 3 volumes, begins with 2 chapters on poetic duel and methods. First look at the table of contents.
也许觉得这种琐屑的题目不值得专章讨论，更不值得占据2章那么重要的地位。可是仔细读下去，才知道它的重要性比音律说在2册中占2章有过之无不及。注者特别提出。
Maybe you feel that such a trivial topic is not worthy of a special chapter, let alone occupying such an important position in 2 chapters. But after reading it carefully, you realize that it is more important than the theory of rhythm, which occupies 2 chapters in 2 volumes. There is nothing worse than this, and the author specifically mentions it.
不厌求详，正是他的独见，而这也正是切实的将中国还给中国的态度。序言里指出，西洋的文学批评偏于文学裁判及批评理论，中国的文学批评偏于文学理论。中国的批评
It is his unique opinion that he does not tire of asking for details, and this is also his attitude of truly returning China to China. The introduction points out that Western literary criticism is biased toward literary judgment and critical theory, while Chinese literary criticism is biased toward literary theory. Criticism of China.
大都是作家的反串，并没有多少批评专家。作家的反串当然要侧重理论的建设，不侧重文学作品的批评。又说中国的批评不是创作的裁判，而是创作的领导。一册14、15面。
Most of them are writers' counter-arguments, and there are not many critical experts. The writer's counter-examination must of course focus on the construction of theory, not on the criticism of literary works. He also said that in China, criticism is not the judge of creation, but the leadership of creation, Volume 14, 15.
他以为这是因为中国文化上用重于上之，求好重于求真。一册16至17面，这里指出的事实大体是不错的，说是上用重于上之，也有一部分真理。但是说作家反串就当然侧重理论。
He thinks this is because Chinese culture values practicality more than knowledge, and seeking good things more than seeking truth. Volume 1, pages 16 to 17. The facts pointed out here are generally good. There is some truth in saying that utility is more important than knowledge. But when it comes to being a writer, it's natural to focus on theory.
以及求好重于求真，似乎都还可以商榷。其如曹丕、曹植都是作家，前者说文人各以所长，相轻所短，典论、论文；后者更说常好人积谈其文， 有不善者应时改定，与杨德祖书。
And seeking good is more important than seeking truth seems to be debatable. For example, Chao Pai and Chao Ji are both writers. The former said that literati each have their own strengths and ignore each other's shortcomings, Dian Luan Huan, and the latter even said that good people often ridicule their writings, and those who are not good should correct their mistakes in time. A letter to Yang De.
都并不侧重理论。罗先生称这些为鉴赏论，二册78至79面，鉴赏不就是创作的批评或裁判吗？照罗先生的意思，这正是求真；照曹植的话看，这也明明是求好。曹丕所谓长短。
Neither focuses on theory. Mr. Luo calls these theories of appreciation, pages 78 to 79 of Volume 2. Isn't appreciation the criticism or judgment of creation? According to Mr. Luo, this is seeking truth. According to Chao Ji, this is also clearly seeking good things, what Chao Pai calls right and wrong.
也是好与不好的别名。而西方的文学裁判或作家作品的批评，一面固然是求真，一面也还是求好。至于中国的文学理论，如在道说，却与其说是重在求好，不如说是重在求真还贴切些。
It is also another name for good and bad. While Western literary judges or critics of writers' works seek truth on the one hand, they also seek the best on the other. As for Chinese literary theory, such as Zidao said, it is more appropriate to say that it is more about seeking truth than seeking the good.
总之，在文学批评里，理论也罢，裁判也罢，似乎都在一面求真，同时求好。我们可以不必在两类之间强分轻重。至于中国缺少作家作品的系统的批评，儒家上用而不上之，固然是一个因子。
In short, in literary criticism, both theory and refereeing seem to seek truth and good at the same time. We don't have to make a strong distinction between the two categories. As for the lack of systematic criticism of writers' works in China, the fact that Confucianism still uses it but does not yet understand it is certainly a factor.
道家上玄而不上实，关系也许更大。原来我们的求好的艺术论渊源于道家，而道家不信赖语言，以为言不尽意，所以崇尚无端牙之词。批评到作家和作品，便不免着实成了小言。
The relationship between Taoism and Taoism may be greater because it emphasizes mystery rather than reality. It turns out that our artistic theory of seeking good originated from Taoism, and Taoism does not trust language and believes that words cannot convey the meaning, so they advocate unreasonable words. When criticizing writers and works, they are inevitably truthful and become little words.
有端牙之词或禅宗所谓死话头，所以这种批评多少带一点漏，漏就是见小不见大。中国文学批评就此没有得着充分的发展，它所以不能成为专业，而与创作分途并进，也由于此。
There is Dwanya Ci, or what Zen Buddhism calls dead talk. Therefore, this kind of criticism is somewhat vulgar. Vulgarity means seeing the small but not the big. Chinese literary criticism has not been fully developed because of this. It is also why it cannot become a profession and develop separately from creation.
至于现代西方人主张创作必欲批评，批评必欲创作，如书中所引朱光潜先生的话，却又因为分页太过，不免重枝节而轻根本，所以百尺竿头更进一步。这一步为的矫正那偏重的情形。
As for modern Westerners' assertion that creation must incorporate criticism, and criticism must incorporate creation, as Mr. Zhu Guangxian's words quoted in the book, but because the division of responsibilities is too great, they inevitably emphasize the details and neglect the fundamentals, so they continue to make further progress. This step is to correct the overweight situation.
促进批评的更健全的发展，但那批评和创作分页的现象还要继续存在，因为这是一个分页的世界。中国对作家和作品的批评，中庸诗品自然是最早的一部系统的著作。
Promote a more robust development of criticism. But the phenomenon of separation of criticism and creation will continue to exist, because this is a world of separate industries. Zhong Rong's Shipin is naturally the earliest systematic work on Chinese criticism of writers and works.
刘勰、文心雕龙也系统地论到作家，这些个大家都知道，但是大家都忽略了清代几部书。陈作明的《古诗选》对入选作家依次批评，以词与情为主，很多精到的意思。
Lu Xie's When Xian Diaolong also systematically discusses writers, which everyone knows. But everyone has ignored several books from the Qing dynasty. Chen Zuoming's Selected Ancient Poems criticizes the selected writers in turn, focusing on words and emotions, with many sophisticated meanings.
四库全书总目提要极不个条，从一方面看，也不失为系统的文学批评，这里纪云的意见为多。还有赵翼的《欧北诗话》分列10家，加个一卷，朱东润先生说是与常而异尽。
From one perspective, the various articles in the collection of Summary of the General Catalogue of Sikuquanshu can be regarded as systematic literary criticism, and Ji Yun's opinions are mostly here. There are also Zhao Yi's Obei Poetry Talk divided into 10 schools, each with one volume. Mr. Zhu Dongrun said that it is long and full of meaning.
为诗画中创格批评史大纲368面也算得系统的著作，此外就都是零碎的材料了。罗先生提到知意选家的每批总评，以为毫无价值，一册16面，参看8面。
Creating patterns in poems and paintings, page 368 of Outline of the History of Criticism, can also be regarded as a systematic work. Other than that, there are only fragmentary materials. Mr. Luo mentioned a general comment on Mabiao by an art selector, thought it was worthless. One volume has 6 pages, see 8 pages.
这种选家可称为评点家。评点大概创始于南宋时代，为的是给应考低士子揣摩。这种选本一向认为漏书，这种评点也一向认为漏见。可是这种书渐渐扩大了范围，也扩大了影响。
This kind of picker can be called a critic. The commentaries were probably created in the Southern Song dynasty for the purpose of providing speculation for scholars who were taking the exams. This kind of selection has always been considered a bad book, and this kind of commentary has always been considered a bad opinion. However, this kind of book gradually expanded its scope and influence.
有的无疑的能够代表甚至领导一时创作的风气，前者如宋末方回的《银葵绿髓》，后者如明末中兴谭元春的《古唐诗规》。文学批评史似乎也应该给予这种批评相当的地位。
Some can undoubtedly represent or even lead a temporary creative trend. The former is like Fang Hui's Inkue Lv Sui in the late Song dynasty, and the latter is like The Return of Ancient Tang Poems by Zhong Xing and Tan Yuanshan in the late Ming dynasty. It seems that the history of literary criticism should also give this kind of criticism a considerable status.
才是客观的态度。其实选本或总集里批评作家或作品的片段的话，是和选本或总集同时开始的。王毅的《楚辞章句》该算是我们第一部总集或选本。
That's the objective attitude. In fact, the fragments criticizing writers or works in the anthology or collection start at the same time as the anthology or collection. Wang Yi's Chapter of Chu should be regarded as our first collection or anthology.
里面就有了博班固论离骚的话，班是批评屈原和离骚，王是又批评他的批评，这已经发展到2重批评的阶段了。原来我们对集部的工作大致有2个方向，一是兼注，是求真。
There are words in it that refute Ban Gu's discussion of Li Sa. Ban criticized Chu Yuan and Li Sa, and Wang criticized his criticism. This has developed to the stage of double criticism. It turns out that our work on the centralized department generally has 2 directions. The first is notes and seeking truth.
里面也偶有批评，却只算作兼注的一部分。楚辞章句理论离骚似乎属于这一类。又如文选里左思、魏都赋、张载注论到如何描写鸟将飞之势，如何描写台榭的高。
There are occasional criticisms in it, but they are only part of the notes. The discussion of Li Sa in Chu Xi Zhang Ju seems to belong to this category. Another example is Zhuo Si's Wei Du Fu in Selected Works, which discusses how to describe the momentum of a bird about to fly and how to describe the height of a pavilion.
比较各赋里相似的句子，指出同义，显明优劣，那更清楚的属于这一类。2是选录，是求好，选录指去大概见于序跋或总论里，有时更分别批评作家，以至于作品。
Compare the similar sentences in each poem, point out the similarities and differences, and show the advantages and disadvantages, which one will more clearly belong to this category. The second is selection, which is for the sake of excellence. The purpose of the selection is probably found in the preface, postscript, or general introduction, and sometimes the author or even the work is criticized separately.
近代至于的文章留别和李冲的《翰林论》是开山祖师，他们已经在批评作家和作品了。选本的数量似乎远在注本之上，但是其中文学批评的材料并不多，完整的更少。
Zhiyu's article Liobia and Li Chang's Hanlin Luan in the Jin dynasty were the founders, and they were already criticizing writers and works. The number of selected editions seems to be far greater than the annotated editions, but there are not many literary criticism materials in them, and even fewer are complete.
原因上文已经论及，别集里又有论诗文等的书札贺诗，其中也少批评到作家和作品，序跋常说到作家了，不过敷衍的多，批评的少，批评到作品的更是罕见。诗画文化等。
The reasons have been discussed above. There are also letters and poems on poetry and essays in the separate collections, among which there are few criticisms of writers and works. Prefaces and postscripts often mention writers, but they are more perfunctory and less critical, and it is even rarer to criticize works. Poetry, literature, etc.
道以论作家和作品为主，可是太零碎，摘句鉴赏尤其琐屑。史书文苑传或文学传里有些批评作家的话，往往根据目志等等。目志等等有时也批评到作品。
It mainly focuses on discussing writers and works, but it is too fragmentary. Excerpts and appreciation are especially trivial. Some criticisms of writers in historical records, when Yuan biographies or literary biographies are often based on epitaphs and so on. Epitaphs and so on sometimes also criticize works.
最显著的例子是元稹做的杜甫的墓志铭，推尊杜甫的排律，引起至今争议莫决的李杜优劣论。从以上所说，可见所谓文学裁判在中国虽然没有得着充分的发展。
The most striking example is Du Fu's epitaph written by Yuan Zhen, which respected Du Fu's arrangement of rhymes and led to the still controversial debate on the superiority and inferiority of Li and Du. From what has been said above, it can be seen that the so-called literary judging has not been fully developed in China.
却也有着古久的渊源和广远的分布，这似乎是不容忽视的。但是罗先生这部书的确能够借了文学批评的意念的光，将我们的诗文评的本来面目看得更清楚了。
But it also has ancient origins and wide distribution. This seems impossible to ignore. But Mr. Luo's book can indeed use the light of the idea of literary criticism to see the true nature of our poetry and literary criticism more clearly.
他在《魏晋六朝文学批评史》里特立专章阐述文体类的理论24至4一面。从前写文学史及文学批评史的人都觉得这种文体论琐屑而凌乱，没有给予充分的注意。
In History of Literary Criticism of Wei, Jin and Six Dynasties, he devoted a special chapter to expounding the theory of style category, parts 24 to 4. In the past, people who wrote the history of literature and literary criticism felt that this kind of stylistic theory was trivial and messy, and they did not pay enough attention to it.
可是读了罗先生的叙述和分析，我们能以看出那种种文体论正是作品的批评，不是个别的，而是综合的。这些理论只是人们如何创作、如何鉴赏个体文字。
However, after reading Mr. Luo's narrative and analysis, we can see that all kinds of stylistic theories are the criticism of the work. Not individually, but comprehensively, these theories instruct people on how to create and appreciate various types of writing.
这不但见出人们如何开始了文学的自觉，并见出六朝时那新的进化的文学概念如何形成。这是失掉的一环，现在才算找着了，连上了。这一分册里，文学概念1章1至17面。
This not only shows how people began to become conscious of literature, but also how the new, purified, literary concept was formed during the Six Dynasties. This is the missing link, and now it is found and connected. This volume contains the chapter Literary Concepts, pages 1 to 17.
叙述也更得要领，其中萧纲的鼓吹正邦文学和徐陵的编辑丽人艳歌各占了一个独立的节目。还有上文提过的第3分册的头2章诗的对偶集奏法，跟文体类有同样的作用。
The narratives are also more detailed, with Xiao Gang's advocacy of Xingbang's literature and Su Ling's editing of Beauty's erotic songs, each occupying an independent program. There are also the first 2 chapters of the 3rd volume mentioned above, Poetry Duality and Practice, which have the same function as styles.
见出律诗是如何发展的，也见出元稹、白居易的社会诗论的背景的一面来。再说，魏晋时代开始了文学的自觉以后，除文体论外，各种的批评还不少。这些批评
We can see how rhythmic poetry developed, and also see the background of Yuan Zhen and Baijuyi's social poetry theory. Besides, after the start of literary self-consciousness in the Wei and Jin dynasties, in addition to stylistic theory, there were many kinds of criticism. These criticisms
以前只归到时代或作家批评家的名下，本书却分立创作论和鉴赏论2章来阐述，2册70至81面，面目也更清楚了。周秦两汉文学批评史里还提到古今中的辞令论53面。
In the past, it was only classified under the names of eras or writers and critics, but this book explains it in 2 separate chapters, Theory of Creation and Theory of Appreciation, pages 70 to 8 of the 2nd volume, and the appearance is clearer. History of Literary Criticism in Zhou, Qin and Han dynasties also mentions the theory of rhetoric in ancient classics, Wu Sanmen.
这也是诗调的一环。春秋是诗和词的时代，那时诗也当作词用，那么也可以说春秋是词的时代。战国还是词的时代。辞令和说辞如何演变为种种文体，这里不能讨论。
This is also the missing link. The spring and autumn period was the era of poetry and CI. At that time, poetry was also used as CI, so it can also be said that the spring and autumn period was the era of CI. The Warring States period was still the era of CI. How rhetoric evolved into various literary styles cannot be discussed here.
张学成《文史通义诗教篇》曾触及这问题，但他还未认清词的面目，现在只想指出孔子的词达而已矣那句话和《易传》里修辞立其成那句话对后世文论影响极大。
Zhang Xueqing's Wen Shi Tong Yi Shi Jiao chapter has touched on this issue, but he has not yet clearly recognized the face of CI. Now I just want to point out that Confucius's CI is just expressive, is the same as the Yi Zhuan. The sentence rhetoric establishes sincerity had a great influence on later literary theory.
而这些原都是论词的。从这里可见词令论的重要性。可是向来都将文和词混为一谈，又以为词同于后世所谓的文词，因此就只见其流，不见其源了。文选序曾提出战国的词
And these are all about CI. From here we can see the importance of rhetoric theory. However, literary and CI have always been confused, and CI is considered to be the same as the so-called literary CI in later generations. Therefore, we only see its flow but not its origin. The preface to selected works once put forward the words of the Warring States period.
但没有人注意，清代阮元那么推重文选，他读那篇序时却也将这一点忽略了。罗先生现在注意到古今中的词令论，自然是难得的，只可惜他仅仅提了一下，没有发挥下去。
But no one noticed. Yuan Yuan in the Qing dynasty highly praised selected works, but when he read the preface, he also ignored this point. Mr. Luo now noticed that the theory of rhetoric in ancient scriptures is naturally rare, but it is a pity that he only mentioned it and did not develop it.
第3分册里叙述史学家的文论，特立文学史观一个节目89至91面，这是6朝以来一种新的发展，是跟着文学的自觉和文学概念的转变来的。前面说过文学史。
The third volume narrates the literary theories of historians, and sets up a special program on literary historical views. One section from 1989 to The third volume narrates the literary theories of historians, and sets up a special program on literary historical views. One section from
的意念在我们的传统中早就有了根苗，正是指此。以前的文学史等却从没有这么清楚的标目，因此就隐蔽了我们传统中这个重要的意念。这一分册叙述古文论103至151面。
The idea of has long been rooted in our tradition, and it refers to this. Previous literary histories, etc., have never had such a clear goal, so this important idea in our tradition has been hidden. This volume describes the ancient literature theory, pages 103 to 15.
也很充实，关于韩愈，特别列出不平则鸣与文琼一公一目133至134面，这是韩愈的重要的文学见解，不再为陈言之物去以下，但是向来没有的这应得的地位。
It is also very substantial. Regarding Han Yu, there is a special list of the injustice will be heard and the poor literature will benefit the work, pages 133 to 134. This is Han Yu's important literary opinion and does not go beyond the only statement below, but never got the status it deserved.
本书序言中说到解释的方法有辨似一项，就是分析词语的意义，在研究文学批评是极重要的。文学批评里的许多术语沿用日久，像滚雪球似的，意义越来越多。
When talking about methods of interpretation, in the introduction of this book, there is identification of similarities, which is to analyze the meaning of words, which is extremely important in the study of literary criticism. Many terms in literary criticism have been used for a long time, and like a snowball, they have more and more meanings.
沿用的人有时取这个意义，有时取那个意义，或依照一般习惯，或依照行文方便，极其错综复杂。要明白这种词语的确切的意义，必须加以精密的分析才成。书中如辨汉代所谓文。
People who continue to use it sometimes take this meaning and sometimes take that meaning, either according to general habits or according to the convenience of writing, which is extremely complicated. To understand the exact meaning of this word, precise analysis is required. The book discusses the so-called one in the Han Dynasty.
并不专指诗赋，一册98面，又如论到词赋的独特价值，就是在不同于诗。而汉人将词赋看作诗，词赋的本身品性，当然被他们埋没不少，词赋的当时地位，却赖他们提高好多。
It does not specifically refer to poetry. One volume has 98 pages. It is also said that the unique value of poetry and poetry is that it is different from poetry, and the Han people regard poetry and poetry as poetry. Of course, the quality of poetry and poetry itself has been buried a lot by them. C.I. Fu's status at that time was greatly improved by them.
一册120面都是用心分析的结果，这才能辨明那些疑似之处。朱先生的《中国文学批评史大纲》自序里说，这本书的叙述特别注重近代的批评家4面。
Each volume contains 120 pages, all of which are the result of careful analysis. This is how we can identify those suspicious areas. Mr. Zhu's Outline of the History of Chinese Literary Criticism says in the preface, the narrative of this book pays special attention to modern critics, 4 sides.
他的书大部分以个别的批评家标目，直到清代白羽斋词话的著者陈廷超为止。他的远略近详的叙述，恰好供给我们的需要，弥补我们的缺憾。
Most of his books were titled by individual critics until Chen Tingshuo, the author of Bai Yuzhai Ci Hua, in the Qing dynasty. His far, slightly, near and detailed narrative just meets our needs and makes up for our shortcomings.
这还是第一部简要的中国文学批评全史，我们读来有滋味的。这原是讲义稿，不是详密的中国文学批评史，自序里说得明白。我们只能当它大纲读着，有人希望书里叙述的详备些。
This is the first brief history of Chinese literary criticism, and it is interesting for us to read. This was originally a lecture notes, not a detailed history of Chinese literary criticism, as the preface makes it clear. We can only read it as an outline. Some people hope that the book will describe it in more detail.
但那就不是大纲了。自序中还说这本书是2次稿本凑合成的，现在却只留下一处痕迹。第37章里说，东坡少有与柳词皆不满，语见前196面，前面并不见，这总算不错了。作为
But that's not an outline anymore. The automatic preface also said that this book was made up of 2 manuscripts, but now only 1 trace is left. Chapter 37 says, Dongpo was dissatisfied with Lu's poems when he was young, and his words can be seen before. Side 196, you can't see it from the front. This is not bad after all. As
大纲，本书以批评家标目，倒是很相宜的，因为如自序所说，这里所看到的常常是整个的批评家4面。朱先生关于中国文学批评的著作很多，读诗四论、商务之外。
Outline, it is very appropriate for this book to be titled Critic, because as the preface says, what you see here is often the critic as a whole, 4 sides. Mr. Zhu's works on Chinese literary criticism a lot, besides, 4 essays on poetry reading, business.
还有许多研究历代批评家的论文，曾载在武汉大学的文哲学报上，现在听说已集成一书，由上海开明书店印行了。读诗四论和那些论文都够精详的，创建不少。
There are also many papers on the study of critics of the past dynasties, which were once published in Wuhan University's Journal of Literature and Philosophy. Now I heard that they have been compiled into a book and published by Shanghai Kaming Bookstore. 4 essays on poetry reading, and those essays are quite detailed and contain many original ideas.
他取的是客观的分析的态度。大纲的自序里提到，有人认为这本书不完全是史实的叙述，而有时不免加以主观的判断。朱先生承认这一点，他提出史观的问题，说
He adopts an objective and analytical attitude. The preface of Outline mentioned that some people believe that this book is not entirely a narrative of historical facts, but sometimes it is inevitable to make subjective judgments. Mr. Zhu admitted this. He raised the issue of historical perspective and said,
做史的人总有他自己的立场5面，本书倒是有加叙加议的，读来活泼有味，这正是一因。但是朱先生的史观或立场似乎也只是所谓世古，以文学批评还给文学批评，中国还给中国。
Historians always have their own standpoint, 5 sides. This book contains narratives and discussions, which makes it lively and interesting to read. However, Mr. Zhu's historical view or standpoint seems to be just that. The so-called interpretation of ancient times means giving back literary criticism to literary criticism, and giving back China to China.
一时代还给一时代，这似乎是现代的我们一般的立场，不见其特别是朱先生主观的地方。例如，书中叙盛唐以后论诗，大都可分2派，为艺术而艺术，如殷凡、高仲武、司空图等。
An era gives back to an era. This seems to be our general position in modern times, and it is not particularly subjective to Mr. Zhu. For example, after the prosperous Tang dynasty is described in the book, most poems can be divided into 2 schools, art for art's sake, such as Yin Fan, Gao Zhongwu, Ziqing Tu, etc.
为人生而艺术，如元节、白居易、元稹等93至94面，两派的存在的这外来的意念来比较而一章。又如论元梅魏王次回辩护道，次回以语集与随园诗话所举随园。
Art is born for life, such as Yuan Jia, by Zhi, Yuan Zhen, etc. 93 to 94 pages. The existence of the 2 schools can be compared with external ideas and complement each other. Another example is Yuan Mei's defense of Wang Zihui. The 2nd chapter of The Collection of Yinyu is the same as that of Sui Yuan and Sui Yuan mentioned in Sui Yuan poems.
相庭兄弟之诗论之，非特与男女性情之德，其正者无当，即赠少彩兰，亦不若是之绘画裸陈也。若因风趣2字，遂使次回一派，以镊子而为大宗，故不可以。363面，这可以说是雅正的传统。
The poetry of the Xiangting brothers is not specifically related to the correct temperament of men and women. Even if they are given spoons to pick orchids, they are not as naked as paintings. If because of the word funny, he returns to the same sect every time and becomes the main sect as a naughty son, it is absolutely unacceptable. 363 faces, this can be said to be the tradition of Yizheng.
不过是这时代已经批评的接受了的，和上立那一对外来的传统的意念的地位一般。这些判断都反映着我们的时代，与其说是主观的，不如说是客观的。可是全书以陈廷操作电讯。
It is just something that has been critically accepted in this era, and it has the same status as the foreign traditional ideas in the above example. These judgments all reflect our times and are more objective than subjective. However, Chen Tingzuo is the leading figure in the book.
在这末一章里，却先叙庄木或谈献道：“清人之词，至庄谈而局势大定。庄谈论词无完书，故以一封停超自一封，之说中焉。”396面，这个判断是客观的，但标目不列代表的批评家庄谈。
In this last chapter, Zhuangmu or Tan Xiandao is first described. The Qing people's Ci poems reached Zhuang Tan and the situation was settled. Zhuang Tan's Ci poems were never completed, so they ended with Yifeng, Tingzuo zi Yifeng, Yen. 396 sides. This judgment is objective, but the title does not list the representative critic Zhuang Tan.
只举出受庄氏影响的陈氏，未免有些偏激或疏忽。然而，这种小节是不足以定主客观之辩的。大纲以个别的批评家标目，这些批评家可以说都是代表一个时代。
It would be a bit biased or negligent to only cite the Chen family who were influenced by the Zhuang family. However, this kind of small section is not enough to distinguish between subjectivity and objectivity. The Grundrisse targets individual critics, and these critics can be said to represent an era.
一个派别或一种理论的批评家，著者的长处在能够根据客观的态度选出了一些前人未曾注意的代表批评家，如南宋反对江西派的张介30章，清代论诗重辩的叶谢61章。
As a critic of a sect or a theory, the author's strength lies in his ability to select some representative critics who have not been noticed by previous generations based on an objective attitude. For example, Zhang Jia opposed the Jiangxi school in the Southern Song dynasty, chapter 30, and Yi Xia changed his poetry theory again in the Qing dynasty, chapter 61.
第一个有文学批评史的自觉的纪云67章，创诗化新格的赵翼70章。他们的文学批评，一般的文学史似乎都不大提及，有些简直是著者第一次介绍和我们相见。
Ji Yun, chapter 67, who was the first to have a self-conscious history of literary criticism, and Zhao Yi, chapter 70, who created a new style of poetry, seem not to mention much about their literary criticism or the general history of literature. This is simply the first time the author has introduced us to him.
此外，如金仁瑞和李渔各自占了一章的地位63、64章，而袁宏道一章50章中也特别指出他推重小说戏曲的话26面，这些都表现着现代的客观态度。这种客观的态度
In addition, Jin Renrui and Li Yu each occupy a chapter, chapters 63 and 64, and Yuan Hongdao also specifically points out in one chapter, chapter 50, that he values novels and operas, chapter 26. These all reflect modern objective attitudes. Such an objective attitude.
虽然是一般的，但如何应用这种态度，还得靠著者的学历和实力而定，并不是现成的套子，随意就可以套在史实上。论金仁瑞批评到他的评点337、340面。
Although it is general, how to apply this attitude depends on the author's academic ability and knowledge. It is not a ready-made set that can be applied to historical facts at will. On Jean Renroy's criticism of his comments, pages 337, 340.
并征引他的《西厢记》评语338面，论中兴，谭元春一章51章也征引《诗规》里的评语。论到近代批评，是不能不给予评点公平的地位的。因此想到宋元间的评点家刘辰翁。
It also quotes his comments on The Romance of the West Chamber, 338 pages, one chapter on Zhongxing and Tan Yuanchan, 51 chapters, and also quotes comments in Shigui. When it comes to modern criticism, it is necessary to give comments of fair status. Therefore, Lu Chenwang, a commentator from the Song and Yuan dynasties, comes to mind.
他评点了很多书，似乎也应该在这本书里占个地位。书中论曹丕兄弟优劣，引王夫之江斋诗话，曹子建之于子元，有先凡之格，而人称子建，不知子元，俗论大抵如此。以为
He has reviewed many books, and it seems that he should have a place in this book. The book discusses the merits and demerits of the Chao Pai brothers, citing Wang Fuji's Jiangzhai poetry talk. Chao Zijian built it on Ziyuan, which is separated from immortals and mortals, but people call it Zijian and don't know Ziyuan. This is generally the case in popular opinion. Think.
此言若就文学批评方面论之，殆不可废。25面，参看27面，最是公平的断语。又评中庸持论归于雅正68面，向来只说中是专重自然应指，似乎还未达一见。至于论言语，
If this statement is discussed in terms of literary criticism, it cannot be discarded, page 25, see page 27, which is the most fair statement. He also commented on Zhong Rong's insistence on returning to elegance and integrity, page 68. Always only talk about Zhong Rong. His emphasis on natural imperial edicts seems to have not reached a certain level. As for Yan Yu,
吴国文学批评家大抵身为作家，至于批判古今，不过视为于事。 求知宋代，独言语一人，自负实力，此则专以批评名家者，一拔四面。这却是独到之见。两宋诗画的发达，培养出这种自觉心。
Our country's literary critics are mostly writers, and criticizing the past and present is nothing more than an afterthought. In the Song dynasty, Yan Yu was the only one who was proud of his knowledge, and he specialized in criticizing famous writers. 184. This is indeed a unique view. The development of poetry in the two Song dynasties cultivated this kind of self-consciousness.
也是理有固然，只是从来没人指出罢了。其他如论元稹持论虽与白居易大致相同，而所见之范围较大，作诗之母题较多，故其对人之批评亦不若居易之苛九九面。问刘勉。
It's true, but no one has ever pointed it out. Others such as Yuan Zhen's, although the main theme of his argument is the same as that of Baizhi, the scope of his views is larger and there are more motifs in his poems, so his criticism of people is not as harsh as Zhiyi's. 99 sides. On Lu Mian.
好言文章与道之关系，与韩愈同，然有根本不同者，愈之所重在文，而勉之所重在道，106面，似乎也都未经人说及。书中又指出陆基兄弟重在新起，而皇甫谧和左思的三都复序耻。
The relationship between good words and articles and Tao is the same as Han Yu's, but there is a fundamental difference. Yu's emphasis is on the article, while the emphasis on the crown is on the Tao, page 106. It seems that no one has mentioned it. The book it also points out that the Lu Ji brothers' emphasis on the new qi, while Huang Fumian's was Si's preface to the three capitals, insists on the.
至实之说，三二面，人们一向却只注意到其代裴子野的雕虫论。明初高木炳的《唐诗品会》列杜甫为大家，好像推尊之至，但书中指出他不肯当杜甫是正宗二三面。韩愈的文同。
The theory of substance, 3 or 2 aspects, people have always only paid attention to Pei Zai's, on Diao Chong, in the Qi dynasty. Gao Mubing's Tang poetry collection, in the early Ming dynasty listed Du Fu as the most respected one, but in the book point out that he refuses to regard Du Fu as authentic, 2, 2, and 3 sides, Han Yu's cultural tradition.
文统说，虽到明代毛坤才明白主张247至248面，但韩愈已有此意。这里依郭绍瑜先生的意见，五经而下，列举左氏、庄、骚、太史公、司马相如、刘向、杨雄、晋学解。
When Tong said that although Mao Kun did not understand the proposition until the Ming dynasty, 247 to 248, Han Yu already had this intention. Here, according to the opinions of Mr. Guo Xiaoyu, from the 5 classics, Zhuo Shi, Zhuang, Sa, and Taishe are listed Gong, Sima Xiangru, Lu Xiang, Yang Xiong, Jin Shuijie.
答刘正夫说，本书指出明代王世贞又以庄、列、淮南、左氏为古四大家238面，这种异同该是很有意义的。又如引曾国藩日记古文之道，与骈体相通，说此为曾氏持论一大特点。
Answer to Lu Zhengfu. This book points out that Wang Shizhen in the Ming dynasty also regarded Zhuang, Lai, Huainan, and Zhua as the 4 ancient masters, 238 faces. This similarity and difference should be very meaningful. Another example is quoted from Zhengguofan's diary. The way of ancient prose is connected with the parallel style, and said, this is a major feature of Zheng's theory.
故其论文每每从字句声色间求之392面，这也关系一时代一派别的风气。以上各例都可见出一种慎思明辨的分析态度。历史在战斗中，平逢雪峰，相逢与世风，作家书屋。
Therefore, in his essays, he often seeks it out from the sounds and colors of words and sentences. 392. This is also related to the atmosphere of an era and a faction. Each of the above examples shows an analytical attitude of careful thinking and discernment. History and during the battle. Comment on Feng Xiefeng's Country Style and City Style, Writer's Bookstore.
雪峰先生最早在《湖畔》中以诗人与我们相见，后来给我们翻译文学理论，现在是给我们新的杂文了。相逢与世风是杂文的新作风，是他的创作。
Mr. Xiefeng first met us as a poet in Lakeside, later he translated literary theory for us, and now he gives us new essays. Country Style and City Style is a new style of essays and his creation.
这充分地展开了杂文的新机能，讽刺以外的批评机能，也就是展开了散文的新的机能。我们的白话散文、小说除外，最早发展的是长篇议论文和随感录，随感录其实就是杂文的一种型。
This fully develops the new function of essays, the critical function other than satire, which is also the new function of prose. Our vernacular prose, excluding novels, was the first to develop long argumentative essays and casual essays, which are actually a type of essay.
长篇议论文批判了旧文化，建设起新文化，它在这20多年中由明快而达到精确，发展着理智的分析机能。 随赶路讽刺着种种旧传统，那尖锐的笔锋足以叫人啼笑皆非。
The long argumentative essay criticizes the old culture and builds a new culture. In the past 20 years, it has developed from bright and clear to precise, and developed its rational analysis function. The memoir satirizes all kinds of old traditions, and its sharp writing is enough to make people laugh and laugh.
接着却来了小品文，虽说天地之大，苍蝇之微，无所不有，然而基础是打在身边琐事上。这只是个人特殊的好恶，表现在完世哲学的光影里，从讽刺的深恶痛疾到完世的无可无不可。
Then comes the essay. Although it is said that the world is as big as a fly, it is all-encompassing, but the foundation is based on trivial things around us. These are just personal special likes and dislikes, reflected in the light and shadow of cynical philosophy. From sarcastic aversion to cynical incompetence.
本质相去一间，时代的混乱和个性的放驰成就了小品文的一时之盛。然而盛极则衰，时代的路向渐渐分明，集体的要求渐渐强大，现实的力量渐渐逼近。
The chaos of the times and the relaxation of individuality have led to the temporary prosperity of short essays. However, at the peak of their prosperity, they have declined. The direction of the times has gradually become clear, the collective demands have gradually become stronger, and the power of reality has gradually tightened.
于是，杂文变成了春天第一只燕子。杂文从尖锐的讽刺个别的事件起手，逐渐放开尺度，严肃地讨论到人生的种种相，笔锋所及越见深广，影响也越见久远了。
So the essay became the first swallow in spring. The essay started with sharp satire on individual events, and gradually relaxed its scale to seriously discuss various aspects of life. The reach of the pen became deeper and wider, and its influence became more and more lasting.
乡风与世风可以说正是这种新作风的代表。乡风是农民和下层社会妇女的生活的表现，世风是大都会知识者生活的表现。前者似乎比较单纯些，一面保守着传统，一面期待着变。
Country style and city style can be said to be the representative of this new style. Country style is the expression of the life of farmers and lower-class women, and city style is the expression of the life of metropolitan intellectuals. The former seems to be relatively simple, conserving tradition while looking forward to change.
后者就复杂得多，拥抱过去，憧憬将来，俯视现在，各走各的路，并且各说各的理。传统是历史，过去是历史，那期待，那憧憬，甚至那腐蚀，也是历史孕育出来的所谓矛盾的发展。
The latter is much more complicated, embracing the past, looking forward to the future, corrupting the present, each going his own way, and each speaking his own reasons. Tradition is history, and the past is history. The expectations, the longings, and even the corrosions are also bred by history, the so-called contradictory development.
雪峰先生教人们将种种历史的责任放在自己的肩上，因为这个历史到底是我们自己的历史，这样才能够走上自觉的战斗的路。这是现在的战斗，实际的战斗。
Mr. Ziqing taught people to put all kinds of historical responsibilities on their own shoulders, because this history is our own history after all. Only in this way can we take the road of conscious fighting. This is the battle now, the actual battle.
必须整个社会都走上这条路，而且必须把战线伸展到生活和思想的所有的角落去。这战斗一面对抗着历史，一面领导着历史。人们在战斗中，历史也在战斗中。可是相逢也好，世风也好。
The entire society must take this path, and the front must be extended to all corners of life and thought. This battle is against history on the one hand, and leading history on the other. People are fighting, and history is also fighting. But it doesn't matter whether it is rural style or city style.
现在都还没有自觉地向战斗的路上吹，本书著者所以委屈地加以分析、批判，以致否定，来指明这条路。相逢的主角农民和妇女，大抵是单纯的，他们相信还好主义，相信烈女劫富。
At present, we have not yet consciously pointed out the road to fighting, so the author of this book reluctantly analyzes, criticizes, and even denies to point out this road. The protagonists of country style, farmers and women, are mostly simple. They believe in the doctrine of peace, and in martyrs and chaste women.
似乎都是弱者的表现，可是也会说世界是总要变一变的。有时更不惜自己的血去反抗敌人，像书中所记这东的种种情形，这便是弱者在变成强者了。单纯的善良，也单纯的勇敢，真是的。
It all seems to be a sign of weakness, but it can also be said that the world is always going to change. Sometimes they even spend their own blood to resist the enemy, like various situations in eastern Zhejiang recorded in the book. This is the weak becoming the strong. So simple and kind, but also so simple and brave, it's true.
根底在对于现实生活的执着。书中论一个死了丈夫或死了儿子的乡下女人的啼哭，说这个道理最为鞭辟入里。但最主要的是他在这样的据点上，
The root is persistence with real life. The book talks about the cry of a country woman whose husband or son has died. This truth is most penetrating. But the most important thing is that she is in such a stronghold.
用以和人生结合的是她的劳动和她的生命，和丈夫或儿子谋共同生活，共同抵抗一切患难与灾害，对一切都以自己的劳动和生命去突击。于是
What is used to combine with life is her labor and her life, to live together with her husband or son, to resist all hardships and disasters, and to attack everything with her own labor and life, so.
单纯而坚实的爱就从为了生活的战斗中产生。为其以自己的劳动和生命向着厉害的经济的生活突击，于是超厉害的、超经济的爱和爱的力就有那样的强毅，那样的浑然而朴真。
Pure and solid love arises from the battle for life. Only he uses his own labor in life to attack that profitable and economic life, so the love and love beyond that profitable and economical are so strong, so pure and simple. Real.
也正是在这上面，消费阶层的人们立即显出了自私和薄情了。而在生活的重压下，却不仅这爱和爱的力不能不表现为一切的坚韧，集中于对于现实生活的执着。
It is precisely on this point that people in the consumer class immediately show their selfishness and ruthlessness. Under the heavy pressure of life, not only this love and the power of love have to be expressed in all perseverance, focusing on the persistence of real life.
并且因此就更粘住那据点，更和据点交结的紧了。这又是生活限制了他们，使他们不能走得更远一点。于是，一道所粘住的据点失去，便不能不被无边际的朦胧所压迫，被空虚所侵。
And because of this, they stick to that stronghold even more tightly. This is because life has restricted them, preventing them from going any further. Therefore, once the stronghold that we are clinging to is lost, we have to be oppressed by the boundless haziness and invaded by emptiness.
而感到无可挽救式的凄哀。116至117面，这种单纯的执着固然是由历史在支配着，可是这种执着的力量，若有一天伴随上改进自己的地位的要求，却能够转变历史。过去如此。
And felt hopelessly sad. 116 to 117 pages. This kind of simple persistence is certainly controlled by history, but if the power of this kind of persistence is one day accompanied by the requirement to improve one's own status, it can change history. This has been the case in the past.
现在也如此。即便是世风的主角支持者，如今也生活在混乱中。这正是旧的生活观念的那一向还巩固的物质基础，也被实际生活的冲击而动摇着了罢。不错的，于是有些人将柱子压在。
So it is now. Even the intellectuals, the protagonists of city style, are now living in chaos. Is this the fact that the material foundation of the old concept of life, which has always been solid, has also been shaken by the impact of real life? Yes, so some people put their bets on.
老大上做着复古的梦，但是老大只作为造成历史的矛盾的地盘而有用。历史的矛盾就是历史在战斗中，老大该只是战斗的经验多的意思才有道理。除了这样看，那就老大也罢。
Boss, dreaming of retrospection, but boss is only useful as a site that causes historical contradictions. Historical contradictions mean that history is in battle. Boss should only mean more experience in fighting. Makes sense. Other than looking at it this way, it's just the boss.
古酒也罢，反正过去了，永远过去了，永远死亡了，一个梦，一个影子，抓不住的。又有些自赏着美丽的理想，而这也只是对于永远过去了的白昼的没有现实根据的梦想。
It doesn't matter how long it has lasted, it has passed forever, it is forever dead, a dream, a shadow, something that cannot be grasped. Some self-admire themselves with beautiful ideals. And this is just a dream with no basis in reality for the day that has passed forever.
以对于黄昏的依恋及其残存的微光，注向于黑黑的午夜，仿佛有那么一支发着苍白的光的蜡烛，奄奄一息的在黑影里朦胧的摇晃。这样的理想主义当然是所谓苍白的。
With my attachment to dusk and its remaining glimmer, I focus on the black midnight, as if there is a candle with pale light, dying and swaying dimly in the dark shadow. Such idealism is of course so-called pale.
而拥抱他的人也自然是苍白无力的人，这一拥抱就是他的消失。那拥抱过去的人虽不一定苍白无力，可也不免外强中干，外强是自大，中干是自卑。总之，这两种人都是空虚的。
And the person who embraces it is naturally a pale and feeble person. This embrace is his disappearance. Although those who embrace the past are not necessarily pale and feeble, they are also strong on the outside and weak on the inside. Strong on the outside is arrogant, and weak on the outside is inferior to others. In short, these two kinds of people are empty, dash.
如果我们是因为空虚，则无论拥抱过去时代，无论拥抱将来的美的世界，都依然是空虚的吧。 假如我们的空虚是从我们现在而来的，那么我们便会真实的觉得。
If it is because of emptiness, then no matter whether we embrace the past era or embrace the beautiful world of the future, it will still be empty. If our emptiness comes from our present, then we will truly feel.
过去时代像是灰白的尸体，而美的将来也简直是纸糊的美人。135面，重节操的人似乎算得强者了，然而至多只做到了有所不为的地步，其次由于
The past era is like a gray corpse, and the beautiful future is simply a paper beauty. 135. People who are strict with moral integrity seem to be considered strong. The past era is like a gray corpse, and the beautiful future is simply a paper beauty. 135. People who are strict with moral integrity seem to be considered strong. However, at most, it only achieves the point of doing nothing. Secondly, because of
胆小而虚伪的历史观察和对于人生实践的愚拙而消极的态度，更直指于洁身自好，真是落到了为洁而洁的末路。又其次
timid and hypocritical historical observation and a clumsy and negative attitude towards life practice, which only stop at keeping one's self-sufficient life, are really at the end of moderation for the sake of festival. And secondly,
终于将这德性还附上了庸俗的和矫揉造作以致吊民孤玉的虚伪的面目。一向士大夫所以自立、所以自傲的这德性，终于在著者的书页里见得悲哀、空虚，甚至于虚无了。
Finally, this virtue was given the appearance of vulgarity, pretentiousness, and even hypocrisy for the sake of reputation. This virtue, which scholar bureaucrats have always relied on for self-reliance and pride, finally became sad, empty, and even nothingness in the pages of the author's book.
他在《谭世杰兼论周作人》一文的结尾道：“我们是到了新的时代，历史的悲哀和空虚将结束于伟大的叛逆，也将告终于连这样的空虚和悲哀也不可能了的时代。”
At the end of his article, Talk About Scholars' Day and Joswaran, he said, "We have entered a new era. The sorrow and emptiness of history will end with the Great Rebellion, and will also end with such emptiness and sorrow being impossible. Era."
这末尾一语简直将节操否定得无影无踪。可是细心读了那上文委屈的分析、切实的批判，便知这否定绝非感情用事，而不由人不相信。这篇文字论世节这般深透，我还是初见。
This last sentence simply negates moral integrity without a trace. But after carefully reading the above-mentioned unreasonable analysis and practical criticism, you will know that this negation is by no means emotional, and it is inevitable that people will not believe it. This is the first time I have seen such a profound article on Shishirjia.
或许是书中最应该细心读的。还有，悲观主义也由空虚而来，这是像浮云一般的东西，既多变化而又轻如天鹅绒似的。在悲观者本人也只是一种兴奋剂，很难成为一种动力。
Perhaps it is the one that should be read most carefully in the book. Also, pessimism comes from emptiness. It is something like a floating cloud, so varied yet as light as velvet. The pessimist himself is just a stimulant and can hardly become a motivation.
对于人也至多有一点清晨式的浮扰之感，很少有引起行为的影响。但是如愤世者所说，现在是连悲观也悲观不起来也。悲观者自己是疲劳了，疲劳到极点了，于是随波逐流，行尸走肉。
At most, it feels like a light dust to disturb people, and it rarely affects their behavior. But as the cynics say, nowadays, even pessimism is not possible. The pessimists themselves are tired. Exhausted to the extreme, so he drifted with the tide, walking like a zombie.
只是混下去，这就比悲观主义更危险、更悲哀。著者特别指出这样一种人，用厌烦的心情去看可厌烦的世界，可并不会因此引起对于世界的绝望或反抗，却满足于自己的厌烦。
Just mix it up. This is more dangerous and sadder than pessimism. The author specifically points out this kind of person. Looking at the boring world with a bored mood will not cause despair or resistance to the world, but will be satisfied with one's own boredom.
得意着他那已经进入到灵魂深底里去的一些文化上的垃圾，于是对一切都冷淡，使自己完全游泛在自私的市侩主义里。这种人是一种混杂体，蒙盖在厌世的个人主义下面。
He was proud of the cultural garbage that had been immersed into the depths of his soul, so he became indifferent to everything and completely wandered in selfish philistinism. Such people are a hybrid, cloaked in misanthropic individualism.
实质上是市侩主义和赤经的利己主义。129面，这里指的就是30年来流行世界的完世主义，也正是空虚或虚无的表现。著者认为，绝对的虚无主义就是绝对的利己主义，因为
In essence, it is philistinism and Chi-Ji's egoism. 129. What this refers to is the cynicism of the popular world in the past 30 years, which is also the expression of emptiness or nothingness. The author believes that absolute nihilism is absolute egoism, because
人虚无到绝对的时候，实在就非利己到绝对不可，那时就连虚无主义也并非必要的了。 反之，如果要利己到绝对，也就非虚无到绝对不可。他认为市侩主义正是一种虚无主义。
When man's nihilism reaches an absolute level, he must be self-interested to an absolute extent. At that time, even nihilism is no longer necessary. On the contrary, if you want to be self-interested to the absolute level, you have to be nihilistic to the absolute level. He believes that Philistinism is exactly a kind of nihilism.
所以，也就是一种利己主义了。这利己主义到了唯利是图的地步，却是非空虚到极点不可。现在人都以心目中无国家民族一句话咒骂并不以唯利是图或利己主义为羞了的人们。
So it is a kind of egoism. This egoism has reached the point of seeking only profit, but right and wrong are extremely empty. Nowadays, people use the phrase, there is no country or nation in their hearts, to curse, but they are not ashamed of pursuing only profit or self-interest. People.
殊不知在他们的心底的深处，是在感到连他们自己都快要不存在了。这种种都是腐蚀现在的人。这种种世风，其实都是历史在战斗中的曲折的阵势，历史在开辟着那自觉的路。
Little did they know that deep down in their hearts, they felt that even they themselves were about to cease to exist. All these are corrupting people today. These market trends are actually the twists and turns of history in the battle, and history is opening up the path of self-consciousness.
著者曾指出，老人也可以有用，又说还有那在黎明以前产生的理想主义是会成为现实主义的，又说悲观主义者也会变成战士。这些也都在那曲折的阵势或历史的矛盾中。有了这些，
The author once pointed out that old people can also be useful. He also said that there is also idealism that arises before dawn, which will become realism, and he also said that pessimists can also become soldiers. These are all in the tortuous formation or historical contradictions. With these,
那自觉的战斗的路便渐渐分明了。人总是主动的，必须去担当社会矛盾的裂口和炸药，去领受一种力，以抵抗另一种相反的力。这里人指人民，也指个人。大概
the path to conscious fighting gradually becomes clear. People are always proactive and must bear the cracks and squeezes of social contradictions. They must accept one kind of force to resist another opposite force. Here, people refers to people as well as individuals. Perhaps.
人原是将脚站在实地上才觉得自己存在的霸，也原是以自己的站、自己的脚力去占领世界的霸。人怎能不从世界得到生活的实践的力，又怎能不从自己的实践去归入到世界的呢？
It is only when people stand on the ground that they feel that they exist, and it is only through their own standing and the strength of their own feet that they can occupy the world. How can people not get the practical power of life from the world, and how can they not merge into the world from their own practice?
166至168面，这就是相信自己有力量，就是自信。这里说到世界，著者认为高度的民族文化是向着更广泛的高度的人类价值的发展，而在战斗的革命的民族。
166 to 168 sides. This is belief in one's own strength and confidence. Here comes the world. The author believes that a high-level national culture is the development of a broader and higher level of human values, and in a fighting revolutionary nation.
这就是民族之高度的革命性的表现。说到战斗，自然想到仇恨，许多人特别强调这仇恨。著者自然承认这仇恨的存在，但他说爱与同情心之类在现在。
This is a manifestation of the nation's high degree of revolutionary power. When talking about fighting, hatred naturally comes to mind, and many people particularly emphasize this hatred. The author naturally admits the existence of this hatred, but he said, love and sympathy, etc., are not now.
其实大半是由仇恨与仇恨的斗争所促成的。他说，人类的悠久的生活斗争的历史，在人类精神上的最大的产物是理性和对同类的爱，但这两者都是从利害的相同的自觉上而发生。
In fact, most of it is caused by the struggle between hatred and hatred. He said, In the long history of human life struggle, the greatest products of the human spirit are reason and love for the same kind, but both of them arise from the same consciousness of interests.
而发展起来的，人们在相互之间追寻着同情和同类的爱者，主要地是受理性指使，起因于相互的利害关系，也归结于相互的利害关系。153面。然而
and developed. People pursue sympathy and similar lovers among each other, mainly guided by reason, arising from and due to mutual interests. 153 faces. However,
人在社会的利害关系中，不仅从社会赋予了个人，同时也时时在从个人向社会突进着、赋予着的。而这种赋予的关系及其力量，在为共同利害的斗争上。
People's interests in society are not only given to individuals by society, but are also constantly advancing and given from individuals to society. And this endowed relationship and its power lies in the struggle for common interests.
就特别表现得明白并发展到高度。于是，在共同利害的关系中便发生超利害的关系，在为共同利害的斗争中便产生超利害的伟大的精神。人类的出路就在这里。著者特别强调
In particular, it is understood and developed to a high degree. So, in the relationship of common interests, a relationship of transcendent interests arises, and in the struggle for common interests, a great spirit of transcending interests arises. The way out for mankind is here. The author particularly emphasizes
战友之间的爱，认为即使完全不提到那战斗的目的和理想，单抽出那已经由共同战斗而结成的友爱的情感和方式来看，都已经比一般友爱更坚实。
The love between comrades in arms. He believes that even if the purpose and ideal of the battle are not mentioned at all, looking at the emotions and methods of friendship that have been formed by fighting together, it is already more solid than ordinary friendship.
也更逼近一步理性和艺术所要求的人类爱了。这种爱的强调给人喜悦和力量，这些可以说是著者所认为的科学的历史方法和历史真理。
It is also closer to the human love required by reason and art. This emphasis on love gives people joy and strength. These can be said to be what the author considers to be scientific historical methods and historical truths.
这种历史方法和历史真理自然并非著者的发现，然而他根据自己经验的相逢与世风，经过自己的切实的思索，铸造自己严密的语言，便跟机械的公式化的说教大相径庭。
This historical method and historical truth are naturally not the author's invention. However, he created his own rigorous language based on his own experience of rural customs and city customs, and through his own practical thinking, which is very different from mechanical and formulaic preaching.
而成就了他的创作。书中文字虽然并没有什么系统式的，可是其中的思想却是严密的、一贯的。而弥漫着那思想的，还有那一贯的信心。著者在确信他所说的每一句话。
And achieved his creation. Although the words in the book are not systematic, the ideas in them are rigorous and consistent. And permeated with that thought is the consistent confidence that the author is convinced of every word he says.
你也许觉得他太功利些，他说的怀古之情也是一种古的情感，他说的对于将来的做梦式的幻想，他说的虚无的超厉害的幻想不免严酷了些，他攻击那厌世的个人主义或完世主义。
You may think he is too utilitarian. He said that nostalgia is also an ancient emotion. He said dreamlike fantasies about the future, and he said nihilistic super-prophet fantasies. Harsh, he attacks world-weary individualism or cynicism.
也不免过火了些。可是你觉得他有他的一贯的道理，他在全力的执着这道理，而凭了这本书，你就简直挑不出他的错。于是你不得不彷徨着、苦闷着，这就见出这本书的影响和力量。
It's a bit too much. But you feel that he has his consistent truth, and he is fully committed to this truth, and based on this book, you simply cannot find fault with him. So you have to hesitate and feel depressed. This shows the influence and power of this book.
著者所用的语言其实也只是常识的语言，但经过他的铸造，便见得曲折、深透而且亲切。著者是个诗人，能够经济他的语言，所以差不多每句话都有分量。你读的时候不容跳过一句两句。
The language used by the author is actually just the language of common sense, but after his casting, it becomes tortuous, profound, and friendly. The author is a poet and can use his language well, so almost every sentence has weight. You cannot skip a sentence or two when reading.
你引的时候也很难省掉一句两句。文中偶然用比喻，也新鲜活泼，见出诗人的本色来。本文所以多引原书，就因为原书的话才可以表现著者的新作风，因而也更可以表现著者的真自己。
It is also difficult to omit a sentence or two when you quote. Metaphors are occasionally used in the article, but they are also fresh and lively, showing the true nature of the poet. This article often quotes the original book because the words in the original book can express the author's new style, and therefore the author's true self.
这种新作风不像小品文的轻松幽默，可是保持着亲切；没有讽刺文的尖锐，可是保持着深刻而加上温暖；不像长篇议论文的明快，可是不让它的广大和精确。这本书却是创作。
This new style is not as light and humorous as a short essay, but it remains friendly. It is not as sharp as a satire, but it remains profound and warm. It is not as lively as a long argumentative essay, but it does not have the breadth and precision of it. This book is truly a creation.
却在充分地展开了杂文的新机能。但是，一般习惯了明快的文字的人，也许需要相当大的耐心，才能够读进这本书去。生活方法论，平逢有兰新视讯开明书店。
It has indeed fully developed the new functions of essays, but people who are accustomed to bright and clear writing may need a lot of patience to read this book. Life methodology. Comment on Fong Yolan's Xin Shi Sun, Kaming Bookstore.
这本书译名《生活方法新论》。 这是20年来同类的书里最有创建、最有系统的一部著作，同时又是一部有益于实践的书。书中所讨论的生活方法似乎都是著者多年体验得来的。
This book is called New Theory of Lifestyle. This is the most original and systematic work of its kind in the past 20 years. At the same time, it is a book useful for practice. The lifestyle methods discussed in the book seem to have been gained by the author through many years of experience.
所以亲切易行，不像有些讲修养方法的立论虽高，却不给人下手处，讲生活方法而不指出下手处，无论怎样玄妙，也只是不兑现的支票，那是所谓细论。细论的生活方法不是方法。
Therefore, it is approachable and easy to implement. Unlike some people who talk about self-cultivation methods, although they have high-level arguments, they do not give people a starting point. They talk about life methods without pointing out where to start. No matter how clever they are just checks that are not cashed. That is the so-called drama theory. The theatrical approach to life is not a method.
读者至少当下不能得到什么益处。固然，实践是一步步的实践，读了一本书，当下就成贤成圣，那是不可能的。但是本书中所指示的生活方法都是从日常形式中下手，一点不含糊。
The reader does not gain much benefit at least immediately. Of course, practice is step-by-step practice. It is impossible to become a virtuous person and a saint immediately after reading a book. However, the lifestyle instructions in this book are mostly based on daily routines and are not ambiguous at all.
当下便可实践，随时随地都可实践。书中说，但如果一个人于事亲的时候，对于每一事，他只需想他所希望于他的儿子者如何，则当下即可得一行为的标准，而此标准对于此行为。
You can practice it now, anytime and anywhere. The book says. But if a person only needs to think about what he wants for his son when getting married, then he can immediately get a standard of behavior, and this standard will apply to this behavior.
亦是切实底而又合适底。一个人于待朋友的时候，对于每一事，他只需想他所希望于朋友者若何，则当下即可得这一行为的标准，而此标准对此行为亦是切实底而又合适底。
It is also practical and appropriate. When a person treats friends, he only needs to think about everything he wants from his friends, and then he can immediately get the standard of this behavior, and this standard is also practical and appropriate for this behavior.
41至42面，这样实践下去便是做人，而做人即是照着圣人的标准。作者29面。有一位朋友从中学生上读了本书前1-2篇，曾经写信来说，抽象的议论太多。
41 to 42 sides. Putting this into practice is being a human being. To be a human being is to do it according to the standards of a saint. 29 faces. A friend read the first 2 articles of this book from middle school students and once wrote a letter saying that there were too many abstract discussions.
恐怕读者不会感到亲切，也未必能找到下手处。关于下手处，上节议论。本书虽以抽象的议论为主，但多引眼前所见底视为例证8面，这便见得亲切，也便指示了下手处。
I'm afraid readers won't feel familiar with it, and they may not be able to find a place to start. Regarding the starting point, it has been discussed in the previous section. Although this book is mainly based on abstract discussions, it often cites the things you see in front of you as examples, 8 sides, which makes it cordial and indicates where to start.
书中又常引证小说和笑话，增加趣味，这都是所谓能进取辟。但例证自然不能太多，不太多的例证似乎也尽够了，不是所谓罕辟而喻。抽象的议论只说即一类一类的事，诚然会。
The book often quotes novels and jokes to add interest. This is the so-called can draw examples from nearby. But of course there cannot be too many examples, not too many examples seem to be enough, and they are not the so-called rare examples. Abstract discussion only refers to one type of thing, and it is true that it will.
常使人感觉宽泛，不得要领40至41面，但要一件一件事的说，必不免挂一漏万，而且太琐屑太冗长，会叫人不能终卷。古圣先贤的教训也有零碎的说起一件一件事的，虽是切实。
It often makes people feel that it is too broad and misses the point. 40 to 41, but if you want to talk about one thing one by one, you will inevitably miss everything, and it will be too trivial and lengthy, which will make people unable to finish the book. The lessons of ancient sages and sages there are also fragmentary mentions of one thing or another, although they are real.
可是天下没有相同的事，实践起来还得自家斟酌，参看41面。本书只举例证，用来烘托那些议论，启发读者，折中于两者之间是很得当的。再说，同是抽象的议论，可以是死的教训货。
But things are not the same in the world, and in practice, you still have to consider it yourself. See the 4 aspects. This book only gives examples to highlight those discussions and inspire readers. It is appropriate to compromise between the two. Besides, it is also an abstract discussion. It can be dead lessons or
似乎不能应用的公式，参看7至8面，也可以是著者真实自己见到者，以其6面。若是前者，自然干燥无味；可是若是后者，却能使人觉有一种鲜味，参看175、176面。
A formula that seems to be inapplicable, see pages 7 to 8, or it can be the author's, truly seen by himself, page 176. If it is the former, it will naturally be dry and tasteless, but if it is the latter, it can make people feel that there is something a umami flavor, see pages 175 and 176.
本书的议论似乎是属于后者，虽然是抽象的，并不足病。读者只要细细咀嚼，便可嚼出味来。就青年人说，高中2、3年级和大学生都该能读这部书。
The discussion in this book seems to belong to the latter, although it is abstract and not faulty. Readers can taste it as long as they chew it carefully. As far as young people are concerned, this book should be read by high school sophomores and juniors as well as college students.
但现在一般青年人读惯了公式的议论文，不免囫囵吞枣的脾气。他们该耐着性儿读这部书，那么不但可得着切实的生活方法，还可以得着切实的阅读训练。5·4运动以来，
But nowadays, most young people are accustomed to reading formulaic argumentative essays, and they can't help but have the temperament of swallowing them wholeheartedly. They should read this book patiently, then, they will not only get a practical way of life, but also get practical reading training. Since the May 4th movement,
攻击礼教成为一般的努力，儒家也被波及。礼教果然渐渐失势，个人主义抬头。但是这种个人主义和西方资本主义的社会的个人主义似乎不大相同。
Attacking ethics became a general effort, and Confucianism was also affected. As expected, ethics gradually lost ground and individualism increased. But this kind of individualism seems to be quite different from the individualism of Western capitalist society.
结果只发展了任性和玩世2种情形，而缺少严肃的态度。这显然是不健全的。近些年抗战的力量虽然压倒了个人主义，但是现在世的中年人和青年人间，
As a result, only willfulness and cynicism developed, but no serious attitude. This is obviously unsound. Although the power of the anti-Japanese war has overwhelmed individualism in recent years, today's middle-aged and young people,
任性和玩世2种影响还多少潜伏着。时代和国家所需要的严肃，这些影响非根绝不可。还有，这20年来，行为的标准很分歧，取巧的人或用新标准，或用旧标准，但实际的标准只是自私。
The influences of willfulness and cynicism are still somewhat latent. The era and country require seriousness, and these influences must be eradicated. Also, in the past 20 years, the standards of behavior have been very different. People who seek tricks may use new standards or old standards, but the actual standard is only selfishness.
一个，自私也是于时代和国家有害的。建国得先建立行为的标准，建立行为的标准，同时也就是统一行为的标准，生活方法标准化。这部书在这件工作上该有它的效用。
1. Selfishness is also harmful to the times and the country. To build a country, we must first establish behavioral standards. Establishing behavioral standards is also the unification of behavioral standards, the standardization of lifestyles. This book should have its effect in this work.
这部书根据宋明道学家的学说，融合先秦道家的学说，创成新论。宋明道学家是新儒家，5·4以来一般攻击的礼教，也是这些新儒家的影响所造成，但那似乎是他们的流弊所致。
This book is based on the teachings of Taoists of the Song and Ming dynasties, and integrates the teachings of the Taoists of the pre-Qin dynasty to create a new theory. The Taoists of the Song and Ming dynasties were Neo-Confucians. The etiquette that has been generally attacked since the May 4th movement is also caused by the influence of these new Confucians. But that seems to be their vice.
他们却有他们的颠扑不破的地方，可惜无人阐明发挥，一般社会便而忽略，不能受用他们的好处。本书著者能够见到那些颠扑不破的道理，将它们分析清楚，加以引申补充。
However, they have their indestructible features. Unfortunately, no one has elaborated on them, so the general society just ignores them and cannot take advantage of their benefits. The author of this book can see those irrefutable truths, analyze them clearly, and add extensions and supplements.
教读者豁然开朗，知道宋明道学家的学说里却有许多亲切的做人的道理可以当下实践，这差不多是一个新发现。再者，道家的学说一般总以为是消极的，不切适用。
Teach readers to suddenly become enlightened and know that the teachings of Taoists of the Song and Ming dynasties do contain many friendly principles of life that can be put into practice today. This is almost a new discovery. Furthermore, Taoist teachings are generally considered to be negative and of no practical use to the world.
本书著者却指出，道家对于利害有深广而精彻的衡量，可以做我们生活的指针；而教人放宽胸眼一层，也可以补儒家的不足。 这两层著者在中国哲学史里已经说及。
However, the author of this book points out that Taoism has a profound assessment of interests and harms, which can be used as a guideline for our lives. Teaching people to broaden their horizons can also make up for the shortcomings of Confucianism. The authors of these two levels have already mentioned it in History of Chinese Philosophy.
不过本书发挥得更畅罢了，这也是一个有用的发现。本书所论的生活方法，有些是道德的，有些是非道德的，可是不违反道德的规律的5至6面。第一篇是尊理性。
But this book plays more smoothly. This is also a useful finding. Some of the lifestyles discussed in this book are moral and some are non-moral, but they do not violate the laws of morality, pages 5 to 6. The first chapter is Respecting Reason.
这是本书的骨干，以下各篇都从尊理性派衍而出。现在是理性的时代，理性的重要最显明易见。尊理性是第一者，是做人的基本态度。行中术是说怎样对人，为无为着重。
This is the backbone of the book. All the following articles are derived from the rationalist school. Now is the era of rationality, and the importance of rationality is most obvious. Respecting reason is the first priority and the basic attitude of being a human being. Exercise loyalty and forgiveness talks about how to treat others. Wei Wuwei emphasizes.
无所为而为底无为6.3面是说怎样对事。到中庸是说行为要恰好或恰到好处8.4面。手中间是教人重客观、高见识、放眼界1.13面。调情理是教人有情而不为情所累。
Do nothing but do nothing, 63 aspects, is about how to deal with things. Tao Zhongyong means that behavior should be just or just right, 84th aspect. Shou Chongxian teaches people to value objectivity, high knowledge, broad horizons, 1.1.3. The theory of flirting teaches people to have feelings and not be burdened by them.
136面。智中和是说健全的人格以及人和社会的奋进。力勤俭是教人自强不息161面，有余不尽166面。存诚敬是说要有真挚精神，并要常提起精神177面。
1.3.6. To neutralization talks about sound personality and the distinction between people and society. Encouraging diligence and thrift teaches people to continue to strive for self-improvement, part 166, and never use up all the surplus, part 166. Cun Qingjing means to have a sincere spirit and to always raise the spirit, part 177.
英帝王是说做首领的人应该无为186面。这几篇是相当衔接着的，著者思想的顺序从这各篇简略说明里可见。调情里偏说到无我的成分之术141面实践起来。
Yingdi Wang says that people who are leaders should do nothing, 186 pages. These articles are quite connected, and the order of the author's thoughts can be seen from the brief descriptions of each article here. The theory of flirting talks about forgiveness without the element of I, 141. Let's put it into practice.
效用最易看出，而为无为偏论兴趣和义务，更是我们所极应知道的。著者的见解给我们勉励，同时给我们安慰。这里引纳末一段：一个人一生中所做的事，大概可以分为2部分。
The effect is easiest to see. The chapter, Wei Wuwei, discusses interests and obligations, which we need to know urgently. The author's insights encourage us and comfort us at the same time. Here is a quote. What a person does in his life can probably be divided into 2 parts.
一部分是他所愿意做者，一部分是他应该做者。合乎他的兴趣者是他所愿意做者，由于他的义务者是他应该做者。道家讲无所为而为，是就一个人所愿意做的事说；儒家讲无所为而为。
Part of it is what he wants to write, and part of it is what he should write. What is in line with his interests is what he wishes to write. What is due to his obligation is what he should write. Taoism talks about doing nothing, which is based on what a person is willing to do. Confucianism teaches doing nothing.
是就一个人所应该做的事说。道家以为人只需做他所愿意做的事，这在事实上是不可能的。儒家以为人只应该做他所应该做的事，这在心理上是过于严肃的。
It talks about the basic things a person should do. Taoists believe that people only need to do what they want to do. This is actually impossible. Confucianism believes that people should only do what they should do, which is too serious psychologically.
他们必须将道家在这一方面所讲的道理，及儒家在这一方面所讲的道理合而行之，然后可以得一个整个的无所为而为的人生，一个在这方面是无为的人生。7-9面。
They must combine the principles taught by Taoism and the principles taught by Confucianism in this aspect, and then implement them. Then they can get a whole life of doing nothing, and a life of doing nothing in this aspect. Life. 7 or 9 sides.
本书的特长在分析意义，这是本书成功的一个主要原因。全书从绪论起，差不多随时在分析一些名词的意义，这样立论便切实不宽泛，不致叫人起无所捉摸之感。
The specialty of this book is the analysis of meaning. This is one of the main reasons for the success of this book. Starting from the introduction, the meaning of some terms is analyzed almost at any time in the book. In this way, the argument is not broad and will not make people feel confused. Feel.
绪论里解释所谓心论之心，分为5点，4至1面便是一例。但最重要的还是分析无为和中2个词的意义。无为共有6义，著者一一剖解，可以说毫无疑问58至62面。
The introduction explains the so-called new theory of newness, which is divided into 5 points, 4 to 1, which is an example. But the most important thing is to analyze the meaning of the 2 words wu wei and. Wu wei has 6 meanings in total, and the author dissects them one by one, and it can be said that there is nothing left behind, parts 58 to 62. Middle.
的歧义也多，著者拨正一般的误解，推阐孔子诸子的本意，也即经彻圆通，导中庸篇。此外，如解中为己之所欲，亦施于人，3、8面并加以发挥，行中数篇，以及逐层演示和的意义。
There are also many ambiguities. The author corrects common misunderstandings and deduces the original meaning of Confucius and Zhu Zi, which is also very precise and comprehensive, the doctrine of the mean. In addition, it is necessary to interpret loyalty as doing to others what you want to do to yourself, San Beiman, and develop it, Xing Zhongshu chapter. And explain the meaning of harmony layer by layer.
至中和篇都极见分析的功夫。这种多义或奇义的词用得太久太熟，囫囵看过，总是含混模糊、宽泛而不得要领。著论的人用假意，读者也许想到乙意，同一篇论文里同一个词。
To Zhanghe, all show great analysis skills. This kind of polysemous or ambiguous word has been used for too long and is too familiar. When I read it every time, it is always vague, broad, and misses the point. The author uses meaning A, and readers may think of meaning B. The same word is used in the same paper.
前面用假意，后面就许用乙意丙意，在后面或者又回到假意，这样是不会确切的，也不能起信。所以非得做一番分析的功夫，不能有严谨的立论。这需要多读书，多见识，有理解力。
Use a meaning in the front, then use be meaning later, and then return to a meaning in the next step. This will not be accurate and cannot be trusted. Therefore, we have to do some analysis and cannot make a rigorous argument. This requires reading more, seeing more things, and having understanding.
有逻辑和语文的训练，4样缺一不可。从前有过逻辑文的名称，像本书的文体才可以当得起这个名词。本书著者冯先生还有《心理学》《新世论》2部书，商务版文体相同。
There is logic and Chinese language training, all 4 are indispensable. There used to be a name for logical essays, and only a style like this book can be worthy of this term. The author of this book, Mr. Feng, also has 2 books, Business Edition, New Neo-Confucianism, and New Theory of Things, with the same style.
但前者性质专门些，长于分析文体的还是金岳霖先生，他的哲学论文多能精确明畅，引人入胜。金先生的白话文似乎比较纯粹，冯先生的还夹着不少文言成分，即各自成为一家。
But the former is more specialized in nature. Mr. G. Nguyen is good at analyzing stylistics. Most of his philosophical papers are precise, clear, and fascinating. Mr. Jin's vernacular writing seems to be relatively pure, while Mr. Feng's writing also contains many elements of classical Chinese, which means that each of them becomes a family.
我觉得现在的青年人多不爱读议论文和说明文，也不爱做，不会做，这实在不切实用。高中2、3年级和大学生即使只为学习写作，也该细读本书和《新世论》。他们读惯了公式的论文。
I feel that many young people today don't like to read argumentative essays and explanatory essays, nor do they like to write them, and they don't know how to write them. This is really useless. Even if they are just learning to write, high school sophomores and juniors and college students should read this book and new issues carefully. They are used to reading papers about formulas.
缺少分析的训练，这2部书正是对症的药。而且无论学习白话文或文言文，这2部书都能给他们帮助，因为这2部书里文言成分不少。短长说，书业的朋友谈起好销的书。
Analytical training is lacking. These 2 books are just the remedy. And whether they are learning vernacular or classical Chinese, these 2 books can help them, because these 2 books contain a lot of classical Chinese elements. Short and long books. Friends in the book industry talk about books that sell well.
总说翻译的长篇小说第1，创作的长篇小说第2， 短篇小说和散文似乎雇主很少，加上戏剧也众多幕剧，诗也提倡长诗，虽然诗的销路并不佳，都可见近年读书的风气。
It is always said that the novels translated come first, and the novels created second. There seem to be few customers for short stories and essays. In addition, dramas also emphasize multi-act plays, and long poems are also advocated, although the sales of poetry are not good. We can all see the trend of reading in recent years.
这些都只是文学书。这2-3年出版的书，文学书占第一位，已有人讨论。见大公报，文学书里读者偏爱长篇小说，翻译的和创作的这一层好像还少有人讨论。本文想略述比见。
These are just literature books. Among the books published in the past 2 or 3 years, literature books have taken the first place, which has been discussed. See Ta Kung Pao. Among literature books, readers prefer novels, translations, and creative works, but this aspect seems to be rarely discussed. This article would like to briefly outline my opinion.
有人说这是因为钱多，有人说这是因为书少。钱多，购买力强，买得起大部头的书，而买这些书的并不一定去读，他们也许只为了装饰，就像从前人买24史陈列在书架上一样。
Some people say this is because there is more money, while others say it is because there are few books. With more money and strong purchasing power, they can afford large books, but those who buy these books do not necessarily read them, they may just do it for decoration, just like the people in the past bought 24 histories to display on the bookshelf.
书少，短篇易读极尽，不过瘾，不如长篇可以消磨时日。这两种解释都有几分真理，但显然不充分，何以都只愿花在长篇小说上？再说，买这类书的多半是青年，也有些中年。
There are few books, and the short stories can be read in one go, but they are not enough to satisfy you. They are not as good as long stories that can kill time. Both of these explanations have some truth, but they are obviously insufficient. Why are they only willing to spend time on long novels? Besides, most of the people who buy this kind of books are young people, and some are middle-aged.
他们还在就学或服务，一般的没有定居，在那一间半间的屋子里还能发生装饰或炫耀的兴趣的，大概不太多。他们买这类书，大概是为了读。至于书少，诚然
They are still studying or working, and generally have not settled down. There are probably not many who can have the interest of decorating or showing off in that 1.5 room. They buy such books probably to read them. As for the lack of books, it is true.
但也不一定因此就专爱读起长篇小说来。况且短篇集也可以很长，也可以消磨时日，为什么却少人过问呢？主要的原因怕是喜欢故事，故事没有理论的艰深，也不会惹起麻烦。
But that doesn't necessarily mean that you only love reading novels. Moreover, collections of short stories can also be very long and can pass the time. Why do so few people care about them? The main reason is probably that I like stories. The story is neither theoretically difficult nor troublesome.
却有趣味，长篇故事里悲欢离合、层折错综，更容易引起浓厚的趣味。这种对于趣味的要求，其实是一种消遣心理。至于翻译的长篇故事更受欢迎，恐怕多少是电影的影响。
But it is interesting. The joys and sorrows in a long story are intricate and easy to arouse strong interest. This requirement for interest is actually a kind of entertainment psychology. As for the popularity of translated long stories, I'm afraid it's partly due to the influence of movies.
电影普遍对于男女青年的影响有多大？一般人都觉得出，现在青年的步伐、歌声，以至于趣味和思想，或多或少都在电影化。抗战以来，看电影的更是满坑满谷，这就普遍化了故事的趣味。
Everyone knows how much influence movies have on young men and women. Nowadays, young people's footwork, singing, and even their tastes and thoughts are all more or less film-based. Since the anti-Japanese war, people watching movies have become even more crowded, which universalizes the interest of the story.
话剧的发达也和电影有关，这里不能详论。我们这个民族本不注重说故事，第一次从印度学习就是从翻译的佛典学习。闻一多先生说，现在是从西洋学习。学生暂时自然还赶不上老师。
The development of drama is also related to movies, which cannot be discussed in detail here. Our nation does not pay much attention to storytelling. The first time we learned from India, we learned from translated Buddhist scriptures, Mr. Winidwa said. Now we learn from the West. Naturally, students cannot catch up with teachers for the time being.
所以，一般读者喜爱翻译的长篇小说，更甚于创作者。当然，现在的译笔注重流畅而不注重风格，使读者不致劳苦。
Therefore, the general readers like the translated novels more than the creators. Of course, today's translations focus on fluency rather than style, so that readers will not have to work hard.
而现在的一般读者从电影的对话里也渐渐习惯了西洋人怎样造句和措辞才能达到这地步。现在中国文学里，小说最为发达，进步最快， 原以暗示读者对于故事的爱好。
Nowadays, ordinary readers have gradually become accustomed to how Westerners construct sentences and wording from the dialogues in movies to achieve this point. Nowadays, in Chinese literature, novels are the most developed and the most advanced. They already hint at readers' interest in stories.
但这个倾向直到近年来读者群的扩大才显明可见。读者群的扩大指的是学生之外加上了青年和中年的公务人员和商人。这些人在小学或中学时代的读物里接触了现代中国文学。
But this tendency has not become apparent until the readership has expanded in recent years. The expansion of the readership refers to the addition of young and middle-aged civil servants and businessmen in addition to students. These people were exposed to modern Chinese literature through reading books in primary school or middle school.
所以会有这种爱好。读者群的扩大不免暂时降低文学的标准，减少严肃性而增加消遣作用。现代中国文学开始的时候强调严肃性，只斥消遣态度，这是对的。当时注重短篇小说。
So there is this kind of hobby. The expansion of the readership inevitably temporarily lowers the standards of literature, reducing seriousness and increasing entertainment. When modern Chinese literature began, it was right to emphasize seriousness and criticize recreational attitudes. At that time, the focus was on short stories.
后来注重小品散文，多少也是为了训练读者因为那严肃的意义欣赏那经济的技巧，这些是文学的基本条件。但将欣赏和消遣分作两绝，使文学的读者老得正襟危坐着，也未免苦点。
Later, I focused on short prose, to some extent to train readers to appreciate the serious meaning and appreciate the economic technique. These are the basic conditions of literature. But it would be a bit difficult to separate appreciation and entertainment into two categories, forcing readers of literature to sit upright all the time.
长篇小说的流行，却让一般读者只去欣赏故事或情节，忽略意义和技巧，而得到娱乐。娱乐就是消遣作用，但这不足忧，普及与提高本相因一。普及之后，仅可渐渐提高。
The popularity of long novels has caused ordinary readers to only appreciate the story or plot, ignoring the meaning and skills, and instead get entertainment. Entertainment is a recreational function, but this is not a cause for concern, as popularization and improvement depend on their true nature. After it becomes popular, it can be gradually improved.
趣味跟知识都是可以进步的。况且现在中国文学原只占据了偏小的一角，普及起来才能与公众生活密切联系，才能有坚实的基础，取旧的传统文学和民间文学而代之。
Both interest and knowledge can be improved. Moreover, now Chinese literature only occupies a relatively small corner. Only when it is popularized can it be closely connected with public life and have a solid foundation. It can be replaced by the old traditional literature and folk literature.
文学不妨见仁见智，完美的作品仅可以让严肃的看成严肃，消遣的看成消遣，而无害于它的本来的价值。这本来的价值却不但得靠严肃的研究，并且得靠消遣的研究才能觉发出来。
Literature can be a matter of opinion, and a perfect work can be regarded as serious if it is serious and as entertainment if it is entertaining, without harming its original value. However, this original value can only be determined not only through serious research, but also through recreational research.
这是书评家和批评家的职责，而所谓书评和批评，包括介绍而言，我们现实缺乏书评，有些只是戏台里喝彩，只是广告，不能算数，更缺乏完美的公正的批评。前者跟着战区的恢复。
This is the duty of book reviewers and critics, and the so-called book reviews and criticisms include introductions. We currently lack book reviews, some are just applause on the stage, just advertisements, and cannot be counted, and we lack perfect and fair criticism. The former follows the recovery of the war zone.
出版的增进应该就可以发达起来，后者似乎还需较长时期的学习与培养。有了好的书评家和批评家，才能提高读者群的趣味，促进文学平衡的发展，那是不论短长书。
With the improvement of publishing, it should be able to develop. The latter seems to require a longer period of learning and cultivation. Only with good book reviewers and critics can we improve the interest of readers and promote the balanced development of literature, at that time, no matter how short or long the book is.
该都有能欣赏的公众，但就现阶段而论，前文所说的倾向却是必然的，并且也是健康的。修辞学的比兴观，评理锦溪修辞学比兴篇，商务印书馆这部书原是一本讲义。
There should be an appreciative public. But at this stage, the tendency mentioned above is inevitable and healthy. The concept of rhetoric in rhetoric. Comment on Li Jinxi's Rhetoric Bixing chapter. Commercial press, this book was originally a handout.
民国14年写定，自序。而这本讲义又是文心雕龙比兴篇教士译文的扩大，气势二面，所以体例和一般的修辞学书颇不同。自序里说：“红冈之下，细木太章，例句号码。”
It was written in the 14th year of the Republic of China, automatic preface. And this handout is an expansion, 72 pages, of the article, The Compilation and Commentary of Literary Mind and Dialong Bixing. Therefore, the style is quite different from that of ordinary rhetoric books. Automatic preface says, under the broad outline, the details are too many. Example number.
数于300，古训校订，漫演纷纭。这是真话。书是32开本，110面，只论闲笔，自然够详的，也够繁的。书中主要部分以句式为纲，而黎先生称那些句式为修辞法一面。
The number exceeds 300. Exegesis and training are revised, and there are many variations. This is the truth. The book is in 32 formats, with 110 pages. It only talks about comparisons, so it is naturally detailed and complex enough. The main part of the book is based on sentence patterns, and Mr. Li calls those the sentence structure is rhetoric, one side.
这就暗示着指点方法的意思，与一般的修辞教科书有相同了。不过，本书所取的是所谓综合而博涉的讲法，与教科书之整齐匀称不一样，并不像是给初学者指点方法的。
This implies that the method of instruction is the same as that of ordinary rhetoric textbooks. However, what this book adopts is the so-called comprehensive and comprehensive teaching method, which is different from the neat and well-proportioned textbook. It does not seem to be a guide for beginners.
这是体例上自相矛盾的地方。自序里说，修辞学所说的只能在批评上、指导上、反省上呈露一些实效，并没有什么大用处。那么，这种综合而博涉的讲法
This is a stylistic contradiction. Preface says, what rhetoric says can only provide some practical results in criticism, guidance, introspection, and presentation, and is of no great use. So, this kind of comprehensive and extensive lecture
也许比那法令条文式的许多规律，或者肤阔不切的许多理论，倒可多得点益处。这是黎先生的辩护。但本书若有些用处，似乎还只在批评上。自序里又说
Perhaps it can be more beneficial than the many laws and regulations, or the many superficial theories. This is Mr. Li's defense. But if this book is of any use, it seems to be only for criticism. The preface also says,
一个人要专靠着修辞学的修习而做出好文章，或者说出漂亮话来，那是妄想。这是不错的。修辞学和文法一样，虽然可以多少帮助一点初学的人。
It is delusional for a person to write good articles or speak beautiful words solely by practicing rhetoric. This is good. Rhetoric is the same as grammar, although it can help beginners somewhat.
但其主要的任务该是研究语言文字的作用和组织，这可以说是批评的。明白这一层，文法和修辞学才有出路。本书作者虽然还徘徊于老路尽头，但不知不觉间已向新路上走了。
But its main task should be to study the function and organization of language and writing, which can be said to be critical. Only by understanding this level can grammar and rhetoric find a way out. Although the author of this book is still lingering at the end of the old road, he has unknowingly walked onto a new road.
这个值得注意。本书的毛病在杂。自序里说，流血、笔兴、支篇、录机、连珠、织作、继承专事，理应别出，嵌入其中，不免臃肿。这是体制的杂。不过真觉得臃肿。
This is worth noting. The problems with this book are complex. Automatic preface says, Lu Xie's, Bixing, and Lu Ji's, Lianzhu, works have become special interpretations and should be distinguished. If they are embedded in them, they will inevitably become bloated. This is a misunderstanding of the system. But it really feels bloated.
则是附录的那篇《春末闲谈》白费了5面多。陆之作就全书而言，放在里边还不算坏。书中例句，古文大概到韩愈而止，是马氏文通的影响。韩愈以后的也可引，但甚少，只4例。
The most important thing is the late spring chat in the appendix, which was a waste of more than 5 pages. As far as the whole book is concerned, the works by Lu and Lu are not bad if included in it. The example sentences in the book, the ancient prose probably ended with Han Yu, which is the influence of Ma Shi Wendong. Works from Han Yu and later can also be cited, but very few, only 4 cases.
韵文却到皮黄剧本而止。韩愈以后那4例零零落落、不痛不痒的，仅可以换去。书中有白话文例22个，6个不曾注出处，似乎是随手编的，其余出于《石头记》《儒林外史》。
The rhyme only ends with Pi Huang script. The 4 cases after Han Yu were scattered, not painful or itchy, and can be replaced. There are 22 examples of vernacular writing in the book. The sources of these 6 are not mentioned, and they seem to have been made up at random. The rest are from The Story of the Stone, The Scholars.
老残游记的5个，出于鲁迅《阿 Q 正传》及徐志摩《慢书粉》的4个，出于译文的7个。选的太少，范围太狭， 不足以代表白话文。况且欧化的白话文和译文，其句式乃至显笔。
The 5 in Lao Can's travels are derived from the 4 in Lu Sun's The True Story of Ah Q and Sujima's Man Shu Fair, and the 7 in the translation. The selection is too few and the scope is too narrow to represent vernacular literature. Moreover, the sentence patterns of the Europeanized vernacular in translations are even more obvious.
较古文及旧韵文变化很多，值得独立研究。复和讨论不足以见其特色，而又复的那样少，近于敷衍文面，简直毫无用处。不如将这22例一律删除，专论旧体，倒干脆些。这是选例的杂。
There are many changes in the older prose and older rhymes, and they deserve independent study. The accompanying discussion is not enough to show its characteristics, and the attachment is so small that it is close to perfunctory appearance and is simply useless. It would be easier to delete all 22 cases and focus on the old style. This is a mixture of examples.
至于用所谓晋唐易经体、自序为纲、白话文为说明，又是文体的杂了。幸而也有不杂的地方。一是古训、诗经寓句，并探讨比兴的意义；二是选示陆机的眼连珠。
As for using the so-called Jin and Tang dynasty translation, style, automatic preface, as the outline and vernacular text as the explanation, it is again a mixture of styles. Fortunately, there are some things that are not complicated. The first is to exegesis metaphors from the Book of Songs and explore the significance of Bixing. The second is to select and interpret Lu Ji's Yan Lian Zhu.
三是校试、文心、比兴篇，体制虽因此而杂，却见出黎先生心力有所专注，和夫阔不切的理论不一样。旧中说连珠之文比多成立，虽受了严毅穆勒明学的暗示，严以三段论为。
The third is to revise and interpret one Xian Bixing chapter. Although the system is complicated because of this, it shows that Mr. Li is focused and focused, which is different from theories that are superficial and superficial. In it, it is said that a continuous essay is more common than a regular one, although it was hinted by Yan's translation of Muller's famous studies. Yan translated syllogism as syllogism.
连珠但为别的修辞学所不及，还算是新鲜的。比兴篇的校试却全录范文澜先生文心雕龙讲书，别无发明。论《诗经》似乎是黎先生最着意的。
Lianzhu, but it is not as good as other rhetorics, and it is still fresh. Lianzhu, but it is not as good as other rhetorics, and it is still fresh. The collation of Bixing Pian is completely recorded in Mr. Fan Wenlan's When Xian Diaolong lectures, and there is no other invention. On the Book of Songs, it seems this is what Mr. Li is most interested in.
全书40%都是《诗经》的讨论。句式二云：以物为比，或是相方，物得事情，前文具足，欲句之内，不复重述14面。若说诗者不明此例，本诗之中得以前举，欲及后随，乃对于欲。
40% of the book is a discussion of the Book of Songs. Sentence pattern 2 says, use things as comparisons, or things are similar, things are moral and things are similar. The previous text is sufficient, and it is not repeated in the metaphorical sentence, 14 sides. If you talk about poetry, you don't understand this example. In this poem, virtue has been mentioned before, and the metaphor will follow. It is a metaphor.
多方附会，夫以附会广说比义，说诗通病千载于兹。16至17面，他举庸庸昂昂、如规如章等句就说加以博弈，又论如切如磋、如琢如磨就说，以为道理愈说愈精。
Many parties are attached. The husband followed the meeting and widely talked about the meaning of bai and the common problems of poetry. This has been going on for thousands of years. 16th to 17th chapter, he refutes the old sayings such as yong yong, like gui, like zhang. He also discusses the old saying, it is like cutting, like discussing, like polishing, and thinks that the truth is the more you talk, the better you get.
比喻似乎也愈切愈妙，却和诗人本意愈离愈远了38面。这些话甚得要领，但是黎先生所解释的寓意却大抵只具人情，未加考证，难以征信。他自己说
The metaphor seems to be getting better and better, but it is further and further away from the poet's original intention, 38 pages. These words are very important. But the metaphorical meaning explained by Mr. Li is mostly based on human feelings and does not he said it himself.
所比的东西和所用的词在古代是长粗所小，到后来却渐渐的晦塞了42面，可见没有考证的功夫是不行的。但如书中说，悉心如之何？匪府不克，娶妻如之何？匪媒不得允。
The things compared and the words used were commonly known in ancient times, but later they gradually became obscured, face 42. This shows that it is impossible without research. But as the book says, the analysis of salary is as follows. What? The axe cannot be overcome. How about getting a wife? Bandit matchmakers are not allowed. Cloud.
这不但不相似，而且相反了。伏羲心是劈开，人说梅是合拢，只有克的两字比上了。又举类似的伐柯如何？非斧不克。娶妻如何？匪媒不得。说是牵强不切的比喻，均69面。
This is not only dissimilar, but also opposite. When an axe analyzes salary, it splits, and when people say matchmaking, it closes. Only the words ku and da are better. And ask something like, how about fake? The axe cannot be overcome. How about getting a wife? Bandits and matchmakers are not allowed, which is said to be a far-fetched metaphor. June 69 faces.
但是诗人多以心喻婚姻，黎先生所举两例之外，还有汉广的翘翘错心，筹谋的筹谋术心，彻侠的西西作心，都是的。这当与古代民俗有关，尚待考证，用牵强不切。
However, poets often use salary as a metaphor for marriage. In addition to the two examples cited by Mr. Li, there are also the words qiao qiao wrong salary in Hongguang, saves salary in shou miao, and analysis of qi qi zha in che ji. Salary, all of them. This must be related to ancient folk customs and remains to be verified, using far-fetched.
四字一笔抹杀是不公道的。不过本书提出广说比义和切说比义两原则，举例详论，便已触着语言文字的传达作用一问题，这就是新路了。书中论《诗经》兴义也颇详细。
It is unfair to erase 4 words in one stroke. However, this book puts forward the two principles of expounding the meaning broadly and explaining the meaning closely, and discussing it in detail with examples has already touched upon the issue of the communication function of language and characters. This is a new approach. The book discusses the meaning of the Book of Songs in detail.
所引诸家说都很重要，参考甚有用。但所说兴的3义74面，还和朱熹差不多，是不能结束就公案，参看84面的。所以本书只能当作不完备的材料书用。
All the theories quoted are very important and very useful for reference. However, the 3 meanings of Xing, 74 aspects, are still similar to those of Zhu Xi, and they cannot end the old public cases, see the 84 aspects. Therefore, this book can only be used as an incomplete material book.
可是在这个方面也还有些缺点，如引比兴就说有吕祖谦一条79至80面不注出处，这见于吕氏家熟读诗记2，还意简寻，不过引文有删节，未曾标明。又朱熹2条。
However, there are still some shortcomings in this aspect. For example, Lu Zuqian quoted one line, 79 to 80 pages, of Bixingju theory without indicating the source. This is found in Records of Reading Poems in Lu's Family School, 2, which is easy to search. However, the quotation is abridged and has not been marked. There are 2 more from Zhu Xi.
第2条不注出处，这一条其实是3条，黎先生似乎从《诗经传说汇纂》手卷下抄出。首尾2条原见于《世传遗说》和《诸子语类》，中间1条却惭愧，还不知本来的出处。
Article 2 does not indicate the source. This item is actually 3 items, and Mr. Li seems to have copied it from the first volume of The Book of Songs and Legends. The first and last 2 were originally found in Shichuan Yishua and Zhu Shi Yulei, but the middle one is ashamed and the original source is not known.
又会周提1条引鹤林无事，黎先生按无事原文云云。吴用有是本意补遗以义，所谓原文实戏句困学记文3转引，不加注明，会令人迷惑。
Hui Zhodi also quoted Helen Wu family, Mr. Li, according to Wu family's original text, and so on. Wu Yongyo's supplement to the original meaning of poems has been lost. The so-called original text is actually based on 3 quotations from Jiwen of Jishue Jiwen. Without annotation, it will be confusing.
这些地方可见，本书虽定稿于民国14年，却始终是仓促成编，未经细心校订，这是叫读者遗憾的。1937年，中国语的特征在那里？续王立，中国现代语法，商务印书馆。
From these points, it can be seen that although the book was finalized in the 14th year of the Republic of China, it was compiled hastily and without careful editing. This teaches readers regret. 1937. The characteristics of the Chinese language are there. Preface to Modern Chinese Grammar by Wang Li, Commercial Press.
现在所谓语法或文法，都是西文格朗马的意语，这是个外来的意念。我国从前只讲词，词里又有所谓实字和虚字。词就是虚字，又称注字，词里是虚字的用法，虚实字的分别。
Nowadays, the so-called grammar or grammar are the translations of the Spanish grammar. This is a foreign idea. In the past, our country only talked about words and word examples, and there were also so-called real words and virtual words. Words are virtual characters, also known as auxiliary characters, word examples are the usage of virtual characters. The difference between false and true characters.
主要的还是教人辨别虚字。虚字一方面是语句的结构成分，一方面是表示情貌、语气、关系的成分。就写作说，会用虚字，文字便算通，便算文从此顺了。就诵读说，了解虚字的用力。
The main thing is to teach people to identify empty characters. On the one hand, virtual characters are the structural components of sentences, and on the other hand, they are components that express emotion, tone, and relationships. As far as writing is concerned, if you can use virtual characters, your writing will be considered tong, and your writing will be smooth. Just recite it and understand the use cases of virtual characters.
便容易了解文字的意义。这种讲法虽只着眼在写的语言文字上，虽只着眼在实际应用上，也可以属于语法的范围，不过不成系统罢了。系统的语法的意念是外来的，中国的系统的语法。
It will be easier to understand the meaning of the words. Although this kind of explanation only focuses on the written language, words, and although it only focuses on practical applications, it can also belong to the scope of grammar, but it is not systematic. The idea of systematic grammar is foreign. Chinese systematic grammar.
从马氏文通创始，这部书无疑的是划时代的著作。著者马建中借鉴拉丁文的肩架建筑起我国的语法来。他引用来分析的例子是从先秦至韩愈的文字写的语言。
Started from Ma Shi Tong. This book is undoubtedly an epic-making work. The author Ma Jianzhong borrowed the framework of Latin to build our country's grammar. The examples he cited for analysis were the written language from Pre-Qin to Hanyu.
那肩架究竟是外来的，而汉语又和印欧语相差那么远，马氏虽然谨言，总免不了曲为彼赋的地方。两种文化接触之初，这种曲为彼赋的地方大概是免不了的，人文科学更其如此。
After all, that frame is imported, and Chinese is so far away from Indo-European. Although Ma is cautious, he can't avoid the comparison. At the beginning of the contact between two cultures, this kind of comparison is probably inevitable. This is especially true in the humanities.
往往必须经过一个彼赋的时期，新的正确的系统才能成立。马氏以后，著中国语法的人都承用他的系统，有时更取英国语法参照，虽然详略不同，取例或到唐以来的文字。
It often takes a period of comparison before a new and correct system can be established. After Ma, the writers of Chinese grammar all adopted his system, sometimes taking British grammar as a reference. Although the details are slightly different, the examples may be based on texts since the Tang dynasty.
但没有什么根本的变化。直到新文学运动时代，语法或国语文法的著作大体上还跟着马氏走。不过有一些学者也渐渐看出马氏的路子有些地方走不通了。
But nothing fundamental has changed. Until the era of the new literature movement, works on grammar or Chinese grammar generally followed Ma's lead. However, some scholars gradually realized that Ma's path was not feasible in some places.
如陈承泽先生在《国文法草创》里指出，他不能托模仿之窠臼八面；金兆子先生在《国文法之研究》里指出，他不明中西文字习惯上的区别。自序一面，杨玉夫先生树大。
For example, Mr. Chen Xingze pointed out in The Creation of Chinese Grammar that he cannot break away from the shackles of imitation, 8 pages, and Mr. Jin Zhaozi pointed out in Research on Chinese Grammar that he does not understand the difference between Chinese and Western writing habits. Preface, one side. Mr. Yang Yufu, Shuda.
在《马氏文通刊物》里指出，他强以外国文法律中文。自序二面都是的。至于杨先生论名词代名词下知的致词性，以为助词说尤为近真，词权附录一即以所。
It is pointed out in the Ma Shi Wen Tong Jian error that he forcibly used foreign languages to law Chinese, automatic preface, both sides. As for Mr. Yang's discussion on the part of speech of ji and da under noun pronouns, he believes that the particle theory is particularly close to the truth, Appendix 1 of CI interpretation, and the use of suo.
自为被动助动词所自之研究，见《马氏文通刊物》卷2，黎绍熙先生。锦溪论词类要把句法做分页的根据，新著国语文法订正本期面，即以直接做术语的敬词属于同动词。
The word is a passive auxiliary verb. For the study of the word, see Volume 2 of Ma Shi-Wen General Journal. Mr. Li Shaoxi, Jinxi, discussed that syntax should be used as the basis for dividing parts of speech. Revised edition 7 of New Works on Chinese Grammar, and static words that are directly used as predicates belong to the same verb.
同上162面等更已开了独立研究的风气。脱模仿之窠臼自然可以脱离，苦的是不知道，这得一步步研究才成。英国语法出于拉丁语法，到现在还没有完全脱离它的窠臼呢。
Same as above, page 162, etc., and a trend of independent research has begun. Get rid of the shackles of imitation, you can naturally get rid of it, but you don't know the pain. This needs to be studied step by step. British grammar is derived from Latin grammar, and it has not completely broken away from it.
10年来，我国语法的研究却有了长足的进步。我们第一该提出的是本书著者王维一先生，他在《清华学报》上发表了《中国文法初探》和《中国文法里的戏词》2篇论文。
The study of Chinese grammar has made great progress in the past 10 years. The first person we should mention is Mr. Wang Yi, the author of this book. He published 2 papers, a preliminary study on Chinese grammar and copulatives in Chinese grammar, in the Journal of Tsinghua University.
并已由商务印书馆合印成书，根据他看到的中国语的特征，提供了许多新的意念，奠定了新的语法学的基础。他又根据他的新看法写《中国现代语法讲义》，
and has been co-printed into a book by the commercial press. Based on the characteristics of the Chinese language he saw, he provided many new ideas and laid the foundation for new grammar. He also wrote lecture notes on modern Chinese grammar based on his new views.
28年由国立西南联合大学印给学生用。本书就用那讲义做底子，重新编排并增补而成。讲义是26年秋天在长沙动笔的，全书写定整整经过5个年头。
In the 28th year, it was printed by the National Southwest Associated University for students. This book is based on that handout, rearranged and supplemented. The lecture notes were written in Changsha in the autumn of the 26th year. It took 5 years for the whole book to be finalized.
27年陆志维先生主编的《国语单音词汇的绪论跟样章等》合为一册，由燕京大学印出。绪论里建议词类的一种新分法，创改的地方很多。
In the 27th year, the introduction and sample sheets of a Mandarin monophilic vocabulary edited by Mr. Lu Jiwei were combined into one volume and printed by Yenqing University. The preface proposes a new classification of parts of speech, and there are many innovations.
差不多是一种新的语法系统的样子。陆先生特别着重所谓助名词就称量词，本书叫做称数法，认为汉缅语的特征向来只将这种词附在名词里，他却将它和代名词、数名词同列在。
It's almost like a new grammar system. Mr. Lu particularly focused on the so-called auxiliary nouns, formerly known as quantifiers, and this book is called Method of Numbering, thinking that this is a characteristic of Sino-Burman and has always only attached such words to nouns, but he added it is listed together with pronoun and numeral noun in
指代词一类里，这种词的作用和性质这才显明。到了今年，又有吕书香先生的《中国文法要略》上册出版，商务这部书也建立了一个新的语法系统。
In the category of referential words, the function and nature of this kind of words became apparent. This year, the first volume of Mr. Lu Shuxiang's Synopsis of Chinese Grammar was published, Business. This book also established a new grammar system.
但这部语法是给中学国文教师参考用的，侧重在分析应用的文言，那些只有历史的或理论的兴趣的部分多略去不谈。本书是中国现代语法，作者的立场和陆先生、吕先生不一样。
However, this grammar is for reference by middle school Chinese teachers, focusing on the analysis and application of classical Chinese. Those parts that are only of historical or theoretical interest will be omitted. The author of this book, Modern Chinese Grammar, has a different position from Mr. Lu and Mr. Lu.
著者王先生在他那2篇论文，还有35年在《当代评论》上发表的《中国语法学的新途径》一篇短文的基础上建筑起新的家屋，它的规模大，而且是整个的。
The author, Mr. Wang, built a new house on the basis of his 2 papers, and a short article, New Approaches to Chinese Grammar, published in Contemporary Review 35 years ago. It is large in scale and comprehensive.
书中也采取陆志维先生的意见，将代词和称数法列为一章，称数法最为复杂分歧，本书却已整理出一个头绪来，其中分析一和一个2个词的意义和用法最精细。
The book also adopts Mr. Lu Jiwei's opinion and lists pronouns and pronouns as one chapter. The pronouns are the most complicated and confusing, but this book has sorted out a clue. Among them, the meaning and usage of the words and are analyzed in the most detailed way.
这2个词老在我们的口头和笔下，没想到竟有那么多的辨别，读了使人惊叹。本书所谓现代语，以《红楼梦》为标准，而辅以《儿女英雄传》这2部小说所用的纯粹北平话。
These 2 words are always in our words and writings. I didn't expect that there are so many differences. It's amazing to read them. The so-called modern language in this book takes Dream of Red Mansions as the standard, supplemented by The Heroes of Sons and Daughters. The 2 novels are written in pure Peiping dialect.
虽然前者离现在已经200多年，后者也有60、70年，可是现代北平语法还跟这2部书差不多，只是词汇变换的厉害罢了。这2部书是写的语言，同时也差不多是说的语言。
Although the former is more than 200 years old and the latter is 60 or 70 years old, modern Peking grammar is still similar to these two books, except that the vocabulary has changed drastically. These two books are written in a language that is also almost spoken.
从这种语言下手可以看得确切些。第一，时代确定就没有种种历史的隔腾。马氏文通举例，虽然以韩文为端，但并不能减少这种隔腾，因为唐以后的古文变化少。
Starting from this kind of language, we can see more clearly, first, when the era is determined, there are no historical kudzu vines. Ma Shi Wentong uses Korean as an example, but it does not reduce this kind of kudzu. Because there were few changes in ancient prose after the Tang dynasty.
变化多的是先秦至唐这一大段。国语文法若不断代举例，也免不了这种隔腾，如我没、我们之类。近年来，丁生树先生、吕书香先生对于一些词的古代用例颇多新的贡献。
The period from pre-Qin to Tang dynasty has undergone many changes. If Mandarin grammar continues to use examples, this kind of kudzu will inevitably occur, such as what every and we. In recent years, Mr. Ding Xingshu and Mr. Lu Shuxiang have made many new contributions to the ancient usage cases of some words.
分见中央研究院史语所期刊及华西大学文化研究所期刊，足以分解从前文法语法书的一些隔腾，但是没有分解的恐怕还多着呢。第二，地域确定就不必顾到方言上的差异。
Seen separately in the collected works of the Institute of History and Language of Academia Sinica and the collected works of the Institute of Cultural Studies of West China University, it is enough to break down some of the kudzu vines in the previous grammar books, but I am afraid there are still many that have not been broken down. Second, once the region is determined, there is no need to take into account differences in dialects.
北平语一向是官话，影响最广大，现在又是我国法定标准化，用来代表中国现代语，原是极恰当的。第三，材料确定就不必顾到口头的变化。
Peiping dialect has always been the official dialect and has the greatest influence. Now it is the legal standard dialect of our country. It is extremely appropriate to be used to represent modern Chinese languages. Third, once the material is determined, there is no need to take into account verbal changes.
原来笔下的说的语言和口头的说的语言并非一种情形，前者较有规则，后者变化较多。小说和戏剧的对话有时也如此地记录这种口头的变化，不过只偶一为之。说话时有人，有我，有境。
It turns out that written language and spoken language are not the same situation. The former is more regular, and the latter is more varied. Dialogue in novels and plays sometimes records such verbal changes, but only occasionally. When speaking, there is someone, there is me, and there is a situation.
又有腔调、表情、姿态等可以参照，自然不妨多些变化。研究这种变化，该另立画法一科，语法若顾到这些，便太琐碎了。本书取材限于2部小说，自然不会牵涉到这些，范围既经确定。
There are also accents, expressions, postures, etc. that can be used as reference, so naturally you might as well make more changes. To study this change, we should establish a separate subject of conversation. If grammar takes these into account, it would be too trivial. The material in this book is limited to 2 novels, so naturally it will not involve these. The scope has been determined.
语言的作用和意义便可以更亲切地看到。王先生用这种语言着手建立他的新系统是聪明抉择。而对于这时代的人，现代语法也将比一般的语法引起更多的兴趣。
The role and meaning of language can be seen more intimately. Mr. Wang made a smart choice when he started building his new system in this language. For people of this era, modern grammar will also arouse more interest than ordinary grammar.
本书也参考外国学者的理论，特别是叶斯伯生及伯隆菲尔特，这2位都是语言学家，对于语法都有创建，而前者贡献更大。他的英国语法和语法哲学都是革命的巨著。
This book also refers to the theories of foreign scholars, especially Jesse Posen and Braunfeld. Both of them are linguists and have original ideas about grammar. The former made greater contributions. His English Grammar and Philosophy of Grammar are both revolutionary masterpieces.
本书采取了他的词品的意念。词品的意念应用于着重词序的中国语，可以帮助说明词、乐词、谓语形式、句子形式等的作用，并且帮助确定词类的意念。书中又采取了伯隆菲尔特的。
This book adopts his idea of Ziqing. The idea of word parts is applied to Chinese, which emphasizes word order, and can help explain the functions of words, predicate form, sentence form, etc., and help determine the idea of part of speech. The book also adopts Braunfeld's
替代法的理论。原件语言一书中特别给代词加了重量，代词在语言里作用却很广大，从前中外的文法语法书都不曾给它适当的地位，原应该调整，而中国语法的替代法更见特征。
The theory of substitution method, originally found in the book Language, particularly adds weight to pronouns. Pronouns indeed play a very broad role in language. In the past, Chinese and foreign grammar books have never given them a proper status, and they should be adjusted. The alternative method of Chinese grammar is even more distinctive.
更该详论，书中没有关系代词一幕是大胆的改革。关系代词本是去为比附，不过比附的相当巧妙，所以维持了50-60年。本书将从前认为关系代词的字归入记号，在那的。
It should be discussed in more detail. There is no relative pronoun in the book, which is a bold reform. The relative pronoun was originally a form of comparison, but the comparison was very clever, so it has been maintained for 50 or 60 years. This book will classify the word, which was previously regarded as a relative pronoun, into mark, in which
字上面的部分归入谓语形式或句子形式，这才是国文风味呢。书中语法成分一章里有记号一幕。从前认为关系代词的字，名词代词和敬词下面的字。
The part above the characters is classified into predicate form or sentence form. This is the Chinese flavor. In the chapter Grammar Components in the book, there is a heading called Marks. In the past, it was considered that the word under relative pronouns, noun pronouns, and static words.
还有文言里遗留下来的所字，从前也认为关系代词，杨玉夫先生定为被动助动词，这些都在这一幕里。这是个新意义、新名字。我们让英欧语法系统支配惯了，不易脱离它的窠臼。
There is also the word "suo" left over from classical Chinese, which was also regarded as a relative pronoun in the past, and Mr. Yang Yufu designated it as a passive auxiliary verb. These are all in this category. It's a new meaning, a new name. We have become so accustomed to the Indo-European grammatical system that we cannot easily break away from its rut.
乍一接触这新意念，好像没个安放处，有巧立名目之感。继而细想，如所谓关系代词的得字和所字，实在似是而非。以所字为被动助动词，也难贯通所有的用力。名词下面的字像介词。
When I first came into contact with this new idea, it seemed that I had no place to put it, and it felt like a clever name. Then, if you think about it carefully, the so-called relative pronouns, and, are actually specious, even if the word is used as a passive auxiliary verb, it is difficult to understand all the usage cases. The word under the noun is like a preposition.
代词下面的像领格，又像鱼尾；敬词下面的像鱼尾，可又都不是的。本书心力记号一目收容这些，也是无办法的办法，至少有消极的用处。再仔细想，这一幕实在足以表现中国语的特征。
The one below the pronoun looks like a leader nakota, and the one below the static word looks like a coda, but neither of them. The new marks set up in this book to contain these at a glance are also a helpless method, at least it has a negative effect. If you think about it more carefully, this item is enough to express the characteristics of the Chinese language.
绝不止于消极的用处。像上面举出的那些的字和所字，并无一点实质的意义，只是形式。这些字的作用是做语句的各种结构成分。这些字本来是所谓虚字，虚字原只有语法的意义。
Never stop at negative usefulness. The words da and su mentioned above have no real meaning at all. They are just forms. The function of these words is to serve as various structural components of the sentence. These words were originally so-called virtual words. Virtual words originally had only grammatical meaning.
并无实质的意义可言。但一般的语法学家让关系代词、助动词、介词、领格、鱼尾等意念迷惑住了，不甘心认这些字为形式，至少不甘心认为独立的形式，便或多或少地比附起来。
There is no real meaning at all. However, ordinary grammarians are confused by ideas such as relative pronouns, auxiliary verbs, prepositions, collar cases, and final words, and are not willing to regard these words as forms, at least not as independent forms. Then they are more or less attached.
更有想从字源上说明这些字的演变的，这样反将中国语的特征埋没了，倒不如传统的讲法好了。本书没有介词和连词，只有连结词，这是一个语法成分。印欧语里有介词一类。
I would also like to explain the evolution of these words from the etymology. This will bury the characteristics of the Chinese language, and it is better to use the traditional way of speaking. There are no prepositions or conjunctions in this book, only connections. This is a grammatical component. In Indo-European there is a category of prepositions.
谓的介词下面必是受格，而在受格的词多有形态的变化。中国语可以说是没有形态的变化的，情形自然不同。像在家里坐着的在字，为他忙或为了他忙的为字，只是动词，不过在家里。
The preposition of we must be in the accusative case, and words in the accusative case often have morphological changes. It can be said that Chinese has no morphological changes, so the situation is naturally different. The word zai in sitting at home, and the word wei in busy for him or busy for him, are just verbs, however, at home.
为他或为了他这几个谓语形式是限制次品的作者语盲的末品罢了。连结词并不就是连词，它永远只在所连结者的中间，如和、得、的、但、况、且、而且、或、所以以及文言里遗留下的之字等。
The predicate forms of for him or for him are just the ultimate products that limit the defective products such as sitting and busy. A connective is not a conjunction, it is always only in the words of the person it is connected to. In the middle, such as de, dan, kong, and, or, so, and the word zhi left over from classical Chinese.
中国语里这种词很少，因为往往只需将两个或两个以上的成分排在一起，就见出连结的关系，用不着特别标明。至于若、虽、因一类字，并不像印欧语里常在语句之首。
There are very few such words in Chinese. Because often the connection relationship can be seen simply by arranging two or more components together, and there is no need to specify them. As for the words ruo, although, and, because, they are not always at the beginning of sentences like Indo-European.
在中国语里的作用不是连结而是照应，本书称为关系末品，属于副词。本书语法成分一章里最先讨论的是系词，这成分关系句子的基本结构，关系中国语的基本结构。
In Chinese, its function is not to connect but to respond. This book is called Relational End Product and it is an adverb. The first thing discussed in the chapter, Grammatical Components, of this book is the copula. This component is related to the basic structure of the sentence and the basic structure of the Chinese language.
是一个重大的问题，王先生曾有长文讨论。据他精细研究的结果，系词在中国语里是不必要的，那么句子里便不一定要动词了。这是中国语和印欧根本差异处。
It is a major issue, and Mr. Wang once discussed it in a long article. According to the results of his careful research, copulas are unnecessary in Chinese. Then, there is no need for a verb in the sentence. This is the fundamental difference between Chinese and Indo-European languages.
伯龙菲尔特等一些学者也曾见到这里，但分析的详尽，发挥的透彻，得推王先生。经过这番研究，似乎便不必将用作术语的敬词属于同动词了，系词的问题解决了。
Some scholars such as Braunfeld have also seen this, but for his detailed analysis and thorough presentation, Mr. Wang has to be commended. After this study, it seems that there is no need for the static words used as predicates to belong to the same verbs. The copula problem is solved.
本书便能提供一种新的句子的分类。从前文法语法书一般的依据，印欧语将句子分为叙述、疑问、命令、感叹四类。印欧语里这四类句子却可各自独立，或形态不同，或词序有别。
This book can provide a new classification of sentences. In the past, grammar books generally divided sentences into four categories based on Indo-European: narrative, question, command, and exclamation. These four types of sentences in Indo-European are indeed independent. They may have different forms or word orders.
但在中国语里并不然，这里分类只是意义的分别，只有逻辑的兴趣，不显语法的作用。本书只分三类句子：叙述句、描写句、判断句。叙述句可以说是用动词做谓语。
But this is not the case in Chinese. The classification here is only a distinction of meaning, with only logical interest and no grammatical effect. This book is only divided into three types of sentences: narrative sentences, descriptive sentences, and judgmental sentences. A narrative sentence can be said to use a verb as a predicate.
描写句可以说是用敬词做谓语，判断句可以说是用系词使字做谓语，这一项是就现代语而论。这三类句子语法作用互异，才可各自独立。而描写句见出中国语的特征。
Descriptive sentences can be said to use static words as predicates. Judgmental sentences can be said to use the copula, is, as predicates. This item is concerned with modern languages. These three types of sentences have different grammatical functions, so they can be independent. The descriptive sentences show the characteristics of the Chinese language.
这些特征是值得表彰的。书中论简单句和复合句也都从特征着眼。简单句是仅含一个句子形式的句子，复合句是由两个以上的分句连结而成者。先说复合句。
These characteristics are worthy of recognition. The discussion of simple sentences and complex sentences in the book also focuses on characteristics. A simple sentence is a sentence that contains only one sentence form, and a compound sentence is a sentence that is composed of two or more clauses. Let's talk about compound sentences first.
复合句中各分句的关系不外平行或等立和主从两行。本书不立主从的名称，而将这一型的句子分别列入条件式、让步式、伸缩式、暗断式四目。这个分类以意义为主，有逻辑的完整。
The relationship between the clauses in a compound sentence is of two types: parallel, or equal, and subject-subordinate. This book does not use the name master-slave, but classifies this type of sentences into the 4 categories of conditional, concessive, declarative, and press off. This classification is based on meaning and is logically complete.
王先生指出，在中国语里，这些复合句有时虽也用关系末品造成，但是用意合法的多，因此它只能按意义分类。至于一般所谓包蕴句，如家人之甲正不知理家，本书却只认为简单句。
Mr. Wang pointed out that in Chinese, although these compound sentences are sometimes formed with guan mopen, they are more often formed with yi ling. Therefore, he can only classify by meaning. As for the so-called inclusive sentences, such as, the family knows about Jia Zheng but does not manage the family, this book only considers them to be simple sentences.
因为书中只有一个句子形式，甲正不知理家，而家人之并没有成功一个句子形式。甲正不知理家这个句子形式在这里只用作首品，和一个名词一样作用。书中论简单句创建最多。
Because there is only one sentence form in the book. Jia Zheng does not know how to manage his family, but the family knows does not succeed in the form of a sentence. The sentence form Jia Zheng did not manage the family is only used as the first item here, and it has the same function as a noun. The simple sentences in the book are the most original.
中国语的简单句可以没有一个动词，也可以有一个以上的动词，如上文举过的在家里坐着便是一例。这也是和印欧语根本差异处。这是谓语形式的应用。谓语形式这意是个大贡献。
A simple sentence in Chinese may not have a verb, or may have more than one verb, such as sitting at home mentioned above is an example. This is also the fundamental difference from Indo-European. This is the application of predicate form. The meaning of predicate form is a great contribution.
这给了我们一个全新的句子的意义，在简单句的辨认，也就是在句子与分句的辨认上，例如紫娟便出去开门，按从前的文法语法书，该是一个平行的复合句，因为有2个动词，2个谓语。
This gives us a brand new meaning of sentence. In the recognition of simple sentences, that is, the recognition of sentences and clauses, for example, Ziqing then went out to open the door. According to the old grammar books, it should be a parallel compound sentence, because there are 2 verbs and 2 predicates.
但照意看，出去开门是连续行为，是2个谓语形式合成一个完整而独立的语言单位，这其实是简单句。再举一个复杂些的例，东府里甄大爷来请过去看戏放花灯，就意义上看。
But according to the meaning, go out and open the door are continuous actions, 2 predicate forms combined into a complete and independent language unit. This is actually a simple sentence. Let's take another more complicated example. Uncle Zhen from the East Prefecture came to invite me to watch a play and put on lanterns. From the perspective of meaning.
更显然是一个简单句，来，请是连续行为，过去看戏放花灯也是的。5个谓语形式构成一个简单句的谓语。一般的语法学家也可以比复散动词及无定性动词的意念来说明这种简单句。
It is even more obvious that it is a simple sentence. Come and please are continuous actions, as are past, watching a play, and putting off lanterns. 5 predicate forms constitute the predicate of a simple sentence. Ordinary grammarians can also explain this simple sentence by comparing the ideas of clitic verbs, i.e. indefinite verbs.
但印欧语的散动词往往有特殊的记号或形态，中国语里并无这种词。中国语其实没有所谓散动词，只有谓语形式可以圆满地解释这种简单句。本书称这种句子为地系式。
However, Indo-European verbs often have special marks or forms. There is no such word in Chinese. There is no so-called verb in Chinese. Only predicate form can satisfactorily explain the simple sentence. This book calls this kind of sentence recurrent.
是中国语的特殊句式之一。地系式以外，本书还列举了能愿式、使成式、处置式、被动式、紧缩式5种特殊句式，都是简单句。从前的文法语法书也认这些为简单句。
It is one of the special sentence patterns in Chinese. In addition to the transitive type, this book also lists 5 special sentence patterns: the willing type, the making type, the disposal type, the passive type, and the condensing type, all of which are simple sentences. Grammar and grammar books in the past also considered these simple sentences.
但多比复印欧语法系统去解释。如用印欧语里所谓助动词解释能愿式的句子，也不能看卖里的能字；被动式句子我们被人欺负了里的被字，用散动词解释能愿式句子。
But Dobby explains it with the Indo-European grammatical system. For example, the so-called auxiliary verbs in Indo-European are used to explain the word neng in the willing sentence, I can't read the pulse, the word be in the passive sentence, we were bullied, and the passive verb to explain can. Wish style sentence.
那玉串虽不喻里他里的里字，使成式句子就叫你如大爷爷打他的嘴巴字里的打字，用介词解释处置式的句子，我把你膀子折了里的把字， 紧缩是句子里穷的，得连饭也没得吃里的。
The word reason in na yu chuaner, although I don't want to deal with him, the word reason in the sentence, make it into a form, I'll ask you, great Confucian, to slap his mouth, use a preposition to explain disposal style, the word bar in the sentence, I broke your arm, the word in the constriction sentence, the poor, have not even food to eat.
的字，其实这些例子除了末一个以外，都该用谓语形式解释。那紧缩是句子里的得字，本书认为连结词，连结的也还是谓语形式。这5种句式其实都是递系式的变化。有了谓语形式
get, word. In fact, except for the last one, these examples should all be explained in predicate form. The word da in the condensation sentence is considered a connective in this book, and what is connected is also the predicate form. These 5 sentence patterns are actually changes in the transitive pattern. With predicate form.
这些句子的结构才可以看得清楚，中国语的基本特征也才可以完全显现。书中并用新的图解法表示这些结构更可使人了然。书中又说到，古人文章不带标点。
Only in this sense can the structure of these sentences be clearly seen, and only then can the basic characteristics of the Chinese language be fully revealed. The book also uses new diagrams to represent these structures, which makes them clearer. The book also mentions that ancient articles did not have punctuation.
遇着某一意义可以独立也可以不独立时，句与分句的界限就不能十分确定。我们往往得承认几种看法都不错，这是谨慎而切用的态度。关系也很大。新文学运动和新文化运动以来，
When a certain meaning can be independent or not, the boundaries between sentences and clauses cannot be very definite. We often have to admit that several views are good. This is a cautious and practical attitude. The relationship is also very big. Since the new literature movement and the new culture movement,
中国语在加速的变化，这种变化一般称为欧化，但称为现代化也许更确切些。这种变化虽然还只多见于写的语言，白话文，少见于说话的语言，但日子久了，说的语言自然会跟上来的。
The Chinese language is changing at an accelerating pace. This change is generally called Europeanization, but it may be more accurate to call it modernization. Although this change is still more common in the written language, vernacular, and less common in the spoken language, as time goes by, the spoken language will naturally follow.
王先生在本书里特立专章讨论欧化的语法，可见眼光远大。但所谓欧化语的标准很难选择。新文学运动到现在只有念6年，时间究竟还短，文学作品诚然很多，成为古典的还很少。
Mr. Wang has devoted a special chapter to discussing Europeanized grammar in this book, which shows that he has a far-sighted vision. But the standard for so-called Europeanized languages is difficult to choose. The new literature movement has only been around for 26 years, which is still a short period of time after all. There are indeed many literary works, but few have become classics.
就是有一些可以成为古典，其中也还没有长篇的写作。语法学家取材自然很难，他若能兼文学，批评家最好，但这未免是奢望。本书举的欧化语的例子，范围也许还可以宽限。
Even though there are some that can become classics, there are no long-form works among them. It is naturally difficult for a grammarian to choose materials. It would be best if he could also be a literary critic, but this is a luxury. The examples of Europeanized languages given in this book may be broader in scope.
标准也许还可以严些，但这对于书中精确的分析的结果并无影响。欧化的语法这一章的子目便可以表现分析的精确，现在抄在这里。1. 复音词的制造。2. 主语和系词的增加。3.
The standards could perhaps be stricter, but this has no bearing on the precise analysis in this book. The subheadings of the chapter, Europeanized grammar, can express the accuracy of the analysis, and they are copied here. 1. The production of polysyllabic words. 2. The addition of subjects and copulas. 3.
句子的延长。4. 可能是被动式记号的欧化。5. 连结成分的欧化。6. 新代替法和新称述法。7. 新省略法、新倒装法、新语法及其他。看了这个子目，也就可以知道欧化的语法的大概了。
Extension of sentences. 4. Europeanization of possible forms, passive forms and signs. 5. Europeanization of connecting elements. 6. New substitution method and new number method. 7. New omission method, new inversion method. Law, new grammar and others. After reading this subcategory, you can get an overview of European grammar.
中国语的欧化或现代化已经26年，该有人清算一番，指出这条路子那些地方走通了，那些地方走不通，好教写作的人知道努力的方向，大家共同创造文学的国语。
The Europeanization or modernization of the Chinese language has been going on for 26 years. It is time for someone to do some reckoning and point out where this path is working and where it is not. People who are good at teaching writing know the direction of their efforts. Let us work together to create a literary Chinese language.
王先生是第一个人做这番工作，他研究的结果影响中国语的发展一定不在小处。本书从造句法讲起，词类只占了一节的地位，和印欧语的文法先讲词类，而且逐类细讲的大不同。
Mr. Wang is the first person to do this work, and the results of his research must have influenced the development of the Chinese language in no small way. This book starts from sentence construction, and parts of speech only occupy one section. This is very different from Indo-European grammar, which first talks about parts of speech and then goes into detail one by one.
这又是中国语和印欧语根本差异处。印欧语的词类、形态和作用是分不开的，所以在语法里占重要的地位。中国语词可以说没有形态的变化，作用又往往随词序而定。
This is another fundamental difference between Chinese and Indo-European. The parts of speech, morphology, and function of Indo-European are inseparable, so they play an important role in grammar. It can be said that Chinese words have no morphological changes, and their functions often depend on word order.
词类的分辨有些只有逻辑的兴趣，本书给的地位是尽够了的。本书以语法作用为主，而词类、乐语等都在句子里才有作用，所以从造句法开始。词类里那些表现语法作用的，如助动词、把。
The distinction of parts of speech is of only logical interest, and the status given in this book is sufficient. This book focuses on grammatical functions, and parts of speech, verbs, etc. only play a role in sentences, so it starts with syntax. Those parts of speech that express grammatical functions such as auxiliary verbs, ba.
字辈字等、副词、情貌词、语气词、连结词、代词都排在相当的地位，分别详论。但说明作用有时非借重意义不可。语句的意义固然不能离开语词的结构，就是语法作用而独立。
The word bay, etc., adverbs, mood words, modal particles, connectives, and pronouns are all ranked in a corresponding position and discussed in detail respectively. But to explain the function, sometimes it is necessary to borrow meaning. Of course, the meaning of a sentence cannot be independent of the structure of the words, that is, the grammatical function.
但语法作用也不能全然离开意义而独立。最近陈望道先生有文法的研究一篇短文《读书通讯》59期，文后附语里道，国内学者还多徘徊于形态中心说与意义中心说之间。
But the function of grammar cannot be completely independent of meaning. Recently, Mr. Chen Wangdao wrote a short article on Research on Grammar, issue 59 of Reading Newsletter, in which he said in the postscript, domestic scholars are still wandering between the form-centered theory and the meaning-centered theory.
两说都有不能自圆其说之处，比见波斯以功能中心说就其偏缺。功能就是作用，可惜他那短文只描出一些轮廓，无从详细讨论。他似是注重词类，文中称为语部的。
Both theories cannot be justified. I despise the idea of using the function-centered theory to save its shortcomings. Function is function. Unfortunately, his short article only sketched some outlines and could not discuss it in detail. He seemed to focus on parts of speech, called parts of speech, in the article.
这里只想举出本书论被动句的话，作为作用和意义关系密切的一例。书中说，被动句所叙述的对句子的主格而言是不如意或不期望的事，这却是一个新鲜的发现。
Here I just want to cite the book's discussion of passive sentences as an example of the close relationship between function and meaning. The book says that what the passive sentence describes is unsatisfactory or undesirable for the subject of the sentence. This is indeed a fresh discovery.
中国语所以少用被动句，我们这才了然。本书虽以语法作用为主，同时也注重种种用力的心理，这对于语文意义的解释是有益处的。本书目的在表彰中国语的特征。
We understand that passive sentences are rarely used in Chinese. Although this book focuses on grammatical functions, it also pays attention to the psychology of various use cases. This is beneficial to the explanation of language meaning. The purpose of this book is to commend the characteristics of the Chinese language.
他的主要的兴趣是语言学的，如上文所论，这一个目的本书是达到了。我们这时代的人对于口头说的也是笔下写的现代语最有亲切感。在过去许多时代里，口头说的是一种语言。
Its main interest is linguistic. As discussed above, this purpose is achieved in this book. People of our time are most attuned to modern language, which is spoken and written. For many ages past, what was spoken was a language.
只所谓官话，方言不论，笔下写的另是一种语言，他们重视后者而轻视前者。我们并不轻视文言，可是达意表情一天比一天多用白话，在现实生活里，白话的地位却已超出文言之上。
Refers to the so-called official language. Regardless of dialect, what is written is another language. They value the latter and despise the former. We do not despise classical Chinese, but vernacular is used more and more every day to express expressions. In real life, the status of vernacular has indeed exceeded that of classical Chinese.
本书描写现代语，给我们广博的、精确的、新鲜的知识，不但增加我们语言学的兴趣，并且增加我们生活的兴趣，真是一部有益的书。但本书还有一个目的，书中各节都有定义。
This book describes modern languages and gives us extensive, accurate, and fresh knowledge. It not only increases our interest in linguistics, but also increases our interest in life. It is really a useful book. But this book also has a purpose, and each section of the book has a definition.
按数目排下去，又有练习、定物和比较语法，是为了便于人学习白话文和国语，用意很好。不过就全书而论，这些究竟是无关宏旨的。1943年3月，昆明，中国文学与用语。
Arranged by number, there are also exercises, error correction, and comparative grammar, which are intended to facilitate people's learning of vernacular and Mandarin. The intention is very good, but as far as the whole book is concerned, these are irrelevant. March 1943, Kunming. Chinese Literature and Dictionary.
去年周作人士来东时，说起中国现代白话文学正在过渡期，用语伪杂生硬，缺乏洗练，所以像诗与戏剧等需要精妙语言的文学，目下佳作甚少，发展的只有小说罢了。
When Zhou Zuoren came to East China last year, he mentioned that modern Chinese vernacular literature was in a transitional period, with crude and blunt language and a lack of refinement. Therefore, literature that requires exquisite language, such as poetry and drama, currently has very few excellent works, and only novels have been developed.
霍元说太郎是响应周氏之说，以为日本文坛现状也是如此，因言语伪杂而欠调整，乏艺术味，于是诗与戏剧的佳作就不可得了。原来是言语造诗人，并非诗人造言语啊！纯正诗论。
In response to Zhou's statement, Sakataro Kawara believed that the current situation in Japan's literary world was also the same. Because the language was obscene and lacked adjustment, and lacked artistic taste, excellent works of poetry and drama were unavailable. It turns out that words create poets, not poets. On pure poetry.
言语造诗人还是诗人造言语，虽尚有考察的余地，但言语对于诗及戏剧关系重大，无人大约皆无议论。周氏和霍元氏所说都是国内时代的限制。
Although there is still room for investigation as to whether words create poets or poets create words, we all agree that words are of great importance to poetry and drama. What Zhou and Huiyuan said are all limitations of the domestic era.
但同时也各说了本国语所具的本质的区别。现代中国语文的伪杂是受了异形式的外来语文的侵蚀，过度的混乱状态。我想，花美、周、花美、日、大、bloom is.
But at the same time, they also talked about the essential differences between their own languages. I think the obscenity of modern Chinese language is caused by the erosion of foreign languages in different forms, and it is a state of transitional chaos. Beautiful flowers. Middle. Flowers are beautiful. Day. Die, bloom, is.
甚得拉 fleur est belle fa the flower is pretty 英。欧洲语里做这种命题主词的名词有冠词的限制，做宾词的形容词。
Scon. German. La, fleur, est, belle. Law. The flower is pretty. Britain. In European languages, the noun used as the subject of this proposition has the restriction of an article, the adjective used as the object.
在法国语也有性别的限制，而主宾词皆以系词连结之，包括这种主宾词的判断显然是分析的而带客观性。中国语呢，没有冠词，形容词也没有性别的限制，只说花美就成。
There are also gender restrictions in French, and the subject and object terms are all connected by copulas. The judgment including this kind of subject and object terms is obviously analytical and objective. In Chinese, there are no articles and no gender restrictions on adjectives. Just say.
这种与其说是判断，不如说是像表象性质的短语花美的样子，是判断以前的东西。日本语却在二者之间。中国旧文学取了这种表现形式，所以能在10-20字的短句中。
This is not so much a judgment as it is something like the expressive phrase, which is something that comes before judgment. Japanese is somewhere in between. Old Chinese literature adopted this form of expression, so it can be expressed in short sentences of 1 or 2 crosses.
将那具有无限缥缈的余韵的作者世界观投映出来，而形成神韵一派。又如庄子，好像那位反对论理的把握实在的伯格森的样子，也主张着直觉的知的同感似的。
The author's worldview with infinite ethereal aftertaste is projected out, forming a school of charm. Another example is Zhuangzi, who is like Bergson, who opposes the theoretical grasp of reality, but also advocates the sympathy of intuitive knowledge.
如英帝王偏混沌的死结、天道偏轮扁等寓言，它那象征主义色彩也大大的靠着中国文这种特质的帮助。就诗歌说，这种性质的文学到唐代李杜等已达完成之域。
Such as the death of chaos in the Emperor Ing chapter and the flat wheel in the Tao of Heaven chapter, his symbolism also greatly relies on the help of this characteristic of the Chinese language. As far as poetry is concerned, literature of this nature had reached completion by Li Du and others in the Tang dynasty.
中世的唐朝，社会机构染着很浓的浪漫色彩，李杜等的诗便是这种社会机构的投影。而现代中国呢，一面还残存着旧日家庭经济的生产机构，一面却向着资本主义经济最尖端进行。
In the medieval Tang dynasty, social institutions were deeply romantic, and the poems of Li Du and others were the reflection of this kind of social institutions. As for modern China, on the one hand, the production institutions of the old family economy still remain, but on the other hand, it is moving towards the forefront of the capitalist economy.
社会状态既如此伟杂，精神方面在过渡中也极其混乱。无论中国人驱使文字如何的巧，用就来成语表现继续输入的新名词概念到底不合适，却是当然。一面用引得、得律风、摩托车。
The social state is so messy, and the mental aspect is also extremely chaotic during the transition. No matter how clever the Chinese are in writing, it is natural that they use old idioms to express the new nouns and concepts they continue to import. On the one hand, use lead, telephone, and motorcycle.
等欧洲语的译音，一面将不景气、取缔、雏形、立场等等日本语照原样使用，看起来却也并不赶着如何生硬似的。胡适是对于这种新名词敏感地关心着。
While waiting for the European transliteration, Japanese words such as depression, banning, prototype, stand, etc. are used as they are, but it doesn't seem to be too stiff. Hu Shi is sensitive to this new term.
将 Renaissance 的日本译语文艺复兴改正为再生时代，将 Scholar 哲学的日本译语繁琐哲学改正为经院哲学，中国哲学史大纲上卷。
Correct the Japanese translation of Renaissance to Rebirth Era, and correct the Japanese translation of Scholar Philosophy to Scholastic Philosophy, Volume 1 of Outline of the History of Chinese Philosophy.
这种情形不止于单语范围，就文章本身而论，新思想的输入也当然要引起文体的变更的。跟着新文化移植来的是旧来的世界观之科学化、文学革命的白话运动结果。
This situation is not limited to the scope of single language. As far as the article itself is concerned, the input of new ideas will of course lead to changes in the style of writing. Along with the transplantation of new culture came the scientificization of the old worldview, the result of the vernacular movement of the literary revolution.
将就来表象的表现形式改变了，使它适应这种科学化，这便是白话运动的基调，虽然是非意识的。我想，现在的白话里，花没改说花是美丽了，形容词美丽用是次与主词花连结。是。
Changing the expression of old representations to adapt them to this scientificization, this is the tone of the vernacular movement, albeit unconsciously, I think. In today's vernacular, huamei is changed to flowers are beautiful, and the adjective beautiful is connected with the main word huar with the word yes.
自原来大约是代名词，在现在白话里以转化而语 sen 德 afer 法 be 应等字相同，做着系词的事了。这句子比说花美时显然更加分析的判断化了。从文学上看
The word was originally a pronoun, but in today's vernacular it has been transformed into the same word as sane, German, Efra, French, be, English, etc., and it is used as a linking word. This sentence is obviously more analytical and judgmental than when saying. From a literary point of view.
这种表现形式与旧来表象的表现形式相比，缺乏含蓄，气味不佳，给人以伪杂之感，也是理有固然。但是不管这些，照前述理由，我总想着白话运动的趋向是不错的。我总想
Compared with the old representational form, this kind of expression lacks subtlety, smells bad, and gives people a sense of obscenity, which is natural. But regardless of these, for the reasons mentioned above, I always think that the trend of the vernacular movement is good. I always think.
中国绝不会因为使用那种伪杂的语言，做那种不文学的文章，就永久产生不出艺术的诗与戏曲。凡过度的东西，一般人常以为新奇伪杂。不独语言如此，像在日本，在现在中国的样子。
China will never be able to produce artistic poetry and drama just because it uses such obscene language and writes such unliterary articles. Most people often regard transitional things as novel and obscene. This is not only the case with language, but also in Japan and now in China.
汽车与民众生活乖离，成为街院之标的，成为普罗文学的对象，这种时代岂不也有吗？又像现在中国女子高跟鞋成了问题一样，在日本。
Isn't there an era when cars are alienated from people's lives and become the target of complaints and popular literature? Just like how high heels have become a problem for Chinese women now, in Japan.
女子断发洋装的事是如何不合社会环境而受非难啊！可是日子久了，生活式样与新的生活式样以及新的概念调整了，从前认为新奇的便不新奇了，赶着伪杂的也像没有那样伪杂了。
The matter of women cutting off their hair and wearing dresses is so inappropriate to the social environment that they are criticized. But as time goes by, the way of life has been adjusted to the new way of life and new concepts. What I thought was novel in the past is no longer novel, and what I thought was obscene is no longer as obscene as it was.
这种情形在中国也一样，不单是任凭那样的自然淘汰，还可设法普及教育并统一语言，应用注音符合等音标文字以补足有音无字的缺陷。
This situation is also the same in China. Instead of just allowing such natural elimination, we can also try to popularize education and unify the language, and use phonetic symbols such as phonetic symbols to make up for the shortcomings of having sounds but no characters.
那么，接触新时代的思想感觉而仍不失中国的特质的文学一定会产生。过渡期的乱杂在日本也麻烦过来着。14、15年前说，因为跟他在公开的席上有一两回坐在一处，忽而攀谈。
Then literature that is in touch with the thoughts and feelings of the new era without losing the characteristics of China will definitely be produced. The chaos of the transition period is also troublesome in Japan. 14 or 5 years ago, he said, because I sat with him once or twice at a public banquet, and we suddenly struck up a conversation.
从此便熟起来了。如此说便明白的事情，若改说公开的席上有一两回因为空间的距离偶然会认识了他，这样的表现形式便算是所谓新人物的表征了。以为之的事也许有。
It became familiar from then on. Things that can be understood by saying this, if we say instead, I got to know him by chance once or twice at the public table because of the distance. Such a form of expression can be regarded as a symbol of the so-called new character. There may be things that are based on intention.
但外国人的我们所望于中国文坛的是发表中国色彩浓厚的作品。我们推崇鲁迅的作品，绝非为了他对于现代文化观点之精，而是为了他作品中渗透了非中国人写不出的。
But what we foreigners hope for in the Chinese literary world is to publish works with a strong Chinese flavor. We admire Lu Xun's works not because of the essence of his views on modern culture, but because his works are filled with things that cannot be written by non-Chinese people.
中国人的生活意识及世界观，佳作也许总带着民族味的。话虽如此，将就来的表现形式，不管3721照原样使用，我们却是一点不盼望。我们深知
Chinese people's life consciousness and worldview. Excellent works may always have a national flavor. Having said that, we have no hope of using the old expressions as they are. We know.
连接2点之线乃2点间最短距离是也，2点结密全分2点间最短距离后等表现形式之无理，绝不至于要求中国文坛做同样的蠢事。
The line connecting 2 points is the shortest distance between the 2 points, not, Itosen, divided into 2 points, the shortest distance, 2 hours, and other expressions are unreasonable, and they will never require the Chinese literary world to do the same stupid thing.
我与国人皆为现在中国语文的伪杂碑，可是确信过了这好比生产之苦事的过渡期，前途是光明的。日本竹内氏等办中国文学研究会出版《中国文学月报》。
My fellow countrymen and I are saddened by the current state of the Chinese language, but I am convinced that after this transitional period, which is like the pain of childbirth, the future will be bright. Japan's Takeuchi and others established the Chinese Literature Research Association and published the Chinese Literature Monthly.
以介绍批评新文学为主，现已出到第9号。本篇见第8号中虽简略不备，但所提出的问题是很有趣很重要的。著者非会员，原在外交部，现在东亚学校服务。
Mainly introduces new critical literature. It's now on the 9th issue. This article appears in number 8. Although it is brief and unprepared, the issues raised are very interesting and important. The author is a non-member. He was formerly in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and now serves in the East Asia School.
由中国支那学研究的现状与动向一说，未见。1936年1月，译者记，日本语的欧化，谷崎润一郎，文章读本提要。1. 本书著者是有名的小说家，议论平正，略偏于保守。
There is a book, The Current Situation and Trends of China's China Studies. Not seen. January 1936, Translator's Note. The Europeanization of Japanese. Summary of Article Reader by Junichiro Tanizaki. 1. The author of this book is a famous novelist, and his comments are fair and slightly conservative.
论文调一章说，日本文章可大别为流利、简洁两派，前者即源氏物语派，也就是和文调；后者即非源氏物语派，也就是汉文调，一流三面。
The chapter, The Essay Style, states that Japanese articles can be divided into 2 schools, fluent and succinct. The former is the Genji Monogatari school, which is the Japanese style. The latter is the non-Genji Monogatari school, which is the Chinese style. 163 sides.
著者说，前一体最能发挥日本文的特长。从前人称赞文章惯用流畅、流利等形容词，以读来柔美为第一条件。现在的人气味却不同了，喜欢确切鲜明的表现，这种表现法便流行了。
The author says that the former one can best utilize the strengths of Japanese writing. In the past, when people praised articles, they used to use adjectives such as fluent and liquid, and the first condition was that they read softly. Today's people have a different taste and like precise and vivid expressions, so this method of expression has become popular.
他希望要稍稍使流利调复活才好，一流二面。所谓确切鲜明的表现，固然近于汉文调，还受了西洋文的影响。著者反对西洋文的影响，他是个国粹论者。二，书中反对西洋化的话，随处可见。
He hoped to revive Lioli Tune a little, 162 pages. Although the so-called precise and distinctive expression is close to the Chinese tone, it is also influenced by Western writing. The author opposes the influence of Western literature and is a nationalist. 2. Opposition to westernization can be found everywhere in the book.
他说，现在的口语文并不是照实际的口语写的，现在的文章似乎是西洋语的译文，成了日本语与西洋语的混血。实际的口语虽然也渐渐染上西洋臭味。
He said that the current spoken language is not written according to the actual spoken language. The current articles seem to be translations of Western languages, becoming a hybrid of Japanese and Western languages. Although actual spoken language has gradually taken on a Western odor.
可还保存着本来的日本语特色不少，251至252面。又说现代人好烂废语言，也是西洋人的癖好。小说家、评论家、新闻记者等以文为业的人所写作的也竟有此倾向。
But it still retains a lot of the original Japanese characteristics, 251 to 252 noodles. It is also said that modern people like to waste language excessively, which is also a Western habit. Novelists, critics, journalists, and other people whose profession is literature also have this tendency in their writing.
西洋人爱用最上级的形容词，如 must 等，日本人从而模仿，于没有必要时也用。著者说，我们祖先所夸许的幽邃甚深之德，便日渐消失了。其二面。三，他举过一例。
Westerners like to use superlative adjectives, such as all, must, etc. Japanese people imitate them and use them when unnecessary. The author said, the profound and profound virtues that our ancestors boasted of are gradually disappearing. 72 faces. 3. He gave an example.
指出现代文与古典文有3个不同之处：一是省略敬语，2是句逗显明，3是有主词156面。古典文如《源氏物语》正要句逗不显，造成朦胧的境界，其柔美在此152面。
Point out that there are 3 differences between modern literature and classical literature. First, the omission of honorifics. Second, the sentence reading is obvious. And third, there is a subject, 1, 5, 6. In classical texts such as The Tale of Genji, the main points are not read clearly, resulting in a hazy state, and its softness lies in this, 152 sides.
著者本人的文章也学这一派，他的点句法并不依照文法的句子，而要使句段不明，文句气长，如用淡墨信笔写去的神气232面。有日本语的句子主格是不必要的80面。
The author's own articles also follow this school. His punctuation method does not follow the grammatical sentences but makes the sentence segmentation unclear and the sentences are long-lasting, as if written with a light ink letter pen, 2, 3, 2 sides. And in Japanese sentences, the nominative case is unnecessary, hakamashi.
他说有个俄国人要翻译他的戏剧叫做《要是真爱的话》的，觉得题目很难翻。到底谁爱呢？是我，是他，是世间一般人。要而言之，这个句子的主词是谁？他说按细讲，主词可以说是我。
He said that a Russian wanted to translate his play called If It Was True Love and found the title difficult to translate. Who loves it? Is it I? Is it her? Are they ordinary people in the world? In other words, who is the subject of this sentence? He said that according to the play, the subject can be said to be I.
可是按理说，限定爱者是我，意味未免狭窄些。虽然是我，同时是他，是世间一般人，是别的任何人都行，这样气概就广阔，令人有抽象感。所以这个句子还是不加主词的好。他说尽量模糊。
But it stands to reason that limiting the lover to I would have a narrower meaning. Although it is I, it is also she, an ordinary person in the world, or anyone else. This way the spirit is broad and gives people a sense of abstraction. So it's better not to add a subject to this sentence, he said, and try to be as vague as possible.
于具体的半面中含有一般性，是日本文的特长。关于特别的事物的话，可以有格言与谚语之广之重之深。 要是可能，翻成俄文也还是不用主词的好。274至275面。
Containing the general and the specific is a specialty of Japanese writing. When it comes to specific things, it can be as broad and deep as aphorisms and proverbs. If possible, it would be better to translate it into Russian without using the subject. Pages 274 to 275.
他又举李白的《静夜思》说，此诗能有悠久的生命，能诉诸任何时代任何人的心。原因固然很多，而没有主词、动词不明示时间这两件事关系甚大。276至278面。4.
He also cited Li Bai's Quiet Night Thoughts and said that this poem can have a long life and can appeal to the hearts of anyone in any era. There are many reasons, but there is no subject and the verb does not indicate time. These two things are closely related. 276 to 278 sides. 4.
著者是不看重文法的。他说，文法正确的未必是明文，别教文法拘束筑坝七八面。况且，所谓日本语的文法，除动词、助动词的活用、假名用法、细活的用法以外，大部分模仿西洋。
The author does not pay attention to grammar. He said, what is grammatically correct is not necessarily a famous essay. Don't be restricted by teaching grammar. Chiba Mian. Moreover, the so-called Japanese grammar, except for the conjugation of verbs and auxiliaries, the use of kana, and the use of kana, mostly imitates Western.
学了实际上没有用处，不学怕倒觉自然。81面。即如动词的时间规则，日本语也不是没有，可是谁也不去正确的应用。19面。他说，现在日本中学校都有文法的科目。
Learning it is actually useless, and if you don't learn it, it will become natural. 8-sided. Even if there are rules for timing of verbs, Japanese is not without them, but no one applies them correctly. 19 faces. He said that now Japanese middle schools all have grammar subjects.
因为学生说本国话虽无特别困难，但写文章却和外国人一般，需有规则可以去依。而现在的学生虽小学校的幼童也用科学方法教育，从前私塾里非科学的教法，如无理的暗诵朗读。
Because although students have no particular difficulty speaking their own language, writing articles is just like foreigners, and they must have rules to follow. Nowadays, although young children in primary schools are educated using scientific methods, in the past private schools used unscientific teaching methods, such as unreasonable secret reciting and reading.
他们是不服的，他们头脑已习于演绎归纳，不用这种方法教是记不住的。先生也觉得这么办有标准有秩序，所以现在学校里教的日本文法，实是为了师生双方的便利。
They are dissatisfied, their minds are accustomed to deduction and induction, and they cannot remember it without this method of teaching. My husband also thinks that it is standardized and orderly, so the Japanese grammar taught in schools is really for the convenience of both teachers and students.
将非科学的日本语的构造，尽量装成科学的西洋式的。强力许多非如此不可的规则，如无主词的句子是错误之类。83至84面。但他说来说去，也还是只能承认，在初学的人。
Try to pretend that non-scientific Japanese structures are scientific and Western style. Many must-do rules are imposed, such as sentences without subjects are errors, pages 83 to 84. But after all he said, he could only admit that among beginners.
将日本文照西洋式结构，也许容易记些。但这只是一时不得已的方便法门，到了相当的程度，就不能再用这种笨拙的办法，须将因遵照文法而用的繁琐的语言竭力省减。
It may be easier to memorize Japanese text according to Western structure. But this is only a temporary convenience method. When it reaches a certain level, this clumsy method can no longer be used, and the cumbersome language used for compliance with grammar must be minimized.
还原于日本文简素的形式，这是做明文的秘诀。91面，但还原怕未必是容易的事罢。著者颇赞成私塾的朗读法，引了读书百遍亦自通的谚语39至40面，但口语文不适于朗读。
Reducing it to the simple form of Japanese writing is the secret of writing famous essays, 9 sides. But restoration may not be easy. The author quite agrees with the private school method of reading aloud, quoting the proverb, read 100 times and you will understand the meaning, pages 39 to 40, but oral texts are not suitable for reading aloud.
44面，私塾的朗读法终于是不行的。5. 主词的有无与敬语有关，用了敬语的动词助动词，便可省略主词而不致混淆，以造成复杂的长句。267至268面。
CC Mian, the private school reading method finally didn't work. 5. The presence or absence of the subject is related to the honorific language. By using honorific verb auxiliaries, the subject can be omitted without confusion, resulting in long and complex sentences. 267 to 268.
所以，敬语的动词助动词不仅有表示礼仪的作用，并且是补救日本语构成上的缺点的利器。269至270面。著者说，今日阶级制度撤废，繁琐的敬语虽已无用。
Therefore, the verb auxiliary verb of honorific language not only has the function of expressing etiquette, but also is a powerful tool to remedy the shortcomings of Japanese language composition, pages 269 to 270. The author says that today's class system has been abolished, and cumbersome honorifics are no longer useful.
但是敬语绝无全废之力，因为敬语在日本国民性及日本语的机能中有着很深的根据的缘故。现在人已将昔日的书简文中相似的动词助动词应用于日常的口语里，便是一正。
However, there is no reason why honorifics should be completely abolished, because honorifics have a deep foundation in Japanese national character and the function of Japanese language. Nowadays, people have applied similar verb auxiliary verbs in the old scripts to daily spoken language, which is a proof.
268至270面，敬语不限于动词助动词，别的品词中也有，尊称便是。如言上加喻字，便可省说你呢、你的，其省略作用正同270面。但现代口语中虽用敬语，文章中却不多用。
268 to 270 pages. Honorifics are not limited to verb auxiliaries, but can also be found in other attributes, such as honorifics. For example, if you add the word you to yen, you can omit you and your. The omission has the same effect, face 270. However, although honorifics are used in modern spoken English, they are rarely used in articles.
这是什么缘故呢？因为文人相信文章不是对面说话，而是向公众说话，所以叙述时不愿将个人的感情掺在里面。再说，留给后世人看，即使对于尊敬的人的事，也当取科学者的冷静态度。
What is the reason for this? Because literati believe that articles do not speak to each other, but to the public. They do not want to involve personal feelings in the narrative. Besides, leaving it for future generations to see, even when it comes to matters concerning respected people, one should adopt a calm attitude of a scientific scholar.
著者的意思，有些书里不妨参入一些亲爱敬慕的感情，如子侄祭尊亲的事，学生祭先生的事，妻子祭丈夫的事，仆婢祭主人的事等。就是本书著者。
The author means that some books may wish to include some feelings of love and admiration, such as children and nephews remembering their relatives, students remembering their husbands, wives remembering their husbands, servants and maids remembering their masters, etc. He is the author of this book.
对于诸位先生也在用着某种程度的敬语的271面。著者论文体一章中将日本口语体分为讲义体、宾语体、口上体、绘画体4类，182面。讲义体去实际的口语最远，而与文章体。
I also use some degree of honorific for you gentlemen, 271. In the chapter Essay Style, the author divides Japanese spoken style into lecture style, military style, oral style. There are 4 categories, 182 lecture style, and conversational style. Lecture style is farthest from actual spoken language, and is different from article style.
相近183面，演说时讲书时都用此体，现在普及于一般日本人的口语文大部分是这个。讲义体可以说就是现代文185至186面，可是讲义体不适于多用敬语272面。
Similar, 183 faces. This style is used in speeches and books, and most of the spoken language that is now popular among Japanese people is this style. The lecture style can be said to be modern literature, 185 to 186. However, the lecture format is not suitable for using honorifics, 272.
著者的意思，怕到底不容易多多实现。6. 著者论绘画体的特长有4：1. 说法自由，句末用名词用副词都成，不像别体有死板的句式。2. 句中有音的变化，即表示口气的声音。3.
The author's intention may not be easily realized. 6. The author talks about the following 4 strengths of conversational style. 1. Freedom of expression. Nouns and adverbs can be used at the end of sentences, unlike other styles that have rigid sentence patterns. 2. There is a change in sound at the end of the sentence, which indicates the sound of the tone. 3.
可以实际地感到作者的语势，想象他微妙的心境与表情。4. 可以辨出作者的性别。著者主张论文与感想文等皆可适用此体，小说更不用说。193至194面。
You can actually feel the author's tone and imagine his subtle mood and expression. 4. The gender of the author can be identified. The author advocates that this style can be used in essays and reflections, not to mention novels. 193 to 194.
但是近来年轻人将他们自己平素随便的发音也写入文字里，如作之类，而小说家于叙述的文字里也流行这种错误的用法。著者认为是可慨叹的。261面。
But recently, young people have transferred their own casual pronunciation into words, such as for, and novelists have also popularized this wrong usage in narrative texts. The author thinks it is lamentable. 261.
其实音的变化也是自然的趋势，1-2个人是挡不住的。7. 本书论文极重含蓄，可以说自始至终只说了含蓄一事。274面。 论品格一章有论古典中人名一节，著者开头就说
In fact, the change of sound is also a natural trend, and one or two people cannot stop it. 7. The thesis in this book is very implicit. It can be said that it only talks about implicitness from beginning to end. 274. In the chapter on character, there is a section on names in classics. The author begins by saying,
我们以直述活的现实为卑下，言语与所表现的事情间必须隔着一重薄纸似的，才觉着品高。我们是这种国民。他举《衣食物语》中的插画，总以稀有一男子具其始。
We regard it as humble to speak directly about living reality. We must have a thin layer of paper between words and the things expressed to feel noble. We are this kind of nation. He cites the interjections in The Tale of ISE, which always start with the sentence, There was a man in the past.
而绝不记这些男子的姓名、身份、住所、年龄。又这类书中记女人的名字，多只写一个女字。鉴于《源氏物语》中的铜壶、西颜等名，也并非女人们的本名，而是借房氏或花的名字以称之。
The names, identities, addresses, and ages of these men will never be recorded. Moreover, when women's names are recorded in such books, they usually only have the character written in them. Names such as Tong Subo and Yugao found in The Tale of Genji are not the women's real names, but are called by the names of rooms or flowers.
著者说，以物语而论，若用女人们真名，就对他们失礼了。对于男子，也多避忌真名，而以其官职、爵位、住所抵宅的名称间接指示之。这样，竖景写景就能如隔薄纸一张了。他说，真实虽可贵。
The author said, in terms of monogatari, it would be rude to use the women's real names. For men, their real names are often avoided, and they are indirectly indicated by the names of their official positions, titles, and residences. In this way, describing emotions and scenes can be, as if separated by a piece of thin paper. He said that truth is precious.
但写得太显，便叫人觉着如在人前露出胫骨似的了。249至250面。8. 他又以含蓄解释日本语语汇的少。在日本语里，陀螺或水车转、地球绕着太阳转都用或两字。
But if you write it too clearly, it will make people feel like you are exposing your shin in front of others. Pages 249 to 250. 8. He also explained the lack of Japanese vocabulary in an implicit way. In Japanese, the word, or, is used to describe the rotation of a top or a water wheel, or the rotation of the earth around the sun.
前者是自转，后者是绕着别的东西转，在日本语却不分别。中国语里相当于或的字可就多了，如转、旋、绕、环、巡、周、运、回、巡等，意义皆略有不同。他说，这是日本语的缺点之一。
The former means rotating on one's own axis, while the latter means rotating around something else. In Japanese, there is no distinction between them. There are many words equivalent to or in Chinese, such as turn, spin, around, ring, tour, zhou, luck, hui, sun, etc. all have slightly different meanings. This, he said, was one of the shortcomings of the Japanese language.
从前日本人取汉语以补充自己的语汇，现在又取欧美语，这是很对的。但是他又说语汇丰富起来了，便过于依赖言语的力量，过于好说话，而忘却沉默的效果，那就不妥当了。
In the past, the Japanese used Chinese to supplement their vocabulary, and now they use European and American languages. This is quite right. But he also said that as the vocabulary becomes richer, it would be inappropriate to rely too much on the power of words, to be too talkative, and to forget the effect of silence.
他说，日本语语汇的缺乏，不一定就是日本文化劣于西洋或中国，他宁以为这是日本国民性不好说话的证据。自古中国与西洋都有以雄辩著文的伟人，日本的历史上就没有这种伟人。
He said that the lack of Japanese vocabulary does not necessarily mean that Japanese culture is inferior to Western or Chinese culture. He rather thinks that this is evidence that Japanese people are not easy to speak. Since ancient times, both China and the West have had great men known for their eloquence, but there is no such great man in Japanese history.
他说，日本自来的风气是看不起能辩的人的。他说，因为日本人正直、贵实行，不爱巧语花言，又性不执拗，对于一件事不愿意繁言。他说，日本人有10分实力，自己只觉着7、8分。
He said that Japan's custom is to look down on people who can argue. He said that because Japanese people are upright, value practical work, don't like sweet words, and are not stubborn in nature, they don't want to talk about one thing. He said that the Japanese were very capable, but he only felt that they were only 7 or 8.
叫人看也只7、8分，这是东洋式的谦让之德，与西洋人正相反。又说优劣暂不必论，而由此可见日本语的发达不适于多言，并非偶然。54至58面，著者论述此意占了3面半的地位。
It only makes people appreciate it. This is the Eastern virtue of humility, which is the opposite of Westerners. He also said that it is not necessary to discuss the merits and demerits for the time being, but it can be seen that the development of Japanese language is not suitable for talking too much, and it is not accidental. 54 to 58 faces. The author discusses this meaning, occupying 3.5 aspects.
才真是雄辩呢。9. 可是日本人依赖言语的习性，到了技术西洋输入的科学、哲学、法律等学问就发生困难了。这些学问在性质上必须细密正确，非处处写得清清楚楚不可。
That's really eloquent. 9. However, the Japanese habit of relying on language creates difficulties when it comes to recording science, philosophy, law, and other knowledge imported from the West. These knowledge must be precise in nature, and they must be written clearly in every aspect.
但日本语的文章却怎么也不能如此周到的。著者说他常读日裔德国哲学书，许多处问题稍深入就常会不懂。这固然也是哲理本身的深奥，而日本语构造不完备却是主要原因。
But Japanese articles cannot be so thoughtful. The author said that he often reads German philosophy books translated from Japanese, and often fails to understand many issues when he goes a little deeper. This is of course also the profoundness of the philosophy itself, but the incomplete Japanese language structure is the main reason.
自古以来，东洋关于学问技术的著述也不是没有，但都以难言传的境界为贵，以写的太露为贤。徒弟教育时代，弟子直接受先生口传，一面受先生的人格陶冶，自然领会，并不全依赖书。
Since ancient times, there have been some Japanese writings on learning and technology, but they all value the indescribable state of affairs and are concerned that the writing is too revealing. In the era of apprenticeship education, students were taught directly by their masters orally, and on the one hand, they were influenced by their master's personality and understood naturally, without relying entirely on books.
这样看来，日本文章不适于科学著述也是当然的了。现在日本的科学家解决这种不便，大概以参用原语为主。他们讲书，在日本语里写上非常多的原语，发表论文，既用日本文。
From this point of view, it is natural that Japanese articles are not suitable for scientific writing. Nowadays, Japanese scientists mainly solve this inconvenience by using primitive language. They teach books, use a lot of primitives in Japanese, and publish papers, both in Japanese.
同时又用外国文发表，而以外国文体为标准。他们的日本文在具有专门的知识及外国语的素养的，虽然看得懂，在常人简直茫然。题材虽说是日本文，实在是外国文化的东西。
At the same time, it was published in foreign languages, with foreign literary styles as the standard. Although their Japanese can be understood by those with specialized knowledge in foreign language literacy, it is simply at a loss for ordinary people. Although the genre is Japanese, it is actually something from foreign culture.
这种外国文化的东西要比外国文还难懂。实际上说，翻译文在没有外国文的素养的人才是必要的。日本的翻译文没有一点外国文的素养的却看不懂，那有什么用呢？72至75面。是。
This kind of foreign culture is more difficult to understand than foreign languages. In fact, translation is necessary for people who do not have the literacy of foreign languages. Japanese translations are incomprehensible to those without any knowledge of foreign languages. What's the use? 72 to 75 sides. 10.
但日本语这种缺陷该怎样补救才好呢？这不仅是文章的问题，而是由于思想方法、长时间养成的习惯、传统气质等等。就眼前而论，不适于用本国国语发表的学问。
But how to remedy this shortcoming of Japanese language? This is not only a problem with the article, but also due to the way of thinking, habits developed over a long period of time, traditional temperament, etc. As far as the matter is concerned, it is not suitable for learning to be expressed in the national language of the country.
不能真算是本国的东西。著者说，迟早我们得创造适于我们自身的国民性及历史的文化式样。他说，今后不可单模仿西洋人。
It cannot really be regarded as something of our own country. The author said, sooner or later we have to create a cultural pattern suitable for our own national character and history. He said that in the future we cannot just imitate Westerners.
非得将从他们学得的东西与东洋的传统精神融合起来，开辟新路不成。75至76面。著者相信，他们立在文化的前头，发挥独创力的机运已经到了76面，但是谈何容易啊！11。
They had to combine what they learned with the traditional spirit of the East to open up a new path. Pages 75 to 76. The author believes that the opportunity has arrived for them to stand at the forefront of culture and exert their originality. 7 or 6 sides. But it's easier said than done. 11.
从以上种种看，在创造中的日本语的问题，颇跟在创造中的中国语的问题相像。这也难怪，日本语在构造上虽与国语不属一系，但在文化及表现的样式上却是差不多的。
Judging from the above, the problems of the Japanese language in creation are quite similar to the problems of the Chinese language in creation. It's no wonder that although the structure of Japanese is not the same as Mandarin, the culture and expression styles are similar.
日本语所受汉文的影响实在太大了。又日本维新在别的方面进步很快，但在语文方面似乎并不如此。我们和他们至多也不过50步100步之差罢了。所以古奇的议论很足供我们参考。
The Japanese language is greatly influenced by Chinese. Moreover, Japan's reform has made rapid progress in other aspects, but this does not seem to be the case in terms of language. At most, there is only 50 steps or 100 steps between us and them. Therefore, Tanizaki's discussion is sufficient for our reference.
但他的意见究竟过于保守，在这个时代讲 tempo 讲 speed 人心盲迫而忘却悠闲的这个时代，144面怕不合于实际吧。原书于1934年昭和9年出版。
But his opinion is too conservative after all. In this era, talking about tempo and speed, when people are so busy that they forget about leisure, 144, it may not be realistic. The original book was published in 1934, the 9th year of Showa.
本文作于1938年1月。日本语的面目，这里是4篇论文的提要，原文都见于日本山本三生等编纂的《日本文学讲座》第16册国语文法篇，中华民国24年。
This article was written in January 1938. The Face of the Japanese Language. Here are synopses of the 4 papers. The original texts can be found in the 16th volume of Japanese Literature Lectures, compiled by Yamamoto Sensei and others, National Language Grammar Chapter, published in the 24th year of the Republic of China.
昭和10年出版。1. 保科校1日本语的特质1至3-4面。本文分10节：1论语言起源于拟声，2论日本语是关节语，3论助动词及助词的发达，4论语序。
Showa 10, published. 1. Characteristics of the Japanese Language, by Koichi Hashina, pages 1 to 3 and 4. This article is divided into 10 sections. First, the origin of language from onomatopoeia. Second, Japanese is an articulated language. Third, the development of auxiliary verbs and particles. And fourth, word order.
5论日本语是多节语及叠字对句等，6论敬语，7论省略法的发达，8论口语文言的关系，9论方言的发达，10论语音的联想作用。文中重要的依据似乎是 Aston 的 A。
The 5th chapter discusses Japanese multiverse language and overlapping couplets, etc. The 6th chapter discusses honorifics. The 7th chapter discusses the development of ellipsis. The 8th chapter discusses the relationship between spoken and written language. The 9th chapter discusses the development of dialects. And the 10th chapter discusses the linking function of phonetic sounds. The important basis in the article seems to be Aston's A.
Comparative Study of the Japanese and Korean Languages, 1879.
Comparative Study of the Japanese and Korean Languages 1879.
与 Chamberlain 关于日本语及虾夷语的比较研究4节，可见日本人对于他们自己的语言还没有研究成绩可言。文中所论日本语的特质，或可帮助我们批评日本语。
With Chamberlain's comparative study on Japanese and Ezo languages, section 4, it can be seen that the Japanese have no research results to speak of on their own languages. The characteristics of the Japanese language discussed in this article may help us criticize the Japanese language.
或可帮助我们研究本国语。现在摘述1、2。先说语序。日本语的句子主词居首位，直说法以动词或形容词结尾，动词宾词在动词之前。疑问句则有疑问助词常在动词或形容词之后。
It may help us study our own language. Here are some excerpts. Let's talk about word order first. In Japanese sentences, the subject comes first, direct sentences end with a verb or adjective, and the object of the verb comes before the verb. Interrogative sentences have interrogative particles, often after the verb or adjective.
Aston 说，这种语序对于发表论理的思想是否有利是个问题。怎么说呢？因为判断事物时，最重要的成分放在句子的最后，那判断就不能早确定，到了最后还可以变更。如说
Aston said that it is a question whether this word order is beneficial for expressing theoretical thoughts. How to say it? Because the most important element when judging something is placed at the end of the sentence, the judgment cannot be determined early and can be changed at the end. Such as saying,
私增税案赞成制句子到此，赞否是不确定的，最后加上或，那说话人的意思才确定了。又疑问助词例照例放在句子最后，要是对于上引的一句发生疑问，便得说
At this point in the sentence, I approve of the private tax increase case. I will send you to SEMA. It is uncertain whether to approve or not. At the end, adding, or, will determine the speaker's meaning. And as usual, the interrogative particle is placed last of the sentence. If there is any doubt about the sentence quoted above, you have to say.
增税案2赞成，智利，你对增税案赞成呢？ 反对呢，这些表示肯定、否定或疑问、禁止的意思的最重要的成分都在句子的最后，未免不明确。
Tax increase bill 2, yes to the, 2. Are you in favor of the tax increase bill? Are you against it? These most important elements that express the meaning of affirmation, denial, question, or prohibition are all at the end of the sentence, which is somewhat unclear.
同时像是意志浮动，到最后还不确定的样子。如中国话那样按着主词、数词、宾词的顺序，恐怕不成。日本人对于席间演说等本领很差，老用不过呢，那么就是等插进语句中间。
At the same time, it seems that his will is floating and he is still unsure in the end. I'm afraid it won't work in the order of subject, predicate, and predicate like in Chinese. The Japanese are very poor at making speeches during dinner, and always use but, then, just, etc. to insert into the middle of sentences.
这些话什么用处也没有，只不过填空子罢了。这在欧美人大概不会有的。日本人的不能持论，正是日本语语序的结果罢。10至11面，这里所说疑问助词在句末，与中国语是相同的。
These words serve no purpose except to fill in the blanks. This is probably not something that Europeans and Americans would have. The Japanese's inability to hold opinions is precisely the result of Japanese word order, 10 to one side. The interrogative particle mentioned here is at the end of the sentence, which is the same as in Chinese.
次说人格化 ，Aston 说日本人与朝鲜人想象力大不发达，语言缺乏人格化，有知之物与无知之物，神与万有，精神与物象，个人与众人，自己与他人的区别都很缺乏明了。
Secondly, let's talk about personification. Aston said that the imaginations of Japanese and Koreans are very underdeveloped and their language lacks personification. The differences between knowing things and ignorant things, gods and all things, spirits and objects, individuals and everyone, and oneself and others are all lacking in clarity.
两国语言都没有文法上的性别，即人称代名词和形容词都是不分性别的，动词也不分人称。阿里安语及人代名词以表示这种动词的区分。
Neither language has grammatical gender, that is, personal pronouns and adjectives are gender neutral. Verbs are also not person-specific. Aryan borrowed personal pronouns to express this verb distinction.
日本语与朝鲜语虽有男性代名词及女性代名词，但都不明示动词的人称。因此，两国语言里主语与动词连接的力量是极薄弱的。又因动词缺乏人称，真的被动语气不发达。
Although Japanese and Korean have male and female pronouns, they do not indicate the person of the verb. Therefore, the connection between subject and verb in both languages is extremely weak. And because the verb lacks person, the true passive mood is underdeveloped.
朝鲜语简直没有被动语气，日本语里也不十分发达，被动可用以表示可能极敬语，这种用法在阿里安语少得很。人称观念的不发达，从人代名词也可见。
There is simply no passive voice in Korean. In Japanese, it is not very developed, and the passive can be used to express possibility and honorific. This usage is very rare in Aryan. The underdevelopment of the concept of person can also be seen from personal pronouns.
人代名词多用不只是人称的词，如自称用某，对称用君，但大人，他称用彼方，便是一例。就将这些词算入文章中用代名词的地方还是很少，纯粹的日本文。
People pronouns are often words that do not indicate the person. For example, if someone calls himself, someone, June, or Dana, sir, are used for symmetry, and he calls himself, the other side, this is an example. Counting these words, there are still very few places where pronouns are used in the article, pure Japanese.
三面中只有人代名词6个罢了，如译成英文，便非100个不可。朝鲜语里代名词也不多用，因而两国语言里属的观念比阿里安语不发达得多。例如，两国语言里没有双数 dual。
Among the three faces, there are only 6 human pronouns. If translated into English, it would have to be 100. Pronouns are not used much in Korean. Therefore, the concept of mileage in both languages is much less developed than in Aryan. For example, there is no even number dual in the two languages.
Number 动词形容词也没有可以表现复数的形式，名词的位也与数无关，都可见。这也是主语与动词关系不严密的一个原因。两国语言的名词没有善复的区别。
Number and verb adjectives do not have a plural form, and the position of the noun has nothing to do with the number. They are all visible. This is also one of the reasons why the subject and verb are not closely related. There is no difference between the singular and plural forms of nouns in the two languages.
只在代名词里多少有一些13至14面。Chamberlain 说，日本敬语极丰富，敬语可代替人代名词，又可代替表示人物的动词活用14面。
Only in pronouns there are some, 1, 3, or 4. Chamberlain said, Japanese honorifics are extremely rich. Honorifics can be used to replace pronouns for people, and they can also be used to replace verbs that express people. 14 pages.
这当也是人称观念不发达的一大原因。日本的代名词很不少，有些是本国的，有些是汉语里传去的，但省而不用的时候多。保科孝一却说，日本是离开大陆的岛国，不怕外国侵略。
This is also a major reason why the concept of person is underdeveloped. There are many pronouns for Japan, some of which are native to the country, and some of which are passed down from Chinese, but they are often omitted and not used. Koichi Hashina said, Japan is an island country separated from the mainland and is not afraid of foreign aggression.
岛内生活极为平和愉快，所有观念不大发达，大概代名词便因此粗疏起来了。23至24面，次论省略，只省略主语一点，与阿利安语不同，因为有敬语表示人称关系。
Life on the island is extremely peaceful and pleasant, and the concept of ownership is not very developed, so probably the pronouns are rough because of this. Sides 23 to 24. The second discussion is about omission. Only the subject is omitted, which is different from Aryan. Because there are honorifics to express personal relationships.
省了代名词不怕误解。平安朝假名文学照例在开端一度表出主语，以下便一概省略。原是语业的品定里，主语也大抵省略。这因事实的内容与敬语的关系，了解主语所表示的人格。
Omit pronouns and avoid misunderstandings. As usual in Heian Dynasty Kana literature, the subject is stated at the beginning, which will be omitted below. In Genji's Rainy Night, the subject is mostly omitted. This is due to the relationship between the content of the fact and the honorific, and understanding the personality represented by the subject.
并无何种困难，将它省去，文章倒简洁些，修辞的价值也增大些。25至26面，次论口语与文言。德川时代的学者以为文言崩坏，变为口语。如文言上二段、下二段的动词崩坏了。
There is no difficulty. Omitting it would make the article simpler and its rhetorical value greater. Pages 25 to 26. Secondly, let's talk about spoken language in classical Chinese. Scholars in the Tokugawa period believed that classical Chinese collapsed and became spoken language. For example, the verbs in the upper and lower sections of classical Chinese collapsed.
变成口语里的上一段、下一段了。注者说，文言体自然崩坏的事是没有的，倒是口语有了变化，文言是要受影响的。以本例而论，古代口语的上二段、下二段的动词变成了现在的上一段。
It becomes the previous paragraph and the next paragraph in spoken language. The author said that there is no natural collapse of the classical Chinese style. On the contrary, if spoken language changes, the classical Chinese language will be affected. In this case, the verbs in the upper and lower paragraphs of ancient spoken language have become the current upper and lower paragraphs.
下一段动词，这种变化发生于口语之后，文言也会用上一段、下一段活用的。隐变也如此，先发生于日常谈话。到了普及于一般口语的时候，自然就影响到文言了。
Next verb. This change occurs after spoken language, and classical Chinese also uses the previous paragraph and the next paragraph. The same is true for sound. It first occurred in daily conversation, and when it became popular in general spoken language, it naturally affected classical Chinese.
例如 kisaki kisa okanaiwa ni imajai koimashu skikeki sugai k 音的脱落是发生于口语的一个音变的现象。
For example, kisaki kisai, okinioi imajiku imijiu, sukikaki suegai. The loss of the K sound is a phenomenon that occurs in spoken language.
这个现象普及于一般口语的时候，自然便影响到文言，文言便也渐渐将这个变化行开了。30面，次论音节。日本虽有单音字，但是少数，大部分是二音以上的。
When this phenomenon became popular in general spoken language, it naturally affected classical Chinese. Classical Chinese also gradually carried out this change. Part 30. Next, discuss syllables. Although Japan has monosyllable characters, there are only a few of them, and most of them have 2 or more syllables.
日本单语构造与中国与斯拉夫语之子音多与母音者不同，而与意大利语之多含母音者相似。音节构造虽然简单，可是说话即歌谣舒长而不急促。注者竟然说
Japanese monolingual structure is different from Chinese Slavic, which has more consonants than vowels, but is similar to Italian, which has more vowels. Although the syllable structure is simple, the speech and singing are smooth and not rushed. The author actually said,
用这样语言的日本民族的气质自然平静明朗的。16面，诱叠语与对句也是日本语的特征。16至18面与中国语相同。2. 小林好日日语文章论109至126面。
The temperament of the Japanese nation using such language is naturally calm and clear. Side 16, also, double phrases and couplets are also features of Japanese, sides 16 to 18, which are the same as Chinese. Air Kobayashi Yashihai, on Japanese articles, 109 to 12, 6 sides.
本文诚如著者自论是个未成品，其原因在应用西洋理论及文法范畴来讲日本语句的结构，而一面自己也不信其合适，所以便不免浮光掠影的毛病。但文中也有几处值得注意的。
As the author himself says, this article is an unfinished product. The reason is that he insists on using Western theory and grammatical categories to describe the structure of Japanese sentences, and he does not believe that it is appropriate, so it is inevitable to make a superficial impression. But there are several things worth noting in the article.
第一，判断句与非判断句。如雪白，雪是白的，整个是论理的判断，雪是判断的主题，白是叙述语。表现判断时总用助词字的，这叫做对极关系。像强的国家或指即墨，比墨指。
The first judgmental sentence and the non-judgmental sentence. For example, snow is white, is a logical judgment, is the subject of the judgment, and is the narrative. When expressing judgment, the particle is always used. This is called the relationship between opposite poles. Like strong country or paper and ink, pen, ink, paper.
那样从属关系或同位关系的连语叫做同级关系，一面。但子公鸡22，孩子拿食物给鸡，一类句子却不算对极关系，因为这只是知觉作用，而不是判断作用。
Such conjunctions of subordination or apposition are called same-pole relationships, one side. However, sentences such as, the child gives food to the chicken and the child gives food to the chicken, do not count as an opposite relationship, because this is only a perception function, not a judgment function.
这里只有直观，直观虽也可做判断的对象，但需将句子变为论理判断的形式，如说目前，光景，目前的情形是，这一来判断的对象便清楚了。在本例里，子贡、时而等是动词。
There is only intuition here. Although intuition can also be the object of judgment, the sentence must be changed into the form of theoretical judgment, such as, currently, the situation is, the current situation is, and so on. Then the object of judgment will be clear. In this example, etc. are the verbs.
的主体及客体，宾语是从属于动词的补充成分。动词所说明的概念，只是它的主体、目的、标准的事物的属性概念。所以，在这种句子里，主词是从属于述语的，那么
The subject and object of, are supplementary components subordinate to the verb. The concept explained by the verb is only the attribute concept of the thing of its subject, purpose, standard. Therefore, in this kind of sentence, the subject is subordinate predicative, then.
整句便是同级关系了，112至113面。第二，语序，语中成分有4：主语、述语、宾语、修饰语。定它们的关系的，一是语序，一是助词。如 John、Struck James 与 James。
The whole sentence is in the same pole relationship, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3. Second word order. There are 4 components in a sentence: subject, predicate, object, and modifier. What determines their relationship is word order and particles. Such as John, struck James, and James.
Struck, John 两句中主宾语的区别靠语序，但在日本语，像太郎次郎打与太郎次郎打两句就靠助词显示这种区别了。又如中国语那样的孤立语。
In the sentences Struck and John, the difference between subject and object depends on word order. But in Japanese, sentences like Taro Harajiro hit and Taro Harajiro hit rely on particles to show this difference. Or isolating languages like Chinese.
表示句中各成分的关系，语序是特别重要的。可以说，不研究语序就无文法可言。所以中国语称为序列语。大破敌兵，敌兵大破2句，便只是靠语序区别主语与宾语的。在日本语
To express the relationship between components in a sentence, word order is particularly important. It can be said that there is no grammar at all without studying word order. Therefore, Chinese is called a serial language. The 2 sentences, the enemy soldiers were defeated greatly, and the enemy soldiers were defeated greatly, only rely on word order to distinguish the subject and object. In Japanese,
敌兵大2破西，敌兵大2破，用语便将主宾关系显明了。日本语里，助词表示句中各成分关系，其重要由此可见116至117面。第3单语的构成，在语句中
enemy soldiers and enemy soldiers use and to show the subject-object relationship. In Japanese, particles express the relationship between the components in the sentence, and their importance is derived from this. Visible, 116 to 117. The third monolingual composition.
单语构成连语，单语连语构成句。看起来好像先有单语，次有连语，最后才有句。 其实不然，从发声上说，先有句，次有连语，最后才有单语，这从幼儿的语言可以想见。
Monolingual conjunctions form conjunctions, and monolingual conjunctions form sentences. It seems that there are single words first, then conjunctions, and finally sentences. In fact, this is not the case. In terms of occurrence, there are sentences first, then conjunctions, and finally monolinguals. This can be imagined from the language of young children.
幼儿的语言不是单语的连结，而是声音的连语，如是。这种声音是作为句子而结合，以显示全体表象的。这样作为句子发表的声音结合，几个凑起来，便又成了新的统一体。
The language of young children is not a connection of single languages but a connection of sounds, such as. Such sounds are combined as sentences to show the overall representation. In this way, the combination of sounds expressed as sentences, when several are put together, become a new unity.
而原来的一句成为它的部分，继承了新句子的部分，就不得不缩短变形。何以呢？因为句子不单是声音与声音的结合，而是声音群的统一。
And the original sentence became part of him. Now that it has become part of a new sentence, it has to be shortened and transformed. Why? Because a sentence is not just a combination of sounds, but a unity of sound groups.
它是与意识内容的统一融合之事实相应的外形统一，它便是这种声音结合。那么，句子做了别的句子的部分时，变成了连语了。而这新句子又与别的句子结合而变成连语。
He is the unity of form corresponding to the fact of the unified fusion of the contents of consciousness, and he is this union of sounds. Then, when a sentence becomes part of another sentence, it becomes a conjunction. And this new sentence is combined with other sentences to form a conjunction.
更要缩短变形一回，如此缩来缩去，变来变去，结果变成了单语。这些单语的连结和连语的连结，伴着语言的发达，习用的结果变成了定型，少有刺激，立即会再现于意识之中。
It is even more necessary to shorten the deformation once. Shrunk and changed in this way, the result is monolingual. These monolingual connections and conjunctions, along with the development of language and the result of habitual usage, have become finalized and, rarely, will immediately reappear in consciousness.
119至120面，第4和文脉。和文脉是用连语、连锁的言而不断的构成法，句子短，句法简洁，便是汉文脉了。现在人受了欧文的影响，多用短句，但还不能完全避免连锁式而不用。
119 to 120. Fourth and context. He Wenmai uses conjunctions, a chain of extended and continuous construction methods, short sentences and concise syntax. It is Chinese Wenmai. Nowadays, people are influenced by Owen and use short sentences more often, but they cannot completely avoid using chain sentences.
这可以说是日本文章构成法的一种特征，125面。但盛本清一郎在《东京日日新闻》发表的《日本文学的基础》一文中却否定这种特征。
This can be said to be a characteristic of Japanese article composition, 1, 2, 5 sides. However, Saikiro Katsumoto denied this characteristic in his article, The Foundation of Japanese Literature, published in Tokyo Nichichi Shimbun.
因为像古崎润一郎的《春琴超如意》等只是风靡欧洲的 Rocoso 趣味的影响，126面。第5文法。著者以为要做日本语文法，当先看日本人的思想如何表现到句子里。
I thought that works like Junichiro Tanazaki's Haru Kodo Sagaraki were just influenced by the Rocoso taste that was popular in Europe. 1, 2, 6 sides. Fifth grammar. The author believes that, in order to study Japanese grammar, we must first look at how Japanese thoughts are expressed in sentences.
这又非得先归纳的研究事实不可。徐广搜从古至今各时代的各种语言资料，将句的组成以历史的眼光考察之。立足于如此的归纳的历史的研究之上，日本语的文法才能建立起来。
This requires an inductive study of the facts first. It is necessary to extensively search various language materials from ancient times to the present, and examine the composition of sentences from a historical perspective. Based on such inductive historical research, Japanese grammar can be established.
在这个意味上，像松下大三郎的标准日本文法是有可注目的价值的。126面。3. 吉泽一则凭假名的研究185至195面。抄本上写歌用的一种字体叫做。
In this sense, books like Standard Japanese Grammar by Daizaburo Matsushita are of noteworthy value. Page 126. 3. Yoshizawa Yoshinori's Research on Hiragana, page 185 to 195. The script used to write on the manuscript is called
凭假名，自古相传为空海所作，但无确据。这传说始见于大江匡房的江坛。天仁2年8月，日向小一条庭言谈之次，问日甲字首本者何时始起乎？又何人所作哉？答云： 弘法大师御作。
Hiragana. It has been said since ancient times that it was written by Kukai, but there is no definite evidence. This legend first appeared in Eden, written by Oi Mabobo. In August of the second year of Tennin, Hinata was talking about Kuchidai and asked about the hand of hiragana. When did this begin? And who did it? The answer is, Master Hongfa.
云云，就古代平假名的形状和文字的性质想，此说不可信。新井君美创自然发达说，半信有祖述之，著者是赞同的185至186面。平假名之称始于江户时代，古称女文字或女手。
So much. Considering the shape and character of ancient hiragana, this theory is not credible. Araikoan's theory of natural development was described by Yuzu, and the author agrees with it, 185 to 186. The name hiragana began in the Edo period, and was called Nyamanji or Nyoji in ancient times.
土佐日记中只有男文字的名称是指汉字的，想来也该有女文字的名称以指平假名。参看《语今宝物语》以下的用例，此意很可信。著者反对空海说，从女文字或女手的名称想。
In Tosa Diary, there are only names with masculine characters, referring to kanji characters. Presumably there should also be names with masculine characters referring to hiragana characters. Refer to the following use cases in Atsubo Monogatari. This meaning is very credible. The author objects to Kukai's theory and thinks of it from the name Nyomeiji or Nyoshu.
以为平假名是女子做的186面。万叶集时代已过，古今集时代未来，这期间是日本文学的黑暗时代，诗文隆盛，压倒和歌。这时代文艺清清楚楚分为男性的和女性的。
I thought hiragana was written by women, 186 pages. The era of Manyoshu has passed, and the era of Kokinshu has come. This period is the dark age of Japanese literature. The poetry and prose flourished, overwhelming the poetry. The literature and art of this era were clearly divided into male and female.
男性文艺用汉语表现，非用汉字写不成；女性的以日本语表现，写假名186面。这种分野起因于当时的男女教育法，男子教育以汉学为首。九条电一戒有云：“凡成长颇知物情之时。”
Men's literature is expressed in Chinese and must be written in Chinese characters. Women's literature is expressed in Japanese and written in kana, 186 pages. This distinction originated from the male and female education laws at that time. Men's education is headed by sinology. The Last Commandments of Kyujiden says, "When you grow up and know the situation of things."
朝读书卷，次学手记，其后许诸游戏。女子教育，上流社会只学弹琴与和歌，中流社会则学染织裁缝等做主妇的必要的知识技能。
In the morning, they learn to read books, then learn handwriting, and then they are allowed to play games. In women's education, the upper class only learn to play the piano and Japanese songs, while the middle class learn dyeing, weaving, tailoring, and other necessary knowledge and skills for housewives.
由枕草子其《源氏物语》肘木卷与叶的品定之志，女子和汉字是无缘的。而且当时还有一种迷信，说女子读了真字汉字书会被人制住。见《子氏部日记》187面。
It is known from Pillow, the Tale of Genji, Broomstick Scroll, and Pinding on a Rainy Night. Women and Chinese characters have no connection. Moreover, there was a superstition at that time that women who read books with real characters, Chinese characters, would be restrained. See Murasaki Shikibu Diary, 187 pages.
这时候，女子就是有汉学的知识，也不能表现出来。她们只专心于和歌，潜思于假名的日本语里。和歌对于当时女子，与其说是趣味的文学，不如说是生活上不可缺的文学。
At this time, even if the woman has knowledge of sinology, she cannot show it. They only concentrate on waka and ponder on the Japanese and kana. For women at that time, waka was not so much interesting literature as it was indispensable literature in daily life.
写和歌便非用假名不可。所谓男女的分野，不独纯文艺如此，所有笔札无不判然划分。日记与书简都是这般。女子习于这类文字，渐渐便制出平假名来。不用说，这并不是一时的计划。
Writing Japanese songs requires the use of pseudonyms. The so-called distinction between men and women is not only true in literature and art, but also in all writings. Diaries and letters are like this. As women became accustomed to this type of writing, they gradually developed hiragana. Needless to say, this was not a conscious plan.
他们常用假名，有时任其才气，信笔挥洒作草，为求简单，随意生笔。而因不知汉学，不受汉字掣肘，得以大胆自由。虽是大胆自由，但在受过完全的趣味教养的女子的手里。
They often use pseudonyms, and sometimes they let their talents flow and write freely. For the sake of simplicity, they save pen at will. But because I didn't know sinology and was not restricted by Chinese characters, I was able to be bold and free. Although it is bold and free, it is in the hands of a woman who has been thoroughly educated in taste.
常叫去魏姓引着走，这变成了幽艳的女手189面。王朝时代人分假名为5种，见《语今宝物语》。一、男手本用来称汉字，后来借称假名的一体，所谓万叶假名的。
Often guided by fun, she becomes a beautiful, female hand, 189. People in the dynasty period were divided into 5 types of pseudonyms, see Utsubo Monogatari. 1. Male hand was originally used to refer to Chinese characters, but later it was used to refer to the combination of kana called manyokana.
这是一字一字离开写的语连续书者意。2. 非男非女体及草假名，通称为草，是借用汉字草书之名。草又为假名的总称，对汉字而言，著名的丘底帖就是这种字。3. 女手，女手。
This is written word by word, which is different from a continuous book. 2. Neither male nor female body, that is, kusanakana, commonly known as grass, borrowing the name from the Chinese cursive script. Grass is also the general name for kana, for Chinese characters. The famous Aki Oji Tai is this kind of character. 3. Female hand, female hand.
也可作为对汉字的假名的总称。4. 片假名。5. 为手，一种草书，文中无说，不详。女手是假名中知己草者，文字的姿态与笔致都不十分清晰，必是连续书的合格书简之类，这从女手。
It can also be used as a general term for the kana of Chinese characters. 4. Katakana, katakana. 5. Weisho, a kind of cursive script, is not mentioned in the text and is unknown. Nyoshu is the most sloppy of kana. The gestures and writing style of the words are not very clear. They must be continuous writings of Japanese songs and the like. This is because nyoshu
的本质使然，191至192面。4. 春日政治片假名的研究，197至206面。片假名作者问题，南北朝人名为法师，藤原长亲，倭片假字反切一解，续手言之。
This is due to the nature of it, 191 to 192. 4. Kasuga Politics Research on Katakana, 197 to 206 pages. Regarding the issue of katakana authors, the preface of Japanese katakana characters Fanchi e Jia, written by Master Mingwei, Fujiwara Nagachi, from the southern and northern dynasties, states.
风闻太古之代，未有汉字，君臣百姓老少口口相传，原著中略。而凡国家用文字有真字，有假字，原著中略。至于天平圣宝年中，又丞相吉备真备公，取所通用于我邦字45字。
It is said that in the ancient times, there were no Chinese characters, and the kings, ministers, and common people, old and young, passed it on orally, original note, omitted. In all national characters, there are real characters and false characters, original note, omitted. As for the year of Tianping Shengbao, the right Prime Minister Ji Bei Zhenbei Gong used the 45 characters commonly used in our country.
省偏旁点画作假字，并且说，是故数列5字横列10字，加入同音5字为50字，原著中略。世俗传承之云，吉备大臣倭片假字反切矣，有其口诀矣。那么
Save radicals and draw false characters. And said. Therefore, 5 characters are arranged vertically and crosses are arranged horizontally, and 5 characters with the same pronunciation are added to form the 5 crosses, original note, omitted. According to popular legend, Minister Yun Jibei's Japanese character, Fanxia, has its formula. So.
连50音图也成于吉备真备之手了。但片假名不出于一手创于一时是显然的，而50音图片假名用的多了，古代书写有用真假名的，但用草假名的不常有。以后
Even the 50-syllable diagram was made by Jibei Zhenbei. But it is obvious that katakana is not created by one hand. And the syllabary kana is used more and more, the real kana is used in ancient writing, but the kana is not often used later.
将片假名字母综合而成，不会与片假名同时创作。相信片假名是一人一时所做的人，容易相信两者成于同时，又因整理音韵非如真备那样有学识的人不办。
It is a combination of katakana letters and will not be created at the same time as katakana. People who believe that katakana was created by one person at the same time are likely to believe that the two were created at the same time, and because the pronunciation of the pronunciation is not something that a knowledgeable person like Zhenbei can do.
因而真备变成了创片假名的人了。197至198面。又有白俄补助新井白氏的同文通考，据以吕波生母传，更说50音法是唐王化玄传给真备的。
Somabe became the one who created katakana, 197 to 198. There is also by M.O., whose supplements Arai Shiraishi's Tungwen Tongkao. According to Yi Lubo's initial consonant biography, it is said that the 50-tone method was transmitted to Zhenbei by King Huaxian of Tang Dynasty.
近世这种俗传渐渐站不住，气冲的和字郑滥超说真被说无证据，说片假名与平假名都是弘法大师做的。释文雄和字大观超对于一体的假名怀疑。
In recent times, this kind of popular tradition has gradually become untenable. Chichong's Wazi Zangbanko says that there is no evidence, saying that both katakana and hiragana were written by Kobo Daisher. Shi Wenxiong's Wazi de Kancho is doubtful about the variant kana.
他说，吉备公是折中前人所作片假字，极其大成，所以在书中上有少许异体的假名残留着。半信有对于假名的研究最为深广，著有《假名本末》，也怀疑异体的假名，但仍居于旧说。
He said that Kibi Gong was a culmination of the katana characters written by his predecessors, so there are still a few variant kana characters left in the book. Ban Shimyo has the most profound and extensive research on kana, and wrote the Kana Benmo. He also doubts the variant kana, but still sticks to the old theory.
他以为那些异体是旧体用熟了以后重置的。以上这些人对于异体假名那样贵重的资料都没有能多多试用历史眼光比较观察一下198至199年。到了明治时代，
He thought that those alien bodies were remade after the old bodies were used up. None of the above people could use a historical perspective to compare and observe such precious information as allegorical pseudonyms, 198 to 199. By the Meiji era.
文艺类散的作者木神元方也在童书的自志里说，片假名原为省文略写，去偏旁以便用，而存于古代书记中者，其省略出无定法，愈古愈然，是不出于一手而成其体者。
Yoshino Kogumihara, the author of Literature and Art Compilation, said in ZG of the same book. Katakana was originally abbreviated and the radicals were removed for ease of use. As for the omissions that exist in ancient writings, there is no fixed method at first, and the more ancient they become, the more likely they are to be omitted. It is something that does not come from a single hand to form its body.
其始自何时，不能详也。这也怀疑异体，但否定了真被说年代的考察，建议萌芽，比文雄的承认异体的存在是更进一步了。200年。
It is not clear when it started. This also doubts the existence of alien bodies, but denies the theory of true preparation. The investigation of the time has gradually begun to sprout, which is a step further than Fumio's recognition of the existence of alien bodies, page 200.
享和2年平泽元凯的门下生某拿元凯的《摩微字说》求村田春海校正，春海因注自说辩误，书中片假字一条驳元凯省文无用全书者说云，如此书说。
In the second year of Xianghe's reign, a disciple of Yuan Kai Ping's took Yuan Kai's Moezi Shua and asked Harumi Murata to correct it. Shun Haiyin wrote distinguishing errors in word theory. One of the false characters in the book refutes Yuan Kai's statement that the provincial prose is useless for the whole book. So the book says.
片假字皆省文而无全字，但气冲将千子景等字当作全字，省文虽多，也夹着全字的。这种全字大概也得叫做片假字是一定的。片假字原为读书旁训而设，笔画少，书写便利。那么
The Kataka characters are all omitted characters without full characters, but Chichong treats the characters such as qian, zi, and well as full characters. Although there are many omitted characters, there are also full characters sandwiched between them. This kind of full character should probably be called Katakashi character, that's for sure. Katakana character was originally designed for reading and teaching. It has fewer strokes and is easier to write than.
省笔少的全字自然也可用，虽然全字罕见，但立省文为定则是不成的。片假字原为读书旁训而设，以下的话极中肯，从前无人说过，真是拙见。山崎美成的文教温故也说
Of course, full characters with less writing can also be used. Although the whole character is rare, it is impossible to establish the provincial text as a rule. Katakaki characters were originally created as a sideline for reading. The following words are very pertinent. No one has ever said this before. It is really insightful. Yamazaki Minari's Review of Literature and Education also said.
就古书之训典、注音并记读法、几点圈中残存之古体片假名而论，囊者旁记自训，以真书典化繁多，遂加省简，此即片假名起源矣。201面，假定片假名发生于训典，想着若就这种。
As far as the dots, phonetic notation and reading, of ancient books and the remaining ancient katakana in the dot circles are concerned, in the past, people wrote the dots next to the dots, and used the real calligraphy to make many dots and omissions. This is the origin of katakana. Part 20. Assuming that katakana occurs in training point, think about this kind of.
训点假名加以年代的考察，则片假名的起源发达的名，因而从事研究的却是大石头博士的事业。他著有《假名源流考》《周代古音考》《音图几首习词歌考》《运镜考》等。
Training kana and examining the age, the origin of katakana is clearly developed, so it is the career of Dr. Oya Toru who is engaged in research. He is the author of A Study of the Origin of Kana, A Study of the Ancient Sounds of the Zhou Dynasty, A Study of Sound Pictures, Examination of Hand-Learned Lyrics and Songs, Examination of Rhymes and Mirrors, etc.
关于片假名研究，明治42年刊行的《假名仪及假名字体严格史料》是他的名著。该书于平安初期至进士出头的片假名字体严格，开始与无人以相当鲜明的概念。
Regarding the study of katakana, historical materials on the evolution of kana legacy and kana fonts, published in the 42nd year of Meiji, is his masterpiece. This book begins with a very clear concept of the evolution of katakana fonts from the early Heian period to the early modern era.
并指示各时代片假名字体的标准，但训点最初期的资料及可见片假名发生之始的资料，诸书中尚无之。不过博士继续孜孜地搜集古资料，后来又公布了2-3种史料作为续篇。
And indicates the standard of katakana fonts in each era. However, the earliest data on the training point, that is, the data on the origin of katakana, are not available in any book. However, the doctor continued to diligently collect ancient information, and later published 2 or 3 kinds of historical materials as a sequel.
这些都是从奈良正仓院圣宇藏的玉藏经搜得的，其中已经有可以窥知片假名起源的好材料了。博士本计划写一本假名字体严格考，可惜没有成书。但他关于片假名发达的调查。
These were collected from the Gosa Sutra of the Shosoin Temple in Nara. There are already good materials in them that can provide a glimpse into the origin of katakana. The doctor originally planned to write a book, a study on the evolution of kana fonts, but unfortunately it did not become a book. But his investigation on the development of katakana
可以说是近乎完成了203面。鉴于征仓院圣宇藏的典本，以施于神户景约2年御愿经一类、持人菩萨经、罗摩迦经及唐写阿毗达摩杂集论等的古典为主要材料。
It can be said that it is almost completed, side 203. It can be found in the Tijian edition of Zenkanyuan's Holy Words collection, which is used in the 2nd year of Shinhu Jingyun. The ancient points of Mo Za Ji Luan and so on are the main materials.
其中景云愿经一类似乎是最古的诗典。这些古典本共同的特征是假名的字体常以真假名、汉字为本位，略体假名极少。与稍后的假名字体比较，知此种情形属于片假名发达的极初期。
Among them, the Jinyun Yuan Sutra seems to be the oldest type of Shirgyan. The common feature of these ancient series is that the font of kana is often based on true kana, Chinese characters, and there are very few abbreviated kana. Compared with the later kana fonts, it can be seen that this situation belongs to the very early stage of katakana development.
这种事实表示，训点的假名是从记入真假名起始的。论到记入假名的方法，字形大是特征。有些如《持人菩萨经》只以大字将助词嵌入本文中，而将助词嵌入本文中。
This fact means that the kana 4 training point starts from the entry of the real kana. Regarding the method of recording kana, the characteristic is that the fonts are large. Some, such as the Sutra of Holding the Bodhisattva, only embed the particle in the text in large characters. And embed the particle into this article.
并将实词的音讯记于栏外的也很多。本文中避免记入假名，是因为汉字小了，书写困难。要将汉字记住在行间而不点污本文是很难的。那么，要是多将假名记入行间，字形就得小。
There are also many people who record the pronunciation of content words outside the column. I have avoided writing pseudonyms in this article because the Chinese characters are so small that it is difficult to write. It is difficult to write Chinese characters between the lines without tainting this article. Then, if more kana is recorded between lines, the font size will have to be smaller.
因而便有了省文假名增加的情形，如罗摩迦经典辨识的204至205面。调整你的语调，语为人。本文见1944年6月份美国读者文摘是一个节本。
As a result, there has been an increase in the number of provincial pseudonyms, such as in the Ramaka Sutra, pages 204 to 205. Adjust your tone of voice, and your persona. This article appears in the American Reader's Digest, in June 1944. It is an abridged version.
著者修士麦恩斯 Hughes Mines 是知名的教育家和心理学家。我知道一位出色的作家，到饭馆里，侍者们总不好好的招待他。这种经验叫那位作家老是莫名其妙。
The author, Hughes Mearns, is a well-known educator and psychologist. I know an excellent writer, but when he goes to a restaurant, the waiters never treat him well. This experience always baffled the writer.
他的话够客气的，可是他的腔调就是叫一客晚饭吧，却大模大样的使人难堪。在逝者听起来，那话味好像是瞧我是什么人，你是什么人，小人点儿，无用的家伙。他自信会得留心用字。
His words were polite enough, but his tone, just asking a guest for dinner, was so grand and embarrassing. To the waiter, the words sounded like, look who I am, and who you are. Be a small person, a useless guy. He was confident that he would have to pay attention to his words.
却全不觉察那字里行间的话，那腔调语。20年研究人与人的关系的种种问题，使我明白，人们彼此不能顺溜的相处。
But he was completely unaware of the words between the lines and the tone of speech. 20 years of studying various issues in human relationships have made me understand that people cannot get along smoothly with each other.
一个主要的原因就在语调所传达的意思往往与我们说出的字相反，这事实大家却似乎不知道。事实上，叫人生气的多半不是字面，而是腔调。我们常向人抗议道：“我并没有那个意思。”
One major reason is that the tone of voice often conveys the opposite meaning of the words we say, a fact that everyone seems to be unaware of. In fact, it's often not the words that make people angry, but the tone of voice. We often protest to people, I didn't mean it.
我们难过，因为别人误会了自己。最常见的误用语调是心里曾经厌烦或不高兴那件事，嘴上却在说客气话。例如随口敷衍一句：“某某，你昨天请的客很好。”或是一口气接连说：“查理。”
We feel sad because others misunderstand us. The most common misuse of tone is when you are saying something polite about something you are bored or unhappy about in your heart. For example, a casual and perfunctory sentence, so and so, the guests you invited yesterday were very good. Or say one after another in one breath, Charlie.
你真好，昨天让我们过来会见你那位有趣的客人，我们每分钟都是高兴的，不是吗？这些像煞有介事的话里有话，你别想着昨天请客没有意思了，并不那么的。误用语调引起人事摩擦。
It was so kind of you to let us come over to meet your interesting guest yesterday. We were delighted every minute, weren't we? There is something behind these serious words. Don't think that yesterday's treat was boring. It's not like that. Misuse of tone causes personnel friction.
还有些别的例子，如健康已富的人还带着病调，甚至老带着病调；如中年人还带着女孩调；如忍耐的语调，孩子们听起来比公开的骂还坏；还有不忘事的语调，如晚餐谈家务。
There are other examples. For example, people who have recovered from health still have a sick tone, or even always have a sick tone. For example, a middle-aged person still has a girlish tone. For example, a patient tone. Children sound worse than scolding in public. There is also a tone of voice that does not forget things, such as discussing household chores at dinner.
晚上回家谈公务等，要改善这些，必须完全明白腔调语的实际，是将我们听到的话，照那样的腔调所显示的译成字背后的真话看看。这句你好吗？是你真好。那句你好吗？是该死。
Go home in the evening to talk about official business, etc. To improve these, we must fully understand the reality of accent. Try translating the words we hear, as expressed in that tone, into the truth behind the words. This, how are you, is, you're so nice. That, how are you, is, damn.
你打算去的很久吗？会变成希望你永不回来。咱们得多见面。会一成办得到的话，别再见面了。知道了这种平常的双关语，就得细心练习运用那些愿用的腔调。
Are you planning to go for a long time? Will become, I hope you never come back. We must meet more. Will be translated as, if you can help it, don't meet again. Once you know this common pun, you have to carefully practice using the tone you want to use.
这不像做姿势或打扮那么容易，真情藏在深处，要深入浅出，用平常的话表达我们自己最好的一面，得费点气力。可是，假使我们觉得在我们所爱的那些人中间维持良好的关系，
It's not as easy as posing or dressing up. True love lies deep. It takes some effort to explain things in simple terms and express the best of ourselves in ordinary words. But what if we feel good about maintaining good relationships with those we love?
是重要的，这便值得做。在习俗的社交事项里，要表示诚恳，只消将语调放低些，一面留心将话说得慢些，没有情感配合着，不必空说客气话。好在我们彼此交谈，大部分可以用直说的。
It's important, and it's worth doing. In customary social events, to show sincerity, you only need to lower your tone and be careful to speak slowly. There is no need to express polite words without emotion. Fortunately, when we talk to each other, most of the time we can use straightforward words.
平调，这种腔调是不含深意、无所影射的。 例如向不相识的人问路，那一条道最近的公共汽车站，这就是不得罪人的评调。又如在家里问道，追在哪儿？答话可以是不知道。
Plain tone, this kind of tone does not contain deep meaning or allusion. For example, when asking an unknown person for directions, which way leads to the nearest bus stop? This is a flat tone that does not offend anyone. Another example is asking at home, where is the cone? The answer can be, I don't know.
却无需说明理由，不可表示厌烦，不必管要追索什么用。这句话是答得冷静而无关心的一句叙述事实的话。细心运用这种评调。
But there is no need to explain the reason, no need to express boredom, no need to worry about what the cone is used for. This sentence is a calm and unconcerned statement describing the facts. Use this leveling carefully.
最能减少我们日常事务里的和我们语调里的种种紧张。我们的腔调有时候会迁怒，使朋友们糊里糊涂，莫名其妙。留心用平调会减少我们自己的紧张，别人感情冲动地向你说话。
It can best reduce all kinds of tension in our daily affairs and our tone of voice. Our tone of voice can sometimes be irritating, leaving our friends confused and confused. Mindful use of flat tones will reduce our own tension. Others speak to you emotionally.
高声叫唤也罢，低声哀求也罢，你只需能够好好的用平调答话，对这个人会获得神奇的效果的。第二步是练习客调，在许多家庭里，对客人甚至不相识的人用的语调。
Whether you shout loudly or beg in a low voice, as long as you can answer in a flat tone, you will have a magical effect on this person. The second step is to practice customer adjustment. In many homes, the tone of voice used to address guests or even strangers.
往往倒比对家里人常用的友好些。设想夫妻子女是初次会面的人，那母亲会将自己的孩子看作街坊上新来的小孩，不用那用惯了的厉害的告诫腔调，话里每一个字都带着友情。
It is often more friendly than what is commonly used by family members. Suppose that the couple and their children are meeting each other for the first time. The mother will treat her child as a new kid in the neighborhood. She will not use the harsh tone of admonishment that she is used to, and every word in her words will be filled with friendship.
这个办法那么行而有效，你可以看出那孩子满面春风的听话，不再赌气闹别扭。那丈夫到许多年之后，又听到了那对他有意思的友好的语调，那话里的笑声。
This method is so effective, you can see that the child is obedient with a happy face and no longer angry or awkward. It was many years later that the husband heard the friendly tone of voice that was interesting to him, the laughter in those words.
那靠得住的腔调，叫他忘记过去和将来种种忧虑，只生活在幸福的现在里。那些与工人、佣人、孩子处的最好的人，他们说话是不用那表示优越感的半高调的。
That reliable tone made him forget all worries about the past and future and live only in the happy present. Those who get along best with workers, servants, and children do not speak in a semi-high tone that expresses a sense of superiority.
我们来举赫威·怀特做一个自勉的例子。这是那无钱的卡茨基的慈善事业家。30年来，他在纽约省乌斯托克他的山区内曾经给予创作的机会于好些艺术家、作家、音乐家。
Let's take Hervey White as an example of self-encouragement. This is the moneyless, Kasky philanthropist. For 30 years, he gave creative opportunities to several artists, writers, and musicians in his mountainous area of Ustok, New York.
我问赫威·怀特，他对那些给他掘沟的人、筑路的人，给他在树林里造戏园子的人，能够有伟大的成功，秘诀在那里？他说，随便那个给我做工的人，都在亲身给我服务。
I asked Hervey White what was the secret of his great success with those who dug ditches for him, built roads for him, and built his theater in the woods. He said, anyone who works for me is personally serving me.
所以我总感他的恩。除此之外，我还将他看作一个专家，我从来没有学过的工作，他能做得很好。这样，那节制他的腔调的情感，实在是对那些和他工作的人的敬意。这种表示敬意的。
So I am always grateful to him. Beyond that, I see him as an expert who can do a job I've never learned to do very well. In this way, the emotion that tempered his tone was really a tribute to those who worked with him. This kind of respect.
低调表示承认别人对于一件事比你自己知道的多。我们日常与人相处，能用这种低调是有益的。100万年前人还没有创造字儿的时候，已经在用腔调语。现在言语不通的人。
Low-key means acknowledging that others know more about a thing than you do. It is beneficial for us to use this kind of low-key in our daily interactions with others. Millions of years ago, before people invented words, they were already a person who speaks in a tone of voice.
也还可以靠腔调语答意。我听过白人用我们的话和红印度人说话，他们用他们的话回答，谈得很友好。言语尽管不通，却表示了并懂得了彼此的好意。社会工作人员告诉我，
You can also express your ideas through your tone of voice. I have heard the white men speak to the red Indians in our words, and they answered in their own words, and the conversation was friendly. Although they didn't understand each other, they expressed and understood each other's good intentions. The social worker told me.
对外来的移民只需要一个微笑、一个姿势、几句话，充分表示欢迎和帮助，就可以消除他们的疑惧，引起他们的信任和友好。尽管你说的话，他们一个字也不能懂。自觉地用腔调语。
All it takes is a smile, a gesture, a few words, and a full expression of welcome and help to immigrants to eliminate their doubts and fears and arouse their trust and friendship, even though they cannot understand a word of what you say. Use your accent consciously.
会使一切人与人的关系丰富起来。注意你的腔调语，它是人的古老的遗产。要熟悉腔调语，它向全世界教出我们的秘密。重新安排你的绘画，使你自己得到一种新语调。
It will enrich all relationships between people. Pay attention to your tone of voice, it is the ancient heritage of man. Become acquainted with the accent, which screams our secrets to the world. Rearrange your conversation to give yourself a new tone.
警告你自己，那个伟大的真理，就是一回不能切实地表示你的真情，便一回失掉些宝贵的东西。回到大的气派，英雄的时代要求英雄的表现。
Warn yourself of the great truth that every time you fail to truly express your true feelings, you lose something valuable. Back to the grandeur. The age of heroes requires heroic performance.
本文见1944年12月2日美国土药文学评论专栏作家多罗瑟·汤姆生女士 Dorothy Thompson 作。我读罗素·达文鲍特 Russell。
This article appeared in the American Tuyao Literary Review on December 2, 1944, written by columnist Ms. Dorothy Thompson. I read Russell Davenport.
Davenport， 我的国史，自己有一种观察，从这种观察想起了许多话。这种观察就是5年前达文鲍特不会写这篇诗，5年前批评家会将它撕成碎片，说是过甚其词。
Davenport's My Country, I had an observation that reminded me of many words. This observation is this: 5 years ago Davenport would not have written this poem. 5 years ago critics would have torn it into pieces, saying it was exaggerated.
主于劝教，火气太大。这种观察可与事实配合起来看。事实是，这篇包罗万象的长诗1星期销到2000本，学生、工人、商人抢着读，读时满眶眼泪，和我一样，他的心里充满了感谢。
It is mainly about persuading people to teach and too angry. This observation can be seen in conjunction with the fact. The fact is that this all-encompassing poem sold 2,000 copies a week, and students, workers, and businessmen rushed to read it. Tears filled his eyes, and his heart was filled with gratitude, just like mine.
译者别有一文介绍《我的国》见识与潮文艺，34年3月号，由杨一汉先生有全译本，中外出版社印行。还有些值得观察的别的是，巴黎解放后开秋季沙龙时。
The translator has an article introducing My Country, which can be found in the March 34 issue of Times and Trends of Literature and Art. Mr. Yang Inhan also has a complete translation, published by China and foreign publishing houses. There are other things worth observing. When the Autumn Salon was opened after the liberation of Paris.
青年巴黎艺人反对皮卡索 Picasso 的话，叫着解释。解释？他们要那位伟大的艺术家解释的是什么呢？照我看，在法国困难之后，他自然还该像从前一样作画。他的古尼卡。
The young Parisian artists objected to Picasso's paintings, shouting, "Explain! Explain!" What did they want the great artist to explain? In my opinion, after the difficulties in France, he should naturally continue to paint as before. His end quote, Guernica end quote.
那幅画是一遍，这位近代的天才企图在画布上描出生活的面目的可怕的表现。但是法国民族经过种种剧烈的忧惧，内外生活根本动摇，皮卡索却还凭着他在战前。
The painting was a transformation. This modern genius attempted to depict on canvas a hideous representation of the face of life. However, after the French nation experienced various severe fears and its internal and external life was fundamentally shaken, Picasso still relied on his strength before the war and
占领前的同样的神秘的智慧回到他们当中，那自然是不够的。假如我可以在艺术范围外举别的例，我要举我自己。在这一回总统竞选中，我有过一回演说，据说很惊人。
It was naturally not enough for the same mysterious wisdom that existed before the occupation to return to them. If I could cite another example outside the scope of art, I would cite myself. During this presidential campaign, I gave a speech that was said to be astonishing.
言辞发出50多万份，还有要的。在5年前，我不能也不会有这番言辞。感动人，并且似乎感动人很深的，不是言辞的前一部分，那一部分只是叙述事实，像律师的节略一般。
More than 500,000 copies of the speech were sent out, and there are still more to come. I could not and would not have made this speech 5 years ago. What moves people, and seems to move people deeply, is not the first part of the speech. That part is just a statement of facts, like a lawyer's abbreviation.
我只希望那是些合理的、真实的话，但是后一部分却表现了对于一个厌倦的、负担过重的人，对于多少厌倦的、负担过重的民众的一种宏深而严肃的情感。我胆敢回想起来，真是大胆。
I just hope those are reasonable, true words. But the latter part expresses a profound and serious emotion for a tired and overburdened person, and for the more or less tired and overburdened people. I was daring, looking back, it was really bold.
虽然我当时并不觉得如此，用那一向称为讲坛式的表现，这种表现方式在演说台上、广播机前已经废止了差不多30年。假如我们将眼光转到苏联，
Although I didn't think so at the time, using what has always been called pulpit-style expression, this method of expression has been abolished on the podium and in front of the broadcaster for almost 30 years. Suppose we turn our attention to the Soviet Union.
我们可以看到类似的事情进行着。在列宁格勒之围里，肖斯塔科维兹是 Stakovich 写出他的第7交响曲。这部交响曲从那时以后
We can see something similar going on. During the siege of Leningrad, Shostakovich wrote his 7th symphony. This symphony has since
成为战争艺术最有力的表现之一，不但为了俄国人，并且为了联合国一切人。但是从如此能够表现我们时代的这部交响曲，却看出那传统的、那情感的、那伟大的行列是回来了。
become one of the most powerful expressions of the art of war, not only for the Russians, but for everyone in the United Nations. But from this symphony that can express our times, we can see that the tradition, the emotion, and the great procession are back.
早期的共产党诸领袖曾经企图将纯粹的知识群放在新环境中运用，但是在现实种种进攻、争斗、死亡、毁灭、怕人的、惊人的、灼人的经验中，以证明纯粹的知识群简直不够用。
The early leaders of the Communist Party once attempted to apply the pure knowledge group in new environments. However, in the current various attacks, battles, death, destruction, frightening, shocking, and searing experiences, it has been proved that the pure knowledge group is simply useless. Not enough.
俄国已经使一般英雄复活了，这中间有许多原是马克思所诅咒的，有许多原是30年来全俄青年用的教科书里所诅咒的。记得在一个俄国学生的日记里，那学生表示要
Russia has resurrected ordinary heroes. Many of them were cursed by Marx, and many of them were cursed in the textbooks used by all Russian youth for 30 years. I remember that in the diary of a Russian student, the student expressed that he wanted to
向那些老沙皇吐口水。记得他是从一个故事中读到那些老沙皇，但是日记出事时，那种故事已经绝迹了。可是现在，叫美国激进派担心的是彼得大帝、伊凡第四、加塞林大帝。
spit on those old czars. I remember that he read about those old czars from a story, but when the diary was published, that kind of story had disappeared. But now, what worries American radicals is Peter the Great and Ivan IV, Emperor Gasarin.
都又成了民族英雄了。他们担心这些人从过去里复活起来会引起反动的局面，这个想着也有些道理。从这些英雄的复活，却又看出人们在渴求伟大。
They all became national heroes again. They worry that the resurrection of these people from the past will cause a reactionary situation, and there is some truth in this thinking. From the resurrection of these heroes, we can see that people are longing for greatness.
在渴求对于无实现的连续性和历史命运的意识，没有这种现在的苦难会叫人忍受不住的。我随手举的这些例子是根本的变化的一些象征。
In the longing for a sense of timeless continuity and historical destiny, without which present suffering would be unbearable. The examples I have given here are some symbols of fundamental changes.
许多左翼的人会说这些是退步的标志，但是也怪那些人民自己的态度正相反，他们一边努力于人民的民主，要使人民广泛参加我们的社会的经济的生活的一切方面。
Many people on the left would say that this is a sign of regression, but it is strange that the attitude of the people themselves is exactly the opposite. They are striving for people's democracy and want the people to participate extensively in all aspects of our society, economy, and life.
同时要求艺术的表现，这种表现原是群众向来不去领会也不能领会的。实际上，艺术从不曾像过去30年这样和民众的生活分家。诗人为别的诗人写诗，画家为别的画家和画商作画。
At the same time, artistic expression is required. This kind of expression has never been understood by the masses and cannot be understood. In fact, art has never been separated from people's lives as it has been in the past 30 years. Poets write poems for other poets, and painters paint for other painters and art dealers.
民众的艺术只有大乐曲中零星采用的调子跟笑剧、电影。奇怪的是，最神秘的艺术却自称为革命的。这种艺术绝不是革命的，多半是阴柔的、内转的，至多是反叛的。
The only popular art is the sporadically selected tunes in big music and comedies and movies. It is strange that the most mysterious art calls itself revolutionary. This kind of art is by no means revolutionary. It is mostly feminine, introverted, and at most rebellious.
而反叛和革命怎么说也不是一回事。久特罗德·斯坦因 Gertrude Stein 从不会写作一首革命的诗，因为他所写的都不能鼓动人心，除了神秘性的人就不能启发别个。
And rebellion and revolution are not the same thing. Gertrude Stein could never write a revolutionary poem because nothing she wrote could inspire anyone except the mystical.
一切革命的艺术不要为艺术的艺术，只要为人生的艺术。激进派所称为激进的艺术，实在是一块不毛之地，艺术的精华一节。这种艺术聪明、熟练、诉诸智力，可供装饰，小巧，是一座象牙塔。
All revolutionary art should not be art for the sake of art, but only the art of life. The art that the radicals call radical is actually a barren land, and the essence of art has been exhausted. This art is clever, skillful, appeals to the intellect, can be decorated, is small, is an ivory tower.
她轻视大行列，躲避丈夫气，又害怕又讨厌每个大题目，跳舞的群星，变化的天地，广大的战争，生活，死亡，出生。她拒绝说是是是，否是否，反抗知识分子和知识阶级，艺术家在内。
It despises the great processions, it shuns masculinity, it fears and hates every great subject, the dancing stars, the changing world, the vast wars, life, death, birth. It refuses to say, yes is yes, no is no. Resistance against intellectuals and the intelligentsia, artists included.
是我们这时代一件惊人的大事，是法西斯主义主要的一面。知识分子和艺术家都以极致大叫，但是他们皆自省一番。群众恨他们，是恨他们齐根切断了人的信心。生活艰难而苦楚。
It is an astonishing event of our time and an important aspect of fascism. Intellectuals and artists have pointed their fingers and shouted. But they all reflected on themselves. The masses hate them because they cut off people's faith at their root. Life is hard and painful.
死亡更艰难，更苦楚。世界是一座地狱，一些无目、无心、无灵魂的机械人在爆炸中消磨掉家庭、神龛、母亲的照相、活孩子的身子。一个青年人，生命像酒一般在他血脉里歌唱。
Death is harder and more painful. The world is a hell, where some aimless, heartless, and soulless robots destroy families, shrines, mothers' photos, and living children's bodies in explosions. A young man, life sings in his blood like wine.
眼睛却得小心地死盯住这种公式，于是只成了一个侧影，一个火焰，再没有别的。千百万拉结 Rachel 哭他们死掉的儿子，忧愁将石头压在千百万颗心上，不是艺术家、诗人、先知。
But her eyes had to be careful to keep an eye on this offensive, so it became just a silhouette, a flame, nothing more. Millions of Rachels cried for their dead son, and sorrow pressed the stone under the weight of millions. In millions of hearts, it is not the artist, the poet, the prophet.
谁来给我们自己解释我们的经验呢？他该告诉一位母亲说他的儿子是一些化学物质的很匀称的化合物吗？该说宗教是人民的麻醉剂吗？该说3个青苹果包含着宇宙吗？沙龙里。
Who is to explain our experience to ourselves? Should he tell a mother that her son is a well-proportioned compound of chemicals? Should we say that religion is an anesthetic for the people? Should we say that 3 green apples contain the universe? In the salon.
文学茶会里的谈话，画院里专门的指导书，用优越的调子解释神秘作品的心理分析的意义。心理学家统计人的种种反应，说这就是人，以及布满各种的止痛药，真正人民的麻醉剂。
Conversations at literary tea parties, special instruction books in the art academy, explaining the psychological analysis of mysterious works in a superior tone, psychologists, statistics of people's various reactions, saying that this is people, and various analgesics medicine, the true people's narcotic.
商业化的电影，刺激性的广播节目，悦耳荡心的跳舞音乐，这一切将灵魂埋葬到比炮弹坑更深的深处，这一切告知人类说他的苦难的意义是无意义。一切伟大的艺术都向灵魂说话。
Commercial films, stimulating radio programs, soothing dance music, all this buries the soul deeper than a shell crater, all this tells man that the meaning of his suffering is meaningless. All great art speaks to the soul.
都告诉人他的伟大。一切伟大的艺术都是净化的，安慰人的。这是看不见的人的眼睛，说不出的人的舌头。历代对艺术家公认的一句话是：那是我见到了却看不出的。
Everyone tells people how great it is. All great art is purifying and comforting. These are the eyes of those who cannot see, and the tongue of those who cannot speak. A universally recognized saying about artists throughout the ages is, that is what I see but cannot see.
那是我绝到了却说不出的。惠特曼夸大过火论到诗人在美国的作用，道：从别的诗篇挤出来的诗篇会过去的。愿望有活力，愿望伟大，只能凭着有活力的伟大的行为。
That's what I felt but couldn't express. Whitman, exaggerated, overdone, on poetry, the role of poets in America, said, Poems squeezed out of other poems will pass. The desire to be alive, the desire to be great, can only be based on a dynamic, great act.
最能自尊的民族的灵魂，可以和他的诗人们的灵魂愈合在半路上。诗人身份的证据是，他的国家亲爱地吞下他，他也亲爱地吞下他的国家。又道，要做最伟大的诗人的人。
The soul of the most self-respecting nation can meet the souls of its poets halfway. The proof of a poet's identity is that his country dearly swallows him, and he dearly swallows his country. He also said, the person who wants to be the greatest poet.
直接试验就在今天。假如他不能让他的当前的时代弥漫了自己，像大洋的潮水一般；假如他不能将他的整个国王身体和灵魂吸引向自己，不能拿出无比的爱抱着他的脖子。
Direct testing is today. If he could not let his present age permeate him like the tide of the ocean, if he could not draw his whole king, body and soul, to himself, could not hold its neck with incomparable love.
假如他不能让他的时代将自己变了形，那么教他自己且同着大家走，等着他的发展吧。还有，能以满足灵魂的是真理。最伟大的诗人细心谨慎，终于能够应和灵魂的渴望，让他满意。
If he cannot let his time deform him, then teach him and go with everyone and wait for his development. And also, what satisfies the soul is truth. The greatest poet is careful, and finally he can answer the soul's desire and satisfy him.
灵魂从没有受骗过一次，他是绝不会受骗的。还有，最伟大的诗人从已有的和现有的造成将有的境界。他将死人从棺材里拉出，使他们重新站起来。他对过去说：“起来，在我面前走。”
The soul has never been deceived once, and it will never be deceived. Also, the greatest poets create what will be from what has been and what is. He draws the dead out of their coffins and makes them stand up again. He says to the past, Arise and walk before me.
让我认识你。他学会这一刻，他将自己安排在过去变成现在的地位上。这篇论文的全部应该重读《草叶集》1857年版导言，才能明白真正革命的艺术的本性。
Let me get to know you. He learned this lesson. He places himself in a position where the past becomes the present. This essay should be reread in its entirety, the introduction to the 1857 edition of Leaves of Grass, in order to understand the nature of truly revolutionary art.
这种艺术是生活的革命，并非自身的革命。这个艺术不让自己从生活或民众退却，却通过他们使自身坚强起来。他不从高而下将他所以为他们要的东西给他们。
This art is a revolution in life, not in itself. This art does not retreat from life or people, but strengthens itself through them. It does not come down from above to give them what it wants for them.
也不为了他们而降低身份，只用他所能够驾驭的最高贵的语言向他们说话，好像在说：我心里有伟大，我在你们面前要见出那伟大，因为我在你们之中尊敬你们。在一切时代。
It does not lower its status for them, but only speaks to them in the noblest language it can control, as if to say, there is greatness in my heart, and I want to see that greatness in front of you, because I am among you, respect you. In all times.
除非群众被糖衣止痛剂极端腐化，大行列总能吸引群众的。一个民族的艺术是在中古时代极盛期教堂的墙壁上、石头上，这种艺术发扬上帝的和依于上帝的人类的光辉而得到感谢。
Unless the masses are extremely corrupted by sugar-coated analgesics, the big parade will always attract the masses. The art of a nation is found on the walls and stones of churches during the heyday of the Middle Ages. This art promotes the glory of God and human beings who depend on God, and is thanked and
尊敬、爱与畏。他描写人民照着他们的样子，可以升华的一些性质到高处去，到顶上去。这一些是超乎经验的，他们可以成就这一些。大行列总鼓舞人们的热望。在英国最黑暗的时候
respect, love, and fear. It describes the people as being able to sublimate certain qualities to the heights, to the top. These are beyond experience. They can achieve these. The Great Procession always inspires people's enthusiasm. In Britain's darkest hour.
丘吉尔的许多演说词重新抓住了那响亮的行列。詹姆士国王圣经译本的节奏，英国最伟大的时代的气味是回来了。英雄时代要求英雄的表现。
Many of Churchill's speeches recaptured that sonorous procession. The rhythm of the King James Version of the Bible, the scent of England's greatest age, was back. The heroic age requires heroic performance.
到处人民渴求知道他们是靠什么活着， 他们无论怎样不自觉，也总在切望将来的憧憬的出现。罗斯福总统在波士顿演说时，那演词充满了犀利的、机智的语句。
People everywhere are eager to know what they live on, and no matter how unconscious they are always eagerly looking forward to the emergence of their longing for the future. When President Roosevelt gave a speech in Boston, his speech was full of sharp and witty phrases.
广大的人群聚在露天里，笑着，随时欣赏着。但是到了末一段，他变了调子，用清朗的热忱论到美国的过去和将来。他说，和平跟战争一样，得有一种同志的精神，事业的精神。
A large crowd gathered in the open air, laughing and admiring it at any time. But in the last paragraph, he changed his tune and spoke with clear enthusiasm about America's past and future. He said, "Peace, like war, requires a spirit of comradeship and a spirit of career."
不自私的精神得有一个不可克服的胜利意志。我们在这个国家里多少世代以来，对荒野战争、对山河战争、对水旱战争、对压迫与不宽容战争、对贫穷、对疾病战争。
A non-selfish spirit requires an invincible will to win. For many generations in this country, we have fought against wilderness, against mountains and rivers, against floods and droughts, against oppression and intolerance, and against poverty and disease.
我说我们为了美国，为了文明，这种仗得打下去，规模的大。要使这一回抵抗暴政、抵抗反动的战争不是白费的，种种困难、种种失望，也许阻碍进步的轮子，我们得打过去。
I say that for the sake of the United States and civilization, we must continue to fight this war on a large scale. To ensure that this war to resist tyranny and reaction is not in vain. All kinds of difficulties and disappointments may hinder the wheel of progress. We must fight past.
我说，我们得进行一种和平，这种和平要能够吸引那些最高的人、最能干的人、最有思想的人。那是我对全面胜利的意义的概念。那概念是根据一种信心。
I say we have to make a peace that attracts the tallest people, the most capable people, the most thoughtful people. That's my idea of what total victory means. That concept is based on a faith.
对于美国的无限的运命、不可征服的精神的信心。一位在场的人告诉我，这番话是整个的信心的证据，是在和平中进行的为了文明的大战的图影。当时民众都听得迷住了。
Confidence in the unconquerable spirit of America's infinite destiny. One person who was present told me that these words were evidence of total faith and a picture of a war for civilization carried out in peace. The people at that time were fascinated by it.
默默地站着，仰面看看总统，心悦地注意着，末了一阵掌声像吼一般。为什么？因为当时总统给他们说了他们所需要听的话：30年完世主义，4年最可怕的战争。
Standing silently, looking up at the president, paying attention with joy, the last burst of applause was like a roar. Why? Because the president told them what they needed to hear, 30 years of cynicism, 4 years of the most horrific war.
将他们的生活炸得只剩下些精神的真空，他们需要些东西将这真空填起来。总统的话正是他们所需要的。总统这回不用炉边播讲或报告的方式，而用大的气派说话。
The president's words were just what they needed after their lives had been blown to a spiritual vacuum. They needed something to fill it. This time the president did not use fireside speeches or reports, but spoke with great grandeur.
说给那活生生的男女一群人，他们彼此够得着，彼此在不知不觉中摸索着，他们向他摸索着，摸索着安慰与扶持。这时代，我们在其中出了这么多汗，这么多血，这么多眼泪来作战。
To that living company of men and women, they are within each other's reach, they are groping for each other unconsciously, they are groping for him, for comfort and support. In this era, we have fought with so much sweat, so much blood, and so many tears.
这时代不是变成惊人而美丽的伟大，就会变成惊人而阴森的幻灭。这时代会产生些诗人和艺术家，他们拿出无比的爱抱着他的脖子，要不然就会产生倒霉的另一代人，丧气的。
This era will either turn into astonishing and beautiful greatness, or it will turn into astonishing and gloomy disillusionment. This era will produce some poets and artists who will embrace his neck with incomparable love, otherwise it will produce another generation of hapless people, dejected.
完世的人，时代对于能干人、天才和能够再造时事的人的挑战，从来没有这样厉害过。这时代，它的身量和面积带着它的一切忧惧，要求艺术家表现。
A cynical person. The challenges of the times to capable people, geniuses, and those who can recreate the situation have never been so serious. Its size and area in this era, with all its worries, require artists to express it.
这些艺术家要能够用饱满而有训练的情感，将时代的种种放到怀抱里去。懦怯的人一定会过去的。将来保证诗人、欢迎诗人的，不是智力了，精炼、躲闪、文雅那一套都消沉了。
These artists must be able to embrace the various aspects of the times with full and well-trained emotions. Cowardly people will surely pass away. It is not intelligence that will guarantee poets and welcome poets in the future, refinement, dodge, elegance, all that has become depressing.
没有人记得了。这民族只有向着跟他自己一样好的去处走，向着他自己两相像的去处去，才能走到那半路上去。美国会在艺术的一切形式里来一个再生时代。
No one remembers. This nation can only reach that halfway point by going to a place that is as good as itself, a place that is similar to itself. America will usher in an era of rebirth in all forms of art.
要不然就证明他的那些艺术家和知识分子毫无价值可言。那么叫他们小心吧，因为诗人和艺术家如以证明无价值，证明不了解这民族的灵魂的情形。
Otherwise it will prove that her artists and intellectuals are worthless. Then tell them to be careful. For if poets and artists prove worthless, they prove they do not understand the condition of the soul of this nation.
他们便由于一种不自觉的卖国意识毁灭了自己，而他们的毁灭对于这民族是一种威胁，它本身也会毁灭的。灵魂工程师
They destroyed themselves due to an unconscious sense of betrayal, and their destruction was a threat to the nation. It itself would also be destroyed. Soul engineer
1944年10月9日的美国《时代周刊》上有莫斯科通讯员赫塞一篇电讯，叙述本年苏联的写作和出版情形，现在亦在这里。俄国文字还在参战，虽在胜利的前夕。
The October 9, 1944 issue of Time magazine in the United States contained a telegram by Moscow correspondent Hussey describing the writing and publishing situation in the Soviet Union that year. It is now translated here. Russian writing is still at war. Although on the eve of victory.
俄国还是写一个字得当一件武器用，每个句子都得帮助打倒希特拉，帮助建设一个共产党的俄国，使像这回的战争不会再有。高尔基说，作家是人类灵魂的工程师，这是名句。
Russia should still write every word as a weapon. Every sentence should help defeat Hitler and help build a communist Russia so that wars like this one will never happen again. Gorky said that writers are engineers of the human soul, which is a famous saying.
在俄国作战时，这句话非常真确。俄国作家从来没有过这么多的读众，这么快的影响，这么大的责任。伯利斯特莱曾说，近代俄国作品是世界的良心，也许说得过分。
This was very true when fighting in Russia. Never before has a Russian writer had such a large readership, such a rapid influence, and such a great responsibility. Bristol once said that modern Russian works are the conscience of the world, which may be too much.
但这些作品却是俄国的良心无疑。美国人要估量这些作品的价值，用平常的种种文学批评标准是不够的，要紧的是战士。像一个作家说的，没有文学批评，总比没有胜利好些。
But these works are undoubtedly Russia's conscience. If Americans want to evaluate the value of these works, it is not enough to use ordinary literary criticism standards. What matters is the war. As one writer said, no literary criticism is better than no victory.
唯一合适的试验是看作家们完成了他们的目的没有。照作家协会的主席说，他们第一个目的是叙述战争的真相，第二是探求苏联人的心魂。国营印刷事业，苏联有无数印刷厂。
The only proper test is to see whether the writers have accomplished their purpose. According to the chairman of the Writers Association, their first purpose is to narrate the truth of the war, and the second is to explore the hearts and souls of the Soviet people. State-run printing industry, there were numerous printing plants in the Soviet Union.
最重要的是国营印刷厂组合。这个组合在莫斯科与列宁格勒有7个厂，在16个共和国里各有1个厂。这个组合是一个宏大而自己的工业，印刷小说、诗集、一本小册子。
The most important was the portfolio of state-owned printing plants. This group has 7 factories in Moscow and Leningrad, and 1 factory in each of the 16 republics. This combination was a vast and self-sustaining industry, printing novels, poetry collections, translations, pamphlets.
传单以及政治、音乐、艺术、科学、农业的书。这个组合统治琢磨印和彩印事业。莫斯科的模范印刷所有2000个工人，列宁格勒的印刷厂每年出品相当于战前的2亿4千万页书。
Leaflets and books on politics, music, art, science, and agriculture. This combination controls the ink printing and color printing businesses. The model printing house in Moscow employed 2,000 workers, and the printing houses in Leningrad produced annually the equivalent of 240 million pages before the war.
像这样大的印刷厂，这个组合里共有14所，还有书店、书摊、珍本书店3000多所，遍布俄国各处。这个组合对于作家们是一个势力，因为不经国营印刷厂的经理签字，不能出书。
There are 14 such large printing houses in this group. There are also more than 3,000 bookstores, bookstalls, and rare book shops located throughout Russia. This group was a force for writers because no book could be published without the signature of the manager of a state-run printing plant.
读中这儿对于读物的需求却是非常之大，将来国营各印刷厂也许还不能满足这种需求。政府一贯地举行着消除文盲运动，收效极巨，一般人对于文学的胃口之大。
Readers' demand for reading materials is indeed very great, and state-run printing plants may not be able to meet this demand in the future. The government has been carrying out a campaign to eliminate illiteracy, with great results. Ordinary people have a huge appetite for literature.
在美国是难以想象的，公开市场里买书极难，所有出版重版书3/4直接送到各图书馆，公众阅览。大批军事政治领袖、作家、医生、科学家、工程师按月得到新书预告。
It's unimaginable in the United States. It is extremely difficult to buy books on the open market, so 3/4 of all first and reprint books are sent directly to libraries for public reading. A large number of military and political leaders, writers, doctors, scientists, and engineers receive previews of new books on a monthly basis.
这些人有权利标出自己所要的书，他们每月能够买到1000卢布的书，选剩买剩的才到公开市场，几点钟也就卖光了。一本小说平均10个卢布，按官价和每斤2元。需求既然如此之大，
These people had the power to mark the books they wanted, and they could buy books for 1,000 rubles a month. The leftovers were picked and bought on the open market, and they were sold out within a few hours. A novel costs an average of 10 rubles, which is equivalent to $2 according to the official price. Since the demand is so great,
差不多每本印出的书都能风行成为畅销书，所以各国营印刷厂决定每一版书印若干本，差不多可以随意。决定的根据不在可以销多少本，而在书的重要与有用的程度。
Almost every book printed becomes a bestseller. Therefore, each state-owned printing house can decide how many copies of each edition of the book to print, almost at will. The basis of the decision is not how many copies can be sold, but how important and useful the book is.
斯大林批评作家将书复印之前，必须经过自我批评和外人批评，这对于他的天才是个很好的试验。他首先得跟国营印刷厂的编辑讨论他的作品，那编辑或赞成或不赞成。
Stalin criticized writers for having to go through self-criticism and criticism from outsiders before putting their books into print. This was a good test of his genius. He first had to discuss his work with the editor of a state-owned printing press, who either approved or disapproved.
其次便是将作品全部或一部读给朋友们听，他们常会不客气的批评，又常常发表几章在杂志上，也可让人批评。还可在作家协会开会时站起来读几段，听人家的讨论。
The second is to read all or part of the work to friends, and they will often criticize it unceremoniously. He often publishes a few chapters in magazines, which can also be criticized. You can also stand up and read a few paragraphs during a writers' association meeting and listen to other people's discussions.
这部书稿然后送到党中央委员会所属的中央文化印刷事业管理处，这机关事实上指导着一切文化的与意识形态的写作。斯大林说道，印刷的文字是共产党最锐利、最有力的武器。
The manuscript was then sent to the Central Cultural and Printing Administration Office under the party's Central Committee. This organ actually guides all cultural and ideological writing. Stalin said, the printed word is the sharpest and most powerful weapon of the Communist Party.
书籍经过审查，再送回印刷厂，编辑签了字才复印。这个程序有时还得加一项目。斯大林对于文学的兴趣是很浓的。夜半后，作家也许得到他的电话，他祝贺作家的书。
The books are reviewed and sent back to the printing house, where they are signed by the editor before being printed. This program sometimes requires an additional item. Stalin was very interested in literature. The writer might get his call after midnight and he congratulates the writer on the book.
有时还惊到的建议，有个女作家安娜·安东诺夫斯卡耶写了一本小说，叫做《伟大的摩拉威》，是关于斯大林的出生地乔治亚的。这书稿让印刷厂搁置下来。后来斯大林打电话给他。
Sometimes brilliant advice. There was a female writer Anna Antonovsky who wrote a novel called The Great Moravia about Stalin's birthplace of Georgia. The manuscript was shelved by the printing company. Later Stalin called give it to her.
向他说书写得很好，并且补充了一些关于乔治亚的材料，这才复印。战时真向俄国作家说真话吗？前晚上我听到康士坦丁·西蒙诺夫公开表示苏维埃作家对于真相的态度。
After telling her that it was well written and adding some information about Georgia, it was printed. Did Russian writers tell the truth during the war? The other night I heard Konstantin Simonov publicly express the attitude of Soviet writers towards the truth.
西蒙诺夫29岁，得名极盛，是诗人、小说家、创作家、电影剧本作家、新闻记者、小册子作家。 他说，流行的意见说人在战争中写作关于那战争的小说或书，总不能充分客观。这种意见也对。
Simonov was 29 years old and had a great reputation. He was a poet, novelist, creator, film script writer, journalist, and pamphleteer. He said, "The popular opinion is that people who write novels or books about the war during the war can never be fully objective. This opinion is also true."
也不对，无疑的，在这战时，作家要写德国人，总只当他们是烧毁我们家屋、杀戮我们亲丁的敌人。在大的更永久的意义里，这样办有时也许是不客观的。
Not right either. Undoubtedly, during this war, when writers wanted to write about the Germans, they would always treat them as enemies who burned down our homes and killed our relatives. In a larger and more permanent sense, this approach may sometimes be unobjective.
但这种不客观却与真相并不冲突。德国人没有烧我们的城市吗？没有杀我们的妇孺吗？没有绞死我们的人、枪毙我们的人吗？在这战时，作家想写这些，只写这些，难道不对吗？
But this lack of objectivity does not conflict with the truth. Didn't the Germans burn our cities? Didn't they kill our women and children? Didn't our men hang our men and shoot our men? In this wartime, the writer wants to write these things, only these things, isn't it right?
写苏维埃军队和俄国人民时，道理也一样。在这战时，爱国的作家总看到人民的坚韧、英勇、不怕死，而情动于中也是十分自然的。人民心里不用说，还有别种感情，如想家临危而惧。
The same holds true when writing about the Soviet army and the Russian people. During this wartime, patriotic writers always see the people's perseverance, bravery, and lack of fear of death, and it is very natural for them to be moved by it. Needless to say, people also have other emotions in their hearts, such as homesickness and fear in the face of danger.
还有身体疲劳、颓丧的思想，爱国的作家却不大愿意留心这些。憎恨的日子估量现行俄国文学的价值，还得记住一件重要的事，就是每个俄国作家都参加真正意义的战争。
There are also physical fatigue and depressed thoughts. Patriotic writers are reluctant to pay attention to these. Days of hate. When assessing the value of current Russian literature, one important thing to remember is that every Russian writer participated in a war in the true sense of the word.
俄国作家曾经出入战争，我们作家战士会议的论客，我们战士新闻处的战士，甚至我们大部分的战士通讯员，莫斯科的通讯员当然在内，是远不如的。这些俄国作家不仅是通讯员。
Russian writers have been in and out of the war, and the commentators of our Writers' War Conference, the soldiers of our War Information Service, and even most of our war correspondents, of course including the Moscow correspondents, are far inferior. These Russian writers were not just correspondents.
还有诗人、最温柔的抒情诗的作者、历史家朱自清等。从1914年那些可怕的逆转的月份，直到莫斯科打了胜仗这一段，在苏维埃写作上留下极深的印记。在那些月份里，
There are also poets, authors of the tenderest lyric poems, historians, all kinds of people. The period from those terrible reversal months in 1914 until the victory in Moscow left a profound mark on Soviet writing. During those months,
作家们浑身勇气，满腔决心。这种勇气与决心到底将希特拉打了回去，也发展了他们金丽的、严苛的、神秘的、多用形容词的作风。这种作风，他们在这些好转的得胜的日子里还运用着。
The writers were full of courage and determination. This courage and determination finally pushed Hitler back, and also developed their strong, strict, mysterious, and multi-adjective style. They still use this style in these days of improvement and victory.
那些坏日子，就是西蒙诺夫写等着我，一个兵对他的妻的话的时候，等着我，坚决的等着，就是他们都说我死了，千万也别绝望，别相信，只等着我。最重要的。
Those bad days were when Simonov wrote, "Wait for me," the words of a soldier to his wife. Wait for me, wait resolutely. Even they all said I was dead. Don't despair, don't believe it. Just wait for me. The most important thing.
那些日子是产生憎恨的日子，像作家协会的尼古拉·提克汉诺夫说的，对于德国人的憎恨在这残酷的战争进行中成长，这是一种严重的憎恨，无分别的憎恨。
Those are the days that create hatred. As Nikolai Tikhonov of the Writers' Union said, the hatred for the Germans grew during the brutal war. It was a serious hatred, an indiscriminate hatred.
还在鼓动红军和苏维埃人民向前进的憎恨。1943年6月23日，密凯尔·休罗科夫在报上发表过一篇可怕的小说，叫做《憎恨的学校》，是憎恨宣传的最高峰。在这故事里，
The hatred that still drives the Red Army and the Soviet people forward. On June 23, 1943, Mikhail Shurikov published a terrible novel called The School of Hate in the newspaper, which was the highest peak of hate propaganda. In this story,
伊利亚·艾伦堡成了一个大声疾呼的天才，俄国人民还感到那种憎恨，他们更怕英美人对于德国人会心软。作家们也还感到这憎恨，并且还表现着憎恨。
Ilya Ellenberg became a loud-mouthed genius. The Russian people still feel that hatred, and they are even more afraid that the British and Americans will be soft-hearted towards the Germans. Writers still feel this hatred and express it.
有了这些情形，才有了那种文学作风，用一个俄国字就叫做阿基他作风，就是激动人民使他们作曲。作家们照我的意见，有一个人超出这种情形，隔开这些情形。
Due to these circumstances, that kind of literary style emerged. To use a Russian word, it is called Akita style, which means to inspire the people and make them do it. Writers, in my opinion, have a person who is above these situations and separates them.
他是密凯尔·休罗科夫最近于俄国伟大传统中的天才人物。这位静静的顿河和翻起的泥土的著者，老住在他的本乡维森斯卡耶村里写作。
He is Mikhail Shurikov, a recent genius in the great Russian tradition. The author of Quiet Dawn and Turn Up the Soil always lives and writes in his native village of Vysenske.
他不到莫斯科来花费作家们的大量版税，而收获种种荣誉。他不肯做作家协会会长，因为他太忙写作。他不顾检查制度，只照他所见以为真相的写作。现在他正在修改他的新作小说。
He didn't come to Moscow to spend a lot of writers' royalties and reap all kinds of honors. He refused to be the president of the Writers' Association because he was too busy writing. He disregarded censorship and simply wrote what he saw as the truth. Now he is revising his new novel.
他为他们的国家而战。休罗科夫用间接的方法造成他的英勇的效果。铺张或重复爱国的套语，他觉得是不必要的。我看他写的士兵似乎是真相。他说，战时一个人有多少需要呢？
He fought for their country. Shurikov used indirect methods to achieve his heroic effects. He feels that it is unnecessary to be extravagant or repeat patriotic formulas. I think the soldiers he wrote about seem to be true. He said, "How many needs does a person have in times of war?"
比平常不容易死些，有休息，睡得好，吃得够，有家信，有闲工夫找朋友们抽抽烟。有了这些，一个士兵的幸福就很快的成熟了。另一个地位高的散文作家是阿里舍·托尔斯泰。
It is easier to die than usual. He has rest, sleeps well, eats enough, has letters from home, and has time to smoke with his friends. With these, a soldier's happiness will mature quickly. Another prose writer with a high status is Alisher Tolstoy.
他无疑的是一个出色的作家，并且是一个精美的风格家，但所写的多半是相当远的过去时代。他不曾将自己和这回战争打成一片。现在少数青年作家有些不喜欢他。
He is undoubtedly an excellent writer and a fine stylist. But most of what he wrote was from a very distant past, and he never associated himself with this war. Nowadays, a few young writers don't like him.
因为他的浮夸和气派，他是有点怪。例如将稿纸放在一张齐胸高、斜面向演讲桌的桌子上站着写作。最精美的诗人似乎是巴福尔·安达科斯基，他新近完成一篇诗，叫做《儿子》。
Because of his exaggeration and grandeur, he is a bit weird. For example, he puts the manuscript paper on a chest-high table with a slope like a lecture table and writes standing up. The most exquisite poet seems to be Pavel Andakovsky, who has recently completed a poem called The Sun.
这是古代的伤痛的作风，好像一个诗人曾经为了吟俄到战场死士的歌，并呼吁复仇而跟着军队前进，好像是他写下了这篇诗。安达科斯基自己的儿子是个为国而死的战士。
This is the style of ancient pain, as if a poet once marched with the army in order to sing a song to mourn the dead on the battlefield and call for revenge. It seems that he wrote this poem. Andakovsky's own son was a soldier who died for his country.
儿子是为他做的。这三位以下的作家们看来就都差不多，他们是些阿基他的作家，是些记者艺人。其中最好的一个是康士坦丁·西蒙诺夫，也是最典型的一个。
Sun was written for him. The writers below these three seem to be pretty much the same. They are agita writers, journalists, and entertainers. The best one among them is Konstantin Simonov, and he is also the most typical one.
最有发展的似乎是波利斯·加巴托夫，打破纪录的畅销书《不屈服的人》的著者。他很显然受了汉明威的翻译和郭果尔的影响。将来至于俄国文学的将来。
The most advanced seems to have been Boris Gabatov, author of the record-breaking bestseller The Unyielding Man, who was clearly influenced by Hemingway's translation and Guagel. As for the future of Russian literature.
前晚上我听到佛斯夫洛德·维斯奈夫斯基提出的一些清楚的步骤。他是一个出色的剧作家。海军军官写的东西多半关于波罗的海和列宁格勒的防卫。
The other night I heard some clear steps proposed by Vosvrod Wisniewski. He was an excellent playwright and naval officer who wrote mostly about the Baltic Sea and the defense of Leningrad.
他是 Smile 杂志的编辑，代表那杂志说话，推而广之，也代表所有俄国作家说话。他说，俄国的战后写作要：一，从党员、士兵、水手、官员、工人搜集关于这回战争的真相；二，
He is the editor of Snomia magazine and speaks for that magazine and, by extension, for all Russian writers. He said that post-war writing in Russia should, 1. Collect the truth about this war from party members, soldiers, sailors, officials, and workers, 2.
光大俄国英勇的传统；三，发扬斯拉夫主义。德国这敌人已经2次侵略俄国，得注意叫他再不会分开斯拉夫人。四，记住德国人的受刑，如他们在利蒂斯和梅丹奈克所做的。五，
Promote the heroic tradition of Russia. Third, promote slavism. Germany, the enemy, has invaded Russia twice, and we must pay attention to teach him never to separate the Slavs. Fourth, remember the bestiality of the Germans, such as their actions in Lidice and Medana. What Graham does. 5.
充分表现人的荣誉、良心、灵魂。六，唤起俄国人新的创造的努力，鼓舞他们将在战争中所表现的英勇精神移到和平时代的事业上。七，尽量研究英美，他们在战争中的助力是不会忘记的。
Fully express people's honor, conscience, and soul. 6. Arouse the Russians' new creative efforts and encourage them to transfer the heroic spirit they displayed in the war to their causes in peacetime. 7. Try to study Britain and the United States as much as they can during the war. Your help will never be forgotten.
他说，我们要老实说，说得清楚，有锐利的词风，盼望我们的英美同仁也用同样的语言、同样的精神对我们说话。
He said, we must be honest,